as well as update you on what the Motocross Action Wrecking Crew is racing and testing. We are always riding some exotic and cool bikes. Plus, we talk to different industry insiders in these episodes as well. Every episode is unique. Be sure to check us out on our YouTube channel and website.
My dad wasn't like, oh, you're just gonna sit in my office. I was probably 8 years old when I started doing some of those simple tasks and going to work with him. I worked there during high school just to kind of get the feel of accounting.
Good morning, everybody. Look at that iconic sign. Many dream of visiting Hollywood to see those letters. No. If you're a motorhead, if you're a speed fan, you dream of seeing those letters up on the hill. Hello, everybody. I'm Jack Rapella alongside Mark Tilley. Mark, this is the big one, the Vet Nationals. They've been talking about this race for months, and we are here. How pumped are you, my friend?
Hey, I got to be here yesterday and got to race yesterday, and this track layout, it's a little on the fast side, but, man, it got rough, and it is everything that everybody travels all over the world to do. This track is tough, and it claimed a lot of people yesterday. So,
well, it wouldn't be Glen Helen if we didn't repeatedly say this place is rough, this place is tough. But, man, I got to shake your hand because this is race number 3 for us here at Glen Helen. It's the first time we've ever streamed the Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship, so we're so happy you're watching. Make sure you share this with a friend, build the audience. Let's give these great racers the recognition they need. But it's kind of like we were saying at the first 2 races. How about this technology? Bringing it to the living rooms, the devices of everybody worldwide.
Well, and there's people that do for this race. They come from all around the world. Like they're talking about almost every country is represented at this race. And this race is all about the people. Like the other race we were doing, the 2-stroke race, all about the bikes. This one's all about the people and the people that have been bringing this race to the masses for years and years and years. And then now, like you said, technology. They get to see it. You get to see this happening right now, and it's amazing. Like I said, the people around the industry that are here, we were here yesterday. The pits are packed. You'll get to see lots of drone footage, lots of stuff like that on the track, but the pits are just as packed as the racetrack. So it's awesome to see.
Yes, they are. Big shout out to all of our sponsors, all of our vendors. We'll hit them throughout this broadcast. Big thanks to Ross Fitz Production and Company for, again, bringing us all this action, and the entire team here, Lori, Chad, Bud, everybody at Glen Helen. It is awesome. So many special things to talk about. Talking about top-notch riders. The king of Supercross, Jeremy McGrath, is here.
Exactly.
Somebody who many say could be the best vet rider ever, Mike Brown, is here. Man, the talent list just goes on and on.
Well, and then you got Doug Dubach, who is the winningest vet world champion ever. I think he's won from 30, 40, 50. He's not 60 yet, but he'll probably win that one. We'll see him out here in the 50 class and in the Pasha 2-stroke race and all kinds of stuff. So the amount of people that are here industry-wise, like it's almost as much as what a national motocross is. So it's really cool to see. And I mean, you have legends here. Mike Brown was getting his bike ready at my house before this. I'm looking at him walking out into the garage and seeing Mike Brown working on his bike with Andy White from FXR, and it's just a really cool thing. Now all the pressure is gone and all that stuff, and now it's just hanging out, riding motorcycles, having fun with your friends.
That is so cool. That's a pretty impressive house guest to have, so congratulations to you. Just spoke with Mike moments ago. He's pumped up. I asked him, I said, many consider you to be the greatest vet rider ever. How is this possible? I was on the property, Steel City, Delmont, Pennsylvania, 2001, when Grant Langston's wheel came apart and Mike Brown won that championship. But he told me, he said, since then, I've never quit. I've never stopped. I'm trying to keep up with these young kids. I'm out there biking, swimming, riding, and because of that, his results really shine through. Well, we've got a feature coming up with John Anderson. Guys, settle in because we got a lot coming today. But first, let's send it down to John.
We're out here at the 39th Annual World Vet at Glen Helen Raceway with John Anderson from WUSA, a longtime participant, longtime sponsor. He's one of the people that's been here the whole time. I think you've been here about 35 years coming to this event?
Yeah, that's right, 35 years, and as you know, this weekend we celebrate the 39th, so I missed 4 of them, but yeah, I've been coming out to this for a long time as a rider, and then, you know, over the last, I would say, 10, 12 years, more on the work side for our business, and Dubya now, we've been the title sponsor for 9 years.
9-year sponsor of the event, but overall you've been coming to this for a long time. You are part of White Brothers and other sponsors along the way. What's been the big change, and what motivates you to keep coming on out?
Well, the bottom line for us, the main motivation, not only for the industry and to give back, is for Tom White. As you know, Tom White started this race 39 years ago. And so for us, it was something that Tom really was so passionate about this race. And we had the opportunity to take it over as the title sponsor. And one thing Tom told us, said, hey, listen, if Dubya does this, you have my blessing to do it, but I want you to make the race better than it's ever been. And it's always been something that we strive to do. And as you know, we lost Tom 6 years ago. And so we like to think that as the race has evolved over the years, from when he was here and since he's been gone, that it's grown to what it is now with, as you mentioned, so much international participation from all over the world, as well as the United States, Canada, and Mexico.
Industry is here supporting this great event. The midway is packed, and it starts with Dubya. And you want to hear just how selfless John is. I talked to him pre-race. I said, what would you like me to hit? He said, I want you to hit the fact that the midway is packed and everybody has come out to support this event. So Dubya, what a great company, a derivative of the White family. They've done so much for the sport.
Oh, yeah. Tom White, this was his baby, him and Jody Weisel. And it's a thing to where I come to this race now, and it's a fun race, and I got to lead the 40 Pro class yesterday for a lap, so for me Tom White was right there with me, having fun with me doing it, and you know, come here and put his logos on the bike, and John and Kristen at Dubya. Kristen is actually Tom's daughter, so they've been in the industry for a really long time. Great family, great everything. I mean, Tom White still have the big museum that he has going on and all kinds of stuff. So Tom's done so much for the motorcycle industry, and most of it behind the scenes. Nobody would ever know. So just a great guy to know when he was around, and always a great friend to me. And I get to call him a personal friend, and it's a big deal to me. So, but just a great family, great business. They're always supporting the industry and doing that stuff, and you know, keeping this race alive and keep going. And I'm going to do it for as long as I can, that's for sure.
Well, I'm happy you're still in one piece. I had a little bit of anxiety when they said your broadcast partner's out there, but I know you're an absolute stud, so good job. And speaking of studs of the industry, the White family, something we talked about the two-stroke nationals, how everything's come full circle. Back when it was all two-strokes and four-strokes were the anomaly, they were rare, we had the White Brothers shootout right here at Glen Helen. So between Bud at Glen Helen and the White family, you're talking about two families that have just done so much for this sport.
Exactly, and Bud keeps doing it. He's the one that wanted to push this live feed thing and go behind that and showcase his track. And we have people like, you know, the White family and, you know, the Feldkamp family that are keeping this stuff going and showing people and bringing this new technology to us, and people get to see it, and then maybe they come to do stuff. They want to do this race and do that kind of stuff. So it's great to see the midway is packed. Like, it's awesome. There's all kinds of people down there.
All kinds of people, and that includes a man who we mentioned moments ago, some calling him the greatest vet rider ever. Let's find out a little bit more about the one and only Mike Brown.
All right, guys, I'm here with Mike Brown. Mike is one of the fiercest competitors on the track, and I know from firsthand experience this guy likes to race hard. World Vet Championships, it wouldn't be the same without you, so we're glad to have you here. You're putting up a great fight with Jeremy McGrath, who we're talking to today, and just tell everybody what it's like to be at the World Vet Championships, the atmosphere we have here with over 1,000 entries. What's it like to be here?
It's great. It's for us old guys, it's like a national, you know, and coming here, and they've had nationals, I've raced nationals, I've won a few races here, but just a new environment to be around, like as top old guys. So it's this year, like you said, it's a lot of people. I've never seen it this busy, and it's good for the sport, and enjoy being here.
That's cool. So tell everybody about the nerves and the prep that goes into now versus when you were a full-time racer. You're a little different now, right?
For sure, yeah. A little bit more resting than I did before when I was a kid, but that's always, you got to be ready for whatever. You come in here, you don't know if McGrath's going to show up, or Kiefer, or you, or it's like you got to be ready for whatever. And I think the last 2 weeks I've had a few weeks off to let my hand heal up a little bit, but other than that, I was looking forward to it every year coming here.
Legend Mike Brown is so great to see him here. Just the timeless wonder. This is a sport I don't think a lot of people realize. We talk about vets, and there's riders here that are 25 years old. That's how demanding motocross is on the body. I cover a lot of drag racing. John Force is knocking on the door at 80, but here's Mike Brown at age 50, a vet, and still able to run with the young guys. It's just truly amazing.
Yeah, no, and I think he's actually 52, 51, 52, and a really nice guy just to hang out with. Like, really off the track, just kind of really mild mannered, just like what we saw in there. But yeah, I mean, he's actually training the future of the sport, working with Alden and all that kind of stuff. But he's got lots of big news coming here in the next year or next couple months. He's got lots of big news coming on what he's doing and what he's doing for the future and the future of our sport. But he's riding and training with the best kids coming up, and he never stops racing. He's always doing something. Andy's always talking to me about, oh, hey, Mike wants to race this race. Go to Europe and do this, or do all kinds of different stuff. So it's kind of one of those things to where we need people like that, just like we need the people like the Feldkamps and the Whites to keep all this stuff going.
Reminds me of something my grandpap would always say. He'd say, son, don't let your pipes get rusty. Keep moving. Keep going. And Mike Brown certainly embodies that. As we give you a look here, beautiful San Bernardino, California. This is really the essence of speed, the essence of motocross, as we welcome you once again to the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship. Mark Tilley and Jack Corpella here with you. We are so excited. Lots of action coming your way. So no matter where you are watching from, give us those shares. Let everybody know we are live. Unprecedented. The first time ever the World Vet Motocross Championship will be live to you. And I was talking to Mark about this amazing technology. I know a lot of people in my age group, and I guess I'm a vet now too. It doesn't take long. We used to wait for the coverage to come out in Dirt Bike Magazine, Motocross Action Magazine. Still love the feature stories there, but how things have changed. Don't have to wait a couple months for something to hit the newsstand anymore. Now it's just right to your device, right in your living room. Thank you, Glen Helen. Thank you, all the sponsors.
Yeah, and we're doing coverage of this in the magazine as well, like you said, but we've changed the way that we do stuff. We don't do this kind of new stuff as much. We test more bikes in the magazine and do more stuff like that so that it's kind of more timeless. So yeah, this technology is changing the way the industry is working. You can see the track layout there, the different elevation changes. That what you're seeing right behind the starting line, all the way behind there, that's vendor row. Vendor row is packed. There's suspension companies with AEO down there, Lanier Suspension, Troy Lee Designs is set up down there. There's even a company down there that has custom-made knee brace socks, Stony Sock Co. So there's lots of stuff down there, and then there's vendor for food. There's a wide variety of food out here. It's definitely one of those things to where this event has it all. I mean, and you can see in those the track shaping up for how rough it's going to get. This track is like no other track around the world. It gets probably rougher than any track around the world. And this particular race, it's a different kind of rough because it's a different kind of rider. You have people, like you said, from 25 to 75 out here. So and then different classifications in between. So the track develops a whole lot different.
Well, that's what I find so interesting is the largest assembly of vet riders takes place at one of the most grueling and difficult tracks in the world. People have been training for this since last year. You have to have your cardio up. You have to have your conditioning up. As, again, we thank Niccolo and all the great sponsors out there that have made this so special. The industry has, I mean, just take a look at that picture right there is worth 1,000 words. Vendor, Midway, packed. This looks like a pro national.
And that's only a portion of it. That's only the main portion. It goes out to the right, out to the truck track, and there's people parked out there. There's people parked above. So, yeah, I mean, we have a bunch of great sponsors like Nihilo Concepts and Dubya and all of these other companies that are here. Like, you got to make sure that when you're going to buy stuff, look at those companies first because they're the ones that support the sport. And if we don't give back to them, they're not going to be here.
Well said, my friend. Support those who support your sport. If nothing else, see these people on the Midway and just say thank you for being out here because we appreciate each and every one of the great manufacturers who made this possible. I'll tell you all the factories out there as well. I visited with Kawasaki. They've got trackside support. A lot of the other factories here. It is amazing. Kawasaki, by the way, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the KX. How about that?
Exactly.
Oh, it looks like we're ready to drop the gate. Here we go, Glen Helen into Talladega turn. Let's go racing from a beautiful Southern California Sunday morning. The Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship is underway. We're off and running. My goodness.
It looks like that's a gas out front.
And if it's this rough already this morning, what's that going to say for a few hours from now? Look at those ruts.
Yeah, and they didn't even have practice this morning. They had kind of an intermission type practice to where everybody got a lap or two, and then they went straight to racing.
Tremendous elevation here. There is no place quite like Glen Helen. We got a great battle shaping up already here. Everybody wants to get that early jump Sunday morning. Most of these categories a 3-moto format. Also, the World Cup to update you on. It was just so cool that that happens here. Something that has been passed down that came from the Motocross Day Nations. They kept that rich history and legacy alive. But right now, a good 1-2-3 battle to start things up. Come on, let us hear you out there, digital world. Drop a comment. Let us know where you're watching from and give this thing a share because we're going to be here all day long bringing you this action.
And that looks like Giacomo Redondi out front on his gas. He's actually, we've covered him in the NGPC series that we've done some stuff with, and he's, oh no, it isn't Giacomo out front. Now it's, so Giacomo's in second, number 18, and then that's Ryan Marias, who's an in-house R&D test rider for KTM. I believe he won the 40 Pro class that I was in yesterday. And he was absolutely flying with him and Mitch Cook. So Mitch Cook might be out there somewhere too. But here in the early stages, it looks like Marias going underneath or trying to go underneath Giacomo.
Oh, we do have an early morning battle here. Showing him a fender. First place checking out just a little bit as we'll continue to bring you names as we get them with the live timing and scoring. But I'll tell you right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, great battle to start things up. Mark, I got to ask you, what is the key to surviving this racetrack as it will evolve and change every single lap?
It's surviving it. Like you can't ever beat Glen Helen because Glen Helen will get you in the end no matter what, even if it's just because you're sore when you leave here. But yeah, I mean it's all about survival, and this is the smoothest that these guys are going to see this track, all day long. I believe that the 30 Pro class is a 2-moto format, but just like the 40 Pro and the 50 Pro. So the Pro classes are a 2-moto format. The other classes are a 3-moto format to go throughout the weekend. But yeah, these are the fastest 30-year-olds in the world, right, that we're watching right now.
Truly amazing. And again, it just boggles my mind. I'm sitting here at age 41 thinking I'm somewhat of a young man. You become a vet in motocross very, very quickly. I remember, Chad Reed a few years ago was considered like grandpa out there. Meanwhile, just a young stud, amazing, a dominator. But, here you are, 30 plus. You're already a vet. Time waits for nobody in this sport. It is a young man sport. What are we seeing? We're seeing stars like Hayden Deegan coming up through the ranks. I remember just listening to Jeremy McGrath on a recent podcast with Gypsy Tales. He was talking about once he started to get towards 30, how things change and how much tougher it gets. It's a testament to just how demanding the sport really is. Well, and then being at that level for that long, some of those guys, they retire and they don't want to race motorcycles anymore. Some of them don't even ride motorcycles. So, it's definitely these guys. Most of these guys have ridden at a factory level or a national pro level for a lot of years. And
it's a testament to these guys that they still want to do it. So it looks like out front we have number 49 on a KTM. I'm going to butcher his name, but I think it's – I'll let you do that one, Jack, because I don't know.
We're going to call him Gunter S for now. Schmingdinger. Yeah. If he's got a problem with it, it was Mark Tilley that said it, not me. But, hey, we got a heck of a battle here, too. And this is what you got to love about Glen Helen. Multiple lanes, lots of opportunity to pass. We're going too wide, inside, outside. A great battle between these two riders to start things up.
Yeah, and this, like we were saying before, this track will develop different. Like, you can just see them coming down there. That's in the back section in the Arroyo track. I like to call it the REM track when REM was racing back there. And now they're jumping into the other side and kind of weaving through what we would call Budds Creek and kind of a sandy area. But he looks like he's out front, and he's pulling away. And the people he's pulling away from are not slow. So he's putting it down. But this track will develop a little bit different for this particular race because there is, vet guys, senior guys that they'll basically round the top when we see them coming down Mount St. Helens. They'll round the top and they'll get on the brakes right away. And that's not something you usually see bumps starting to go in about, 3/4 of the way down there. But there's bumps all the way down there. I can contest it because I rode on them yesterday. So, the track develops a little bit different. It doesn't look that bad right now, but come second moto, it's definitely going to be tough.
That is why he is our resident expert and analyst, Mark Tilley. He's not just talking the talk. He walked the walk yesterday, actually rode this track and rode it quite well. So thank you very much for the insight. Mark, can you give us a little insight, give these great fans insight on how long these motos will be, how long these racers are going to have to compete for?
Yeah, I believe they're on a 2-moto format that's 20 minutes long. So they go, each moto is 20 minutes. So they're a couple minutes into it now. So Ryan Marias that we're watching right now is probably just pacing himself a little bit, seeing where he can make some passes and where he can do. He's been doing this for a long time at a really high level as well. So getting that KTM kind of dialed in and see where he can go. I know yesterday he was racing Giacomo in the 30 in the Pasha 30 125 class, and I think he got the best of him on the last lap. So. Lots of stuff. I know Ryan also won the 40 Pro Clash yesterday, I got to race against him lead him for a little while, and that's definitely a win for me. But it's Mitch Cook is one guy that he was battling with really hard yesterday. I thought we'd see him out here today. I don't see him in the top 3, and he would definitely be, so maybe he got a bad start. But, we got out front, KTM out front, and then Gas in second with Giacomo, and then another KTM in third. So the Austrian connection represented very well. All we needed is a Husky up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how far has that company come in motocross, supercross in the last 20 years? Truly amazing, truly staggering. There was a day when it was just the big 4, but man, welcome to 2023. Welcome to tons of manufacturers competing, and we're hearing even more as we continue to watch 30 Pro. Leading them around is Gunter. Clean air, feeling good, flowing good. What an advantage when you're out there in front here on a Sunday morning. No roost to contend with. Choose your own line. No traffic. Just out for a Sunday drive.
Yeah, and he's pulling away from those guys. He's kind of he got out on them, and then they're not answering his call. So it's definitely one of those things to where there's not a very much better feeling than what he's got going on right now. He's loving life. He's flowing. He's doing good. And, I mean, probably one of the biggest races he's going to race this year, and he's having fun.
Yes, he is. And that's the key word. I'm glad you keep hitting on that because that's what the events here at Glen Helen really represent. Fun. F-U-N. Of course it's competitive. Of course there's a lot of hard work involved. But listening to what you said moments ago, I recently listened to an interview with Ricky Carmichael where he straight up said he had no fun racing. He said, I enjoyed winning. He said, people didn't realize I was miserable. I hated everything about it. It was a grind. It was so tough. I was doing what I had to. What we find is people come to these events and they're a lot more enjoyable. It's more about fun. You don't have that $1 million pressure on your back constantly. You can come out here and be yourself a little bit more.
Yeah, and it's definitely, you get to this age, and especially my age, you're looking and go, if you're not having fun, why are you doing it?
Why are you doing it?
You're not, there isn't a big factory contract, even for the guys that are going to win this race. You know, Gunther out there, he's beaten some of the best guys that, I mean, Giacomo's still racing, like on a professional off-road level. So you kind of look at that, he's beating the best guys, and if you're not having fun, there isn't a factory contract in this for you. So you might want to rethink what you're doing.
That's what it is all about here, guys. 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship, largest vet race in the world. Yeah, I got to give a shout out to some of my friends watching on the East Coast, my buddies. I had some mentors back in the day that nicely used to take me to the races when I was 14, 15, load me up and drive me. And they said something that I now understand. They said, we don't want to race that 125C class because we have to go to work tomorrow. We're going to be in the vet class. And I didn't get it. And I said, oh, yeah, we're on summer vacation, just sending it. Now you get some guys that are a little bit further along in life, and it is FUN. That's what it's about, fun. As Giacomo continues to battle for second alongside Ryan on the 116. What a great battle here this morning at Glen Helen.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why we've seen such a progression in KTMs and gases and Huskies, this guy that we're watching right now, Ryan, has a lot to do with the development of those bikes. And KTM's gone after a lot of really great people. I mean, I know the head of the testing and R&D department is Casey Lytle, who was a racer back in the day and still pretty fast on a motorcycle. So they've picked a lot of really good people to develop motorcycles. So this is why the bikes are progressing and why they're doing, because that's part of the testing department right there.
Who would have ever thought 25 years ago you'd be tuning these bikes with a laptop, not getting any fuel on your hands? They have come so far. They are so fast. We've talked about it before at some of these broadcasts, the 450. You got guys like Ryan Hughes out there on the record, maybe even saying they're too fast, maybe saying the manufacturers need to make 350s coming up. But some of this talent out here really finds a way to harness it.
Yeah. Well, and it looks like Ryan's kind of picking apart the track a little bit, maybe seeing where he can make make up some time. But you got Gunther, he's riding solid, and he's pulling away from these guys pretty steadily. You know, the top four have kind of been at the same, except for Gunther pulling away out front. It's been pretty close. So we'll be able to, hopefully they can, Ryan can cinch it up a little bit on Giacomo and see if we can get a battle going. But they're probably about, I don't know, 15 minutes into this. So, you know, it's still a little bit of tactics. Oh, so there's Mitch Cook. He must have got a bad start. He's coming up into fifth. But him and Ryan yesterday were absolutely flying out there.
Gunther Schimdinger continuing to lead the way around, followed closely by Giacomo, Ryan, Marcella Lima, and Mitch Cook. Your top five here in 30 Pro to open things up. And I can tell you this, do not go away from this broadcast at any point, because you can never rest on your laurels at Glen Helen. One mistake for the leader. I don't care if you're running top five. I don't care if you're running back of the pack. Anything can happen here. We've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, one of the really interesting parts about this track and about, you know, Bud, Jody Weisel from Motocross Action is the one that designed the track, but they try to change it up. Like, we have the two-stroke race. When we were here for the two-stroke race, it was a completely different track than what they're running right now. So they do a really good job of designing stuff so that it makes it to where there isn't, these guys can come from all over the world and not have an advantage. The local guys don't have an advantage. This track changes weekly. I mean, it's pretty amazing to where, I mean, I went out there and I had to learn the track all over again, and I'm here way more than I like to admit.
Well, this is such a diamond here in Southern California, such a staple. They run more than 100 events a year out here at Glen Helen. Not a lot of people realize that, all the different things they do. A couple hundred yards away, we watched Jeremy McGrath win a few years ago at the short course track in the Lucas Oil Off-Road Racing Series. So they do it all out here. There's been pit bike tracks. There's been course changes. Like you said, Glen Helen is truly a special place. And what we're seeing is, unfortunately, some tracks closing around the country. It's great to see that this place still lives on. It's great to see Gunther Schimdinger, the 49, having a ride to remember this morning here in SoCal.
Yeah, and he made a little bit of a mistake there. It sounds like we're getting really close to the white flag, and we might see the white flag come out this lap. So this is a time where there it is, white flag. It's one of those things to where this is where you're out front and you're hearing all those noises. You're hearing, oh, my tire just kicked out. Do I have a flat? What? I'm about to win the first moto of the 30 Pro class at the Dubya World Vet Championship. That's a big deal. And then we're seeing Mariah's closing up on Redondi right there. So none of these guys can let off. They all got to go give it. Okay, you've given it your all for 20 minutes. Now you got an extra lap, and now you got to really go fast.
And that's what we're seeing right here. Gunther trying to start his Sunday morning off right with a win here in the 30-plus category at the 39th Annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship. That course so rough. Look at the ruts already. It's early in the morning. Boy, a precursor of what we're going to see today. Battles all around this racetrack, though. Keep an eye on Giacomo, Ryan, Marcella Lima, Mitch Cook still battling for a top 5. Boy, if you come out of this race with a podium, you can pat yourself on the back because you know you put in some good work.
Oh, yeah. You look at the top 5, and at some point in time, those guys were all racing on some kind of factory-supported team, if not a factory team. So, yeah, he's doing everything he can right now to hold on. Those guys are starting to catch him a little bit, but, you know, with about a half a lap to go, minimize those mistakes and go for it, bring it to the checkered flag, and it's got to be a good way to start your day, that's for sure.
Ooh, almost a mistake-free. Don't want to jinx him. Don't want to give him the announcer's jinx here because he's not done just yet. But a mistake-free morning for Gunther, and it looks like they nailed the bike setup as well. I talked to a lot of suspension experts out there in the midway. They're taking copious notes and using all the data they have to try to get around this Glen Helen iconic facility. Gunther,
little glance back just to see where everybody is at right there. Saw that kind of. So you know that those guys are, he can hear them coming, so.
Yes. And Mark, you know what that means. That means I'm getting tired. How much wiggle room do I have?
Well, he's got some really good lines. He's going inside, outside, kind of using the whole course, and those guys are right there. He cannot let off, so, you know, and he's making it look easy. Like, these guys are going fast, and that track is rough. I mean, the second moto will be a lot rougher, but you know, it's not smooth right now.
No, not at all. I don't think it was smooth at any point today, and it will continue to get worse. That's why it's all about rider conditioning, suspension setup. Gunther has nailed both of them a few turns away from taking our first checkered flag here on this first ever live broadcast for the Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship.
Yeah. And that's a good feeling. That's the people that you just beat.
Oh! A drag race at the finish. We're going to have to wait for live timing and scoring and to find out exactly where is the finish line. I mean, we see where the checkered flag is, but we're going to have to know the exact point of where that transponder will pick up the win. That was incredibly close. And that's the type of racing we're going to see.
It looks like we're getting word that Giacomo edged him out right at the end.
Wow.
So Ryan gave it his all, and like I said, none of those guys can slow down because it just takes one just chop of the throttle, and that right there would have given Marias a second going into the second moto, and all he'd have to do is beat those guys. So it's definitely.
How about battling hard for 20 minutes and then it coming down to a Bubba scrub with a few thousandths of a second in between you? We're still waiting for the official word, but that's one. Hey, thank goodness these riders have transponders out there and it's not left up to the human eye.
Yeah, no, and reminding everybody, everything that we say is unofficial.
Unofficial. Thank you very much. Please.
We are not officials.
Do not come burn down my house or Mark's. We're very, very sorry. We've had that situation arise in a few different forms of motorsports. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting started. Unofficial results up on your screen, but we'll be back to piece this thing together. Lots more action coming from the 39th Annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship after this.
What's up, guys? I'm Josh Mosman, and I wanted to tell you about our This Week in MXA video series. Every Wednesday at 5 a.m., we release a new episode, and each episode is totally different. We cover the latest news in the motocross and supercross world, as well as update you on what the Motocross Action Wrecking Crew is racing and testing. We are always riding some exotic and cool bikes. Plus, we talk to different industry insiders in these episodes as well. Every episode is unique. Be sure to check us out on our YouTube channel and website.
My dad wasn't like, oh, you're just going to sit in my office. I was probably 8 years old when I started doing some of those simple tasks and going to work with him. I worked there during high school just to kind of get the feel of accounting.
And I'm not sure how they're going to score it, but because you got to remember the transponder line is about 15 feet before the finish line. So that's when they hit the transponders. But what happens after that, the last 15 or 20 feet on the racetrack, gets right to the finish line. That's where the checker's at. And I'll tell you, I mean, it is so close right there for second place, and it's so very important. And we thank you for Gary Jones. He just came in and said, great job, great job. Okay. Gary Jones. And by the way, Gary, good ride yesterday in taking your win. Oh, my goodness. That finish right there, you can go either way. The transponder said Moraes got him. But that was about 15, 20 feet before the finish line. That's where the transponder line is at. The finish line is where the checkered is at. And between those two, Redondo may have held. I'm not sure. It's going to be very, very tight.
Well, that's why Lori makes the big bucks. She makes the decisions like that, and we'll leave it to her.
Yeah, our dollar bills are smaller. Hers are very big.
We get the George Washingtons. She gets the Ben Franklins.
Okay.
Hey, I've got a message for you from 3 or 4 time national United States national champion Gary Jones. He said, you guys are doing effing awesome up here. And so I wanted to relay that compliment to you.
Well, Gary opened the door and said, great job, and they sped out. And
he meant it because he told me as well, so I did not know that, but I want to share that with you. That means a lot coming from a 3 or 4 time United States American motocross champion.
Well, since he came up and did that, he's 4-time national champion. We'll go with that. Yeah. On 4 different brands, I'll tell you what. That's amazing, what he did. Oh, by the way, we have race 13 on the racetrack. I'm still, bedazzled by that finish for second place. Very seldom do you see such a close finish for a position that's so critical.
And that finish may have actually cost Giacomo a little bit because I didn't interview him because I saw when he came to the finish line, he took off his helmet and he was doing that shoulder loosening workout thing. So I think he may have strained one of his shoulders during that race.
Well, they got the World Cup coming up. He won overall yesterday in the first round in that 30 class, the World Cup for Italy, and he led the charge there. Very important part. That could affect the status of what happens in the World Cup coming up in a couple races.
But I guess we'll deal with that when it's their turn. But right now, it's lucky race number 13 out on the track. If you're in race 14, you should be on the starting line, picking your spot. And if you're in race 15, you should be in the staging areas. So that's where we are in the schedule, George Andrews. But John Bethea, how's it looking out on the track?
Well, here in race number 13 in the 45 intermediate class, Damian Bauer is running in first. Gino Prida is in second place. This is at the end of the second lap, by the way, with a lap time of 3:10 for Boyer and 3:15 for Prida in second. The gap between the two was 5.2 seconds. Richard Barros was in third, Justin McCoy in fourth, and Adrian Spiker rounded out the top five in that 45 intermediate class. 55 intermediates, we had David Alexander in first, Alex Warrens in second, Jack Lambert in third, Mike Royer in fourth place, and Michael Segundo in fifth. And Michael Segundo has a town named after him here in Southern California.
Well, one guy who doesn't have a town named after him, but maybe someday will, is Wayne Ashby. He lives in Downey, 49 years young, sponsored in part by the Fast House. He's aboard number 193, and the reason why I bring up his name, if you go to YouTube, if you're a YouTube fanatic and you're always watching YouTube videos.
Like you are.
Like I do for homework, look up the name Wayne Ashby, because Wayne is becoming infamous at providing GoPro camera shots of various events out here at Glen Helen and other tracks that he races at throughout Southern California. So if you're listening to us live on the stream, write that name down, and at some point today, look up Wayne Ashby. Hit that little button that says subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything. That just means that you're going to follow him, because if you look back in the history, Wayne Ashby has got some incredible camera work of a lot of the different.
Well, big thanks to our track announcers, Greg and John in the booth. And guys, what a treat. Joined here with 30-plus winner. Congratulations, Gunther, man, wire to wire. And we just found out not only are you from Austria, you're a test rider for KTM. I would say mission accomplished. You passed the test. Take me through that wild moto.
Yeah. First of all, in practice, I hit the stone and clipped my knee, and it hurts really bad. So I was really nervous. I said to me, I have better take the whole shot and stay out of trouble. Glad I did it, and then I did just wide open. And when I see Ryan was second, I knew I had to go all in, and it was a tough race, really hard. Hopefully I have something in the tank for the second one, and yeah.
Talk a little bit about your conditioning, if you could. We're talking about how rough this track is and how tough it is to stay up front. What did you do to prepare for this race that really put you ahead?
It's difficult to prepare for, especially in Austria. We don't have so fast tracks and so big hills. We have hills, but not that long, and especially so much riders here. The track gets really rough, and from every ride you go out, it's completely different lines. And also, it's difficult with the vision because the sun is staying low, and I think it's really important to find a good rhythm and pick good lines from the first lap.
Well, this is a really special place because I can tell you, even in the United States of America, not every track, as you know, is like this. There's a whole lot of elevation here. Talking about the battle you faced from a lot of tough riders, I know Ryan closed in at some points. We saw you looking back. Could you hear these guys coming?
Yeah, from first lap, I see the guys, and a little bit. I don't want to say manage, but I pushed really hard and controlled the gap. And when the white flag came, I thought, okay, this is it, and just bring it back. But then I realized Ryan picked it up really fast, and so I had to push really hard the last lap to save the victory.
Well, you did a great job. The fact that you work so closely with KTM and you're a test rider for them, What is their impression of this race? How important is this race to them? Because everybody knows this is not a pro national, so to speak, but this is the largest vet race in the world. And I'm looking at you. It's hard for me to believe you're a vet. You're only 36 years old, but that's what it is in this sport. You're a vet. What is KTM's outlook on this?
Yeah, especially the whole picture is we have many test trials in Austria. Like Michi Stauffer, he's also here. He's coming with me, and we are all racing our whole career. And I also did 2011. I did the USGP here in Glen Helen, and I have to say I like the track way more today than back in the days. And yeah, it is. So we all racers. And for us, we joined the crew here, the test trials. Also, Ryan is test rider. We join them for tests sometimes because we also have to see how it works in the US. And so for us, it's important how to see how the bike is reacting here on tracks like this. And it's a great family. Also on this point, I have to say a big thank you to the guys in Austria and also to the crew in US, to Casey Lytle and Ryan Morris. They organize that we have bikes here, and also they prepare it for us. So big thanks that we can do a race like this.
Yeah, you're right here in SoCal. I'm sure you made even the legend Roger DeCoster proud of that one. So congratulations. We're going to let you get ready for Moto number 2. Anybody else you'd like to thank here before you go?
Yeah.
You got it all in. Congratulations.
The whole crew, and also Michi. Back in the days, he was one of my biggest rivals, and now we're staying together, testing and racing together, and it's big fun.
Excellent. Last thing I want to sneak in. What will you do from now to Moto 2 to prepare? What's that look like? Just a lot of rest, stretching, hydrating? What do you do?
Yeah. Just have fun and prepare it as good as possible. Take care of the bike and yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Just repeat the first one.
Congratulations, man. You're a winner in Moto number 1 of 30 plus. He's got more work left to do today. Gunther, congratulations. We'll be back in just in a second to talk to second place in the 30 plus category. About what an amazing battle it was at the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Champion. Ryan stepping into the booth here in a second. That I got to tell you, there is just so much talent here from everywhere. You had a very, very impressive ride. Just came a little bit short of catching Gunther. Take me through it from your perspective.
Yeah, got a pretty good start with Gunther, and I tried going outside in the first 2 corners to see if I could find something real quick, and ended up losing a couple positions right away, and then was able to get back to third, and then just kind of stayed steady behind Giacomo and was kind of waiting at the beginning for a little bit. I started getting nervous because Gunther was getting away pretty quick. And then he actually started picking up the pace, Giacomo, around halfway, and I made a couple mistakes. He got away, and then the white flag came out, and I just kind of knew, like, all right, I got to make a big push right now, and just got as close as I could. I kind of had an idea what I wanted to do because no one was using the outside before the finish line, and the outside berm was really good. And I knew if he heard me, he was going to kind of try to pinch me on the outside, so I just tried to swing left a little bit. And I think according to timing and scoring, it worked. So
that was a drag race.
It was a little too close to.
We couldn't call it from up here. We were like, thank goodness the transponders are doing their work.
I mean, I was definitely getting a little nervous because I know I can't do any worse than second in the first moto. You need at least a second to keep it alive. So thankful it worked out.
Well, I thank you for coming up to the booth here so much. It's great to get this insight and this perspective. I got to ask you, what is the most challenging, difficult part of this course right now?
Honestly, the first moto, the track is so smooth and so high speed that it's like slot car racing. So you don't have to really be creative, and you're going as fast as you can, and you don't have to look for lines or anything. So I'm looking forward to the second motos. Yesterday's second motos, I felt like they favored me a little. You got to be a little more creative and more energy and just be patient. And so I'm looking forward to that, and I think it'll help. I think it'll definitely help me and Gunther be able to separate ourselves a little bit more in the second moto. So.
How old are you, Ryan?
40.
40,
yeah,
excellent.
I'll be 41 in February, so it's pretty cool this year to be able to come do the 40 Pro yesterday and then do the Pasha race yesterday also. So yesterday was a good day, and then today 30. So.
All right, so I got to ask you, like I asked everybody else, what did you do physically to prepare for this much-anticipated race?
Honestly, not a whole lot. I mean, I get to ride a decent amount with my position at KTM, and I mean, maybe if I'm lucky, I could sneak in a run on a Sunday, just because with being a family man with my wife and our 2 kids, we're pretty busy with sports between 6 days a week doing something with them, so it doesn't really leave much time. And super thankful to be where I'm at and just where I'm at in life right now, and just enjoying it and having fun. And my family's here today because yesterday my son couldn't make it, or my daughter, because they had football and cheer, so it's cool to have them here today helping. I got my older brother with my mechanic, so it's fun, just enjoying the time with him.
Well, that is what Mark Tilley and I spoke about in Moto number 1, that this event is about fun. It's very competitive, but it's fun. One more question here on the competitive aspect. What will you do in the next couple hours to try to change that result in Moto number 2?
Just go back, check over my bike. I don't plan on making any changes. My bike was good yesterday, so just go back, check over the bike, hydrate, have a good lunch, and then start warming up a little bit before, so I don't go out there and too cold. So,
what's a Moto lunch look like where you don't want to get your stomach too upset? I imagine you're not going to have an entire all-you-can-eat feast.
Yeah, no. Luckily, my wife takes good care of me, and she made me just a teriyaki bowl with broccoli in it. So
sounds good. Sounds good, my friend. Well, congratulations in Moto number 2. Anybody you'd like to thank before you get out of here?
Obviously, KTM North America for supporting me to come do these events and allow me to do this. Todd from Custom Upfits is a big supporter of me. Alpine Star, obviously my family, my wife. I mean, there's so many people that support me to be able to still do this kind of stuff, and I really appreciate it.
Congratulations. We look forward to Moto number 2, guys, and you'll be able to see it live here on this broadcast from beautiful, iconic Glen Helen. We are just getting started at the 39th Annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship, the largest worldwide vet championship. More than 1,000 riders, more than 20 countries represented, ages ranging from 25 to 80 years old. Mark, it was pretty cool to hear from first and second and get that first-hand perspective of what it was like to be out there. Something I didn't expect. They were saying the track was a little smoother than they thought it was going to be. Maybe that's because it's early here in the morning. What do you think?
Yeah, and I was talking to Ryan before he got on here, and he said that, it's way better than the first moto of our 40 class yesterday. So it's definitely one of those things to where they didn't have full-on practices this morning, so maybe that track might not get as rough as what we're anticipating or what I'm anticipating, because I want to see them go around that rough track. But yeah, it's they were talking about it being a little bit smoother, but it's one of those things to where you got first and second. That's the KTM testing department overseas and in the United States, so they're doing their job. These guys know what they're doing. Bikes are changing, bikes are getting better, everything's going on, so it's definitely a cool thing to see, and we can kind of go from there.
No doubt about it. Big battle between the manufacturers. Congratulations to KTM. They strike first. Will that trend continue? We'll find out. But first, let's take you to something really, really special.
Hey guys, Josh Bozeman here from Motocross Action. I'm with the winningest rider of the World Vet Championships. It's the 39th annual year, and we have Dr. D, Doug Dubach of DRD Exhaust Systems, and, like I mentioned, the winningest rider here. Doug, you just came off the track. You undressed quickly out of your O'Neill gear, and now you won the first moto of the 60 Pro class. Talk just a little bit about the atmosphere at this year's event compared to the others, and just guys, a little bit of the history behind this race.
Well, what can you say about this year's event? It's just, I don't think there's a place to park anywhere. This is the biggest I've seen, and I've been doing this for 30 years. This is actually the 30th year. I started my first one when it was at Paris in '93, and then it came here in '94. It's been here ever since, and it's just certainly, it just keeps growing and growing and growing.
Can you explain to everybody how many times you've won this race?
So currently, I think the math is 27. Jody doesn't want to give me any of the over 50, 125 Pasha titles or the Guam titles. I think we got a few of those, but officially 27. So, we're here again this weekend. See if we can improve on that.
Nice. Awesome. And then talk a little bit about the track. You ride here all the time. You also do development for DRD Exhaust out here all the time as well. So talk a little bit about the track and how cool that is, and then also some of the new stuff you got going on with DRD.
So, the track is ever challenging here. Anyone that spends much time here knows that this place can be quite challenging. So I love the fact that they add in some extra stuff that we don't get to see, and, the people coming from wherever. I've heard some really good things about the track this year just from people who don't ever ride it, so that's always a good sign. And then, I am out here all the time. I think it's funny, a friend of mine told me that he was trying to add the laps, and he lost track. He says, I've probably got more laps on Glen Helen than everybody else put together. So I think I've been around this place a few times. So, I'm always here doing something, doing some Yamaha work or doing, testing my own product, DRD exhaust. But, you usually see me on a bike working on something. And, so we're always reinventing what we do. We're just trying to always make a better product, and regardless, I do testing for other people as well as my own product. So it's something I love. I've been at it for a very long time, and you learn to do it well with a lot of experience, and it's keeps me going day in, day out.
Awesome. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
As we welcome you back to the 39th Annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship, Jack Rapella, Mark Tilley here with you. We're getting closer and closer to one of the marquee events. Mike Brown, the king of Supercross, Ty Davis, so many, Dubach, they're all here. Talent from all around the world ready to compete on, what is it? Are we back to the two-stroke nationals? 125 two-strokes. I love it. Nostalgia, premix in the air. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, yeah. No, and we just listened to a nice little interview with Doug Dubach. He is the winningest vet champion of all times, and I don't think anybody's going to be anywhere close. Like, I remember I actually worked for Doug at Dubach Racing Development, and him developing pipes and doing all that kind of stuff. But I remember coming into these events, the preparation and the training, he takes it very serious. So we're going to see this. There's in this next race, there's legends. Like legends. Absolute legends. You got Mike Brown, McGrath, Doug Dubach, Ty Davis is going to be out there. So these are all guys that were winning Supercrosses and winning national championships and all that kind of stuff. And now they're going to be brought into your living room or your mobile device or whatever. So it's really cool that Bud and the crew at Glen Helen, Bud and Lori at Glen Helen are doing this, and it's just a great thing.
Everywhere I travel, I meet this loyal group, this loyal niche of people who just still love two-strokes and want to keep them alive. And it's going to be interesting to see. As we know, the manufacturers have not really pushed two-stroke technology too much, but some have. And, we were here at the two-stroke nationals. Remember Carson Brown? They put a YZ125 in a super mini chassis. So a lot of people are forging ahead. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any sneaky tricks going on, any new age tricks on some of these 125s on the line. They're not going to be your granddaddy's 125s out there.
No, there's going to be bikes. Mike Brown will be on a Pasha 125. McGrath is a little bit on the side to where he might be a little handicapped. He's on a mid-2000s KX 125. But, it's still going fast. But like you said, there is a lot of advancements in technology for two-strokes. When it comes to KTM, Gas, Husky, they're all fuel injected now, which is kind of crazy because a lot of bikes that you'll see on that line are the older carbureted versions. I know Mike Brown, like I said, will be running one of Pasha's mini bikes that he has. And, hey, come out here, ride my bikes, race my race, take my money is basically Pasha. So Pasha throwing out there and just a guy that loves the sport and throwing it out there. And, again, just like we need people like Bud and Lori and the White family, and we need people like Pasha that's going to put his money on the line, his bikes on the line, and throw it out there for people just to go have some fun.
Yes, thank you, Pasha, for making this what it is. Just simply loves the smoke, loves the premix, loves the simplicity of an era gone by. Two strokes, how sweet it is. And we're going to hear that 125 buzz surround this area in just a little bit. It's going to fill your living room or wherever you are watching us from live. Please, like I said, if you have a friend out there that loves two strokes, if you have a friend out there that loves old school motocross, you better tell them we're on, we're live, give them a share because some of the best in the nation are coming up. One thing I want to touch on real quick, speaking of Jeremy McGrath and Bud and everybody here and somebody who's very close to them, how about the great Troy Lee? Was honored last night with the Edison Dye Motocross Lifetime Achievement Award. What a deserving candidate for everything Troy Lee has done, bringing motocross art to a whole new level. Who didn't want a Troy Lee helmet back in the day? an award well deserved, in my opinion, Mark. What do you think?
No, definitely. He's done so much for the sport, just like all of these Edison Dye guys that are getting this achievement award. Troy Lee, I mean, everybody had to have the Troy Lee Designs visor back in the day, and the chrome and all the, and then even McGrath bringing now with being a part of Troy Lee's rider crew for a long time, and then riding in the gear again. So, it's definitely cool. And if you can check out that video that they did for that, it's on MXA's YouTube as well. So, definitely a really cool video and kind of gives a little insight. And we're off.
We are off. Gate dropping, ladies and gentlemen. Time to go race. And look at this. We are 5 wide, 6 wide, 7 wide into Talladega turn. Keep an eye on the number 2. That's the king of Supercross, Jeremy McGrath. Where's Mike Brown, winner of Moto number 1? We got a battle. Here comes MC to the outside. He knows he needs a hot start.
And that's McGrath going around Ty Davis right there. Ty's actually riding his son, Dustin Davis's bike for the weekend. So it looks like the king out front with Davis right behind, Ty Davis right behind him, and as they come down the hill, that looks like Mike Brown running in third.
Oh, what a 1-2-3 battle. Horsepower, two-stroke theater this morning from Glen Helen, the 7-time Supercross champion, arguably one of the greatest of all time out in front. Look at this battle, Mark.
Brown comes underneath Ty and gets that spot. So now he's going to set his sight on the king.
So impressive what Jeremy McGrath was able to do here as he continues a brisk pace, but can he hold it? Can he hold it? That's the question. We've got a great battle to start this Pasha 50-plus, 125, two-stroke battle here from Glen Helen. Mike Brown sneaking up as well. He has trained so hard for this event. Still nursing a hurt hand, he said, but it certainly didn't slow him down yesterday.
Well, look at the two contrasting styles right there. You got McGrath, who's kind of bouncing over stuff and making stuff happen, and then you got Brown, who's just kind of motoring through stuff. So, and then with this too, you got McGrath. That's his personal KX 125, so he knows what it does and what it's going to do. And then you got Brown on a borrowed bike. I know that he got some suspension from WP and the crew over there, but he's riding one of Pasha's bikes. So Pasha's basically given Mike Brown the bike to take his money.
Well, I got a tear in my eye watching MC here. I'm having a flashback to my childhood. Is it 1997 all over again? McGrath, the 72-time Supercross 250cc winner, trying to hold off the competition. And this is where you got to wonder, does he have the conditioning that it takes? We know he's been training awfully hard. I've been following the videos on Instagram. He's been out there on the bike, out there working hard. This is where all of that time in the gym, all of that cardio time comes into play. Wow.
And that KX 125 is cool looking. It's got 50th anniversary stuff on it. There's nothing better than that sound of ringing out a 125, but Brown's just biding his time to make that pass. And you know that he wants to beat him. I know Mike, and I've talked to him about it, and it's like, yeah, he wants to win. No matter what.
So many bragging rights here. What a great 1-2 battle. Jeremy McGrath, the king of Supercross out front. Mike Brown, who many consider to be the greatest vet rider of all time, at the top of his game. And we've got a long battle ahead of us here from Glen Helen.
And just what we just saw in the shot, you saw McGrath and Brown racing against each other, and then you saw, Brown to the inside. Can he make the pass stick? Oh, he got him.
He got him, but will Jeremy answer back? Jeremy with the outside, keeping the speed up on that 125. Brown gets by him. What does Jeremy have up his sleeve? You can't ever sleep on the king of Supercross. Maybe some strategy here. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, God, it's got to be so hard to contend with just a performance cardio machine like Brown. Look at the lead. Brown has opened up all of a sudden. Jeremy has told us all year this is the event he was looking forward to. Had a problem with the bike last year, looking for a measure of redemption, a measure of revenge.
Well, and they're making those hills. Like, the drone footage is amazing drone footage, but it doesn't do it. I mean, that's flying under a bridge right there. That's pretty amazing, but it doesn't do it any justice. Those elevation changes, and especially on a 125, it's got to feel like you're going backwards.
Oh, that's what I'm impressed with, and you can speak to how the riding style changes here. I know a modern YZ250, we're talking about 50 horsepower roughly. How much horsepower do you think we're dealing with here on one of these older 125s, it's not a ton to carry him up these hills.
Yeah. Well, and especially McGrath. McGrath's on a bike that's mid-2000s at best. It might be a 2006. It's got, it's probably got some work. I'm sure that Pro Circuit being a long-time sponsor of McGrath, I'm sure that Mitch has been in that bike and he knows how to make those things go fast. But still, I mean, he's going against a fairly new, and I'm sure that the bike that Brown's riding is probably a 150. But just the top five and top 4, top 5 in this race. You got Mike Brown, Jeremy McGrath, Ty Davis, Brian Story, and then Doug Dubach. Like the amount of championships that have been won through vet titles and Supercross titles and outdoor national titles and all kinds of stuff between those guys, pretty amazing. And they're all over 50, still riding 125.
Amen. All legends, all at the top of their game at 50-plus years of age as we give you a look at the field. And like we said, guys, you can never rest on your laurels here. Case in point, I remember back, I think it was 2005, 2006, Carmichael was leading the Pro National here, and one of those phantom Glen Helen ruts can jump out at any point and take you down and change the complexion of this race. So you really don't have a point to relax.
Well, let's add a little bit more to those. The third place rider the third place rider is Kurt Nicole. Like, he must be running somebody else's Brian's transponder, but that's Kurt Nicole. Like, world championships. Let's throw a couple world championships in there. And these guys are, I know Ty, we see him a lot on the off-road side working with his son Dustin. Doug out here with his son Carter on a professional level, and then Kurt Nicole, we see every time I come to Glen Helen to test motorcycles. Kurt's here with his, I believe it's called a Champ Factory or something along those lines, and has a bunch of KTMs lined up. So these guys are all very active in the sport. Mike Brown training the future of the sport at the elite level. So, these guys didn't go anywhere. They just kept racing motorcycles and kept being a part of the industry and going from there. So it's definitely cool to watch.
It is cool to watch, and I hope you're enjoying this live coverage of the 39th Annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships here from Glen Helen. This is the 125, 50-plus Pasha category. A lot of riding technique being used. As we said before, motorcycles have come such a long, long way. It is so important to keep the momentum up. You're going to be on the clutch a lot. I go back to that video that was filmed right here at Glen Helen earlier this year. We talked about it with Ricky Carmichael and Mitch Payton, where they brought back his old 125, tuned to the 9s. And you know what Ricky said? He said, I can't believe I used to think this thing was fast. That's what happens when you ride a modern 450, guys. So it is really, really impressive that Mike Brown, Jeremy McGrath, Doug Dubach, and all these great riders can go back to their roots and still make these things go so fast.
Yeah, well, and a lot of those guys still on a brand loyalty, still on manufacturers. Dubach riding a 125. I remember working for Doug, and people would see him on a different motorcycle, and they'd be like, you ride something other than a Yamaha? It's like, yeah, he's got to test everything. So, test everything and develop pipes for Dubach Racing Development. And now he's moved in a different role of Dubach Racing Development. One of the guys that worked for Doug has kind of taken over a little bit more and kind of got the business going in a little bit of a different direction. Jahan from Dubach Racing Development, and kind of maybe bringing out some more two-stroke stuff. But Doug's still on the development side of that. So, he rides just about anything, but when he's racing, he's usually on a Yamaha. And then you have Kurt Nicole, who did a lot of stuff on KTMs, and Mike Brown, who did a lot of stuff on KTMs. So those guys are staying a little bit brand loyal.
Yeah, a lot of people we need to thank, and, Jeremy McGrath is one of them. Certainly somebody who's changed the industry. Some say it was Jeremy McGrath that created that brand ambassador rollout here. He took things to the next level. He took things from his heroes, the Wards of the world, the Hannas of the world, and just took it to a whole nother level. And the fact that he's still out there with Kawasaki support, Maxxis support. And McGrath says, a lot of people wondered what manufacturer he would end up with. He started his career on Kawasaki's. He was Team Green for so long, so he said it's an appropriate marriage. And right now, don't sleep on the man who's had 15 outdoor championships. Isn't it funny, though, how mysterious this sport is, where McGrath also talked about this in a recent interview, that he was so talented at Supercross, he didn't feel like He really put the effort forth in motocross that he should have. He said a lot of times he would go out there and just look for the smoothest way around, and that is not the way people like Ricky Carmichael ended up winning, just putting their bodies on a dyno and going out there being so rough and tumble. But it's amazing to me how different the sport varies from supercross to motocross and track to track.
Yeah, it definitely. And like McGrath was even saying, those guys came in, Ricky Carmichael came in and changed the sport. Maybe took a little bit of the fun out of it. And then you had Ricky, and then you have like Villapoto kind of right behind him and going from there. And then you throw Chad Reed in there, where those guys were all training and doing stuff. And, the generation before that, maybe out having a little bit more fun, all that kind of stuff. But the really weird part about it is you don't see a lot of the Ricky generation and the Villapoto generation. You don't see those guys riding motorcycles for fun. These were all the generations before, and these guys are still riding motorcycles for fun.
Yes, they are. It's how they grew up. Mike Brown, the Tennessee native, now by way of Florida, says he's getting ready to move to Georgia. Still an absolute beast, as you can see. Look at this lead that he has opened up as Jeremy McGrath on the Kawasaki gives chase. Can you believe, here's one of the most amazing things about Jeremy McGrath. Did not start riding until age 14. How is that possible? Had that very strong BMX background, and we talked about how he changed things. He changed the way riders race supercross. The whole fly low thing. That was McGrath.
Yeah, no, he definitely changed the way that supercross, and you kind of look at it, and there's nobody that is going to be able to touch that amount of wins. Like, the guy was just amazing when it comes, and still, like you said, the brand ambassador role and all that, he's great at it. We see him at a lot of different intros for Kawasaki, and he's riding around with people, giving, if there is the public there, he's giving autographs, sits there, he's a normal guy talking to you and just talking. I mean, and this is the winningest supercross rider ever, just hanging out and having a beer and eating dinner and stuff like that. He's a really good version of what that ambassador role is.
He really is. I've had an opportunity to sit and talk with him, and just it's amazing how down to earth he is. There's not too many people in this line of work I try to fanboy out for, but if I had your poster on my wall, which for many years his No Fear Push the Limits poster was on my wall, but right next door, a couple hundred yards away, I watched Jeremy McGrath go wire to wire many times in a Pro 2 truck. He was very successful there as well. And when I sat down and broke some bread with him one night, he told me he really appreciates the fans because he realizes a lot of the younger fans don't know who he is. And if they do know who he is, it makes him appreciate their parents.
Exactly. Well, and you can't count out Kurt Nicole. He's gaining on McGrath. And if I'm right, I think Kurt's 60.
Wow.
So
Stud.
He might be, I could be completely wrong. Again, this is unofficial. But I believe Kurt is older than Jeremy. And
well, if you are wrong about that, let's make sure Mark said that, not Jack.
Exactly.
But nonetheless, we want to compliment him on the conditioning. And, another thing about the sport that impresses me is these guys, injuries have plagued so many, especially at the supercross, motocross level. For these guys to stay healthy this late into their career is impressive. Just about everybody out there, I'm sure, is dealing with aches and pains somewhere. It's not like anybody after a career riding dirt bikes is 100%.
Yeah, we're all going to have arthritis and be hurting in the morning and need that Advil, but you might as well, at least these guys have really cool stories on why they're hurting so bad. But Mike Brown out front, flowing, having fun on the Pasha. I believe it's a KTM 150, but looking stylish in his FXR gear, just looking almost as good as back in the day on those pro circuit. I think at that time they might have been split fire Kawasaki's, but
yes,
it definitely doesn't have any style to gain there. He's got it all right there.
Yes, he does, and he is flying, looking smooth, in great shape. The 2001 AMA Motocross winner in the 125 category, and I mentioned that race. What a historic race. We don't like bringing it up in the presence of the great Grant Langston, who's a good buddy of ours, coming back from Dubai. He was in position to win, and a rear wheel came apart. Another reminder of just how you can never rest on your laurels till you cross the finish line. Something we got to ask Mike Brown, though, because it's a line that I remember from that broadcast, and how appropriate is it. I think David Bailey said, It was after Brown waved Carmichael around so Carmichael could get Barnett's win record in the 125 category. It was a way to say thank you to his teammate who he had trained with. David Bailey had a famous line. He said, I wonder if he'll regret that 20 years from now. Well, now it's 20 years from now. We can ask him. Does he regret it? Or
exactly.
I don't know if he regrets it or not. I mean, that's all about respect and some of the homage that you pay here in this great sport. As we've got the last few corners here in this moto, what a show it's been. Mike Brown, after the pass on McGrath, has not subsided, has not slowed down. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Brown, your winner. And here comes MC. Woo, what a moto. We'll see who ends up third and fourth here in this stacked field. MC looking perhaps a little tired, gave it everything he got. And how could you not be tired, Mark? You know better than anybody. What's this track do to you?
Yeah, no, this track, even right now, and even those guys coming in saying in the 30 Pro class, saying that it's not as rough as it was yesterday, I would be almost guaranteed that track is rougher than any other track in the country right now. That's Ty Davis falling as he's probably going to have to go give his son Dustin Davis's bike back to him. I believe he came across the line in fourth. I don't know if Doug Dubach was able to put that Yamaha in front of him, but I think what we're looking at is probably a Mike Brown, Jeremy McGrath, and Kurt Nicole podium. We'll have to see where they finished in the first motos and see who's going to get that illustrious overall and the big money.
Yes, we'll give you the official results as the day continues, but I'll tell you for now, the smell of premix in the air in Southern California has been just such great nostalgia watching some of these names. I hope more riders come out and participate in the Vet Nationals because we know there's a lot of them here in Southern California.
Exactly.
And I think Jeremy McGrath, Mike Brown, they're setting a great example. And there is the king. You think he's tired or what, guys? It's not easy out there. It's not easy wrestling those 125s.
Well, and it would be great to see more of the riders come out. I know that Villapoto's back in Southern California, so it's definitely – it's Brown, McGrath, Nicole. Dubach did get around Davis at the very end, and so that's your top five, but it looks like it will probably be a Brown, McGrath, Nicole podium.
Wow, very, very impressive. What a great performance by both of them. It was so cool to see, and yeah, we hope more riders come out to the Vet Nationals. This race just seems to get bigger and badder every single year. It seems to just grow. This place is totally packed, like we said, more than 1,000 entries here. It is awesome as Mike and Jeremy catch their breath, two great rivals down there, still getting it done in the twilight of their career. I say twilight, they might still be racing until they're 70, 80 years old. Guys, we'll be back in just a little bit to wrap this one up. Lots more racing ahead. Don't go anywhere. The 39th Annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships will resume.
All right, guys, I'm here with the king of Supercross. This race just got 10-15% cooler because this guy showed up. Jeremy McGrath's racing the over 30 Pasha 125 class on your KX 125. You just went out and railed the track off, like just ripping knobbies off in the 50-plus pro class, battling with Mike Brown. It's pretty awesome to have you here. Thanks for coming. And what brings you out to Glen Helen for the World Vet Championships?
You know, I mean, last year I came. Remember, I think we had a lot of rain before last year. The track was really tough. So, I don't know. I just didn't have that much fun last year. Was not riding really well. Then this year I put a little prep in for the Mammoth Moto race, which was about a month ago or whatever. They did it in August. So, and then I was like, let's go to Glen Helen and give it a try again. Unfortunately, I always run into Brown, who's faster than ever. Yeah. So, it's been fun. I'm riding the 125 in the Pasha races. Always, big smiles while you're out there on the track. Yep. Track's getting pretty bumpy right now, pretty rough and stuff. So, I just finished the 50 Pro class, got second to Brown. So, hopefully I can compete with him a little bit more.
Well, you look like you've been ripping. So you said you did some prep to get ready for Mammoth. I mean, what is it like for the king of Supercross is it fun to do these races and get out and train a little bit to get ready for them?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun, and what it mostly does, at least at my age, gives you a little bit of a carrot out there, so you can put together like a little boot camp for yourself. It just kind of motivates you to train a little bit. And I like to eat, man. I just eat, and I don't like to ride as much as I used to. Try to ride my mountain bike a lot, but still, I got a family and other stuff going on, so I don't get to ride as much as I'd like to. Yeah. So. it gives me a little, I can do like a 4 or 5 week boot camp thing before a vet race. So it's kind of what I try to use them for. But get to see a lot of friends out here, so that's cool too.
It's been an electric, rousing, just compelling day of racing here at Glen Helen, and we're just getting started. Mark Tilley, Jack Rapella here with you. What an amazing show that we're bearing witness to.
Yeah, no, it's definitely great racing action. It's the older guys featured, the vet class featured, and the racing action is not disappointing, that's for sure.
And we were able to give thanks to some of the great sponsors out there. We talked about how this midway is packed. We really want to continue to give shout-outs to Dubya and everything they've done as title sponsor of this event. But it's about so much more than that, and I understand you had an opportunity to talk a little bit about FXR, didn't you?
Yeah, and Andy White from FXR, Josh Moseman caught up with him and just talked a little bit about it. And so I think we're going to go see what Andy has to say about the whole situation.
All right, guys, I'm here with Andy White from FXR Racing. From what I understand, this guy's basically one of the main reasons why FXR is such a well-known brand in such a short amount of time. FXR, you guys have grown incredibly over the last 10, 15 years, and you guys...
7, 8 years.
Are you serious? Yeah. 7, 8 years. Okay, so very brand new, but already seems like a household name. Strong roots in snow racing, snow cross, snowmobiles, and now jumping into motocross. Seamless transition. I'm wearing the gear today. I look bright, and I match my orange helmet for the Motocross Action Wrecking Crew. Andy, you're in charge of bringing out lots of
Continue on here, 39th. Hey, you know what? This is the beauty of a live broadcast. These guys are doing a great job. Like we said, first time ever, Vet Nationals live on your device in your living room. But here's the big story, the World Cup, something that we really got to shout out Glen Helen, Bud, for everybody here, continuing the great legacy of what once was the Motocross Day Nations, an international competition, and it took center stage yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, and it's definitely one of those things to where it's a nightmare for everybody to score. What we're going to see in these races is going to be a 30 class, a 40 class, and a 50 class. And they're live. That is the 30 class that's taken off first. We're going to see guys that we saw in the 30 pro class earlier today with Giacomo Rodondi, I believe, is out front. So this is definitely the recap of yesterday's event. So they ran a moto yesterday. It's designed almost identically to the Nations. There is 3 riders from every, country out there. But not only that, we have 3 riders in the 30 class out there. We have 3 riders in the 40 class out there and 3 riders in the 50 class. So there's a good amount of riders on there. This is Giacomo Rodondi, which we saw earlier on his gas, and then that's... I believe that's Mitch Cook, who was out here in the 40 class and leading the 40 pro class yesterday. And so they're out there battling for their respective teams. I think it's Giacomo's out there for Italy, and it looks like Cook's out there for Canada.
Yeah, you nailed it. Tough break for our friends here from the States. They've got work to do today because Italy and Canada have reigned supreme so far. A lot could change today, but that just shows you how tough this competition is between the different countries.
Yeah, and yesterday it was basically an Italian and Canadian show. They put on a show in every single age group that was out there. Like we said, there's 30, 40, and 50, and I believe they're in the front running in every single class, battling with it, and the U.S. was kind of hanging off the back a little bit yesterday, so hopefully they can change it up a little bit, but as you see, you got Giacomo and Cook out front, and just like look at how rough that track was yesterday. And I could say that it's every bit as rough as it looks because I went down those hills and up those hills and on those straightaways, and that guy was on rails yesterday. He was battling with Ryan Morais for the win that we actually saw earlier today. So, that track was rough yesterday.
Well, again, that's the benefit of us having you here, Mark Tilley. We really appreciate it. He was out there yesterday, can give us firsthand experience. Mark, I talked to some of my spies in the pits today, too, all tuning the suspension. Here's what one suspension expert said. I said, what are you doing today? He said, open the compression, tighten the rebound. I said, what's that going to do? Well, he said, that's going to really give you control of the front end and make it so it's not a jackhammer in and out of there, because it could quickly turn into that with this many bumps and this many ruts.
Yeah, and with that, it lets the suspension work, go all the way down in the stroke, and then come back fast so you don't get that, hammering at the bottom of the stroke. So, yeah, it's definitely one of those things to where suspension is almost more important at this track than horsepower.
So again, you're taking a look at yesterday's action in the World Cup. We'll be setting the stage for another gate drop here coming up in just a little bit. The World Cup Moto 2, the culmination here from Glen Helen, will be coming to you real soon. But, boy, yesterday there were some great battles and some great passes.
Yeah, and you can see those guys, Redondi coming through the pack, and he's not actually lapping people in his class yet. He's lapping or coming around to lap some of the 40 and 50-year-old guys. So, like we said, there was a lot of people on the track yesterday, especially in that moto, and I know the girls in the scoring department it was a nightmare, and if it wasn't for transponders, they probably wouldn't have came back today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, transponders. We're very close to the start of today's gate drop. Mark, I got to ask you this, because I was talking to some of the competitors in the 30-plus class earlier who have just hours between their motos. Well, when you have a full day in between and you gave it your all yesterday, you know better than anybody because you rode yesterday, the soreness, the tightness. How do you deal with that from day to day when you have one moto on Saturday, another one on Sunday? How do you stay loose? How do you make sure you don't leave it all out there on day one?
It's hydration and lots of Advil, especially at this age. Lots of Advil helps, but hydration, it's something that where you don't think that, hey, I'm drinking water, I'm staying hydrated. But it's hydration, and it would have started at the beginning of the week, just like you do for any big event. But, at the older you get, the more hydration you need and the more Advil you need.
You said it. I mean, that's another reason this event is so unique. You go to a Pro National, you go to a Supercross race, it is a one-day event. If any of you, I'm sure many of our viewers are avid riders, you know how you feel after a day of racing, after a day of riding. Well, keep in mind that these competitors must now strap those boots back up, get loose once again, maybe take some Advil, like Mark said, and get ready to go. I'm sure there's a lot of stretching involved last night, and I'm sure as we talk about, we know this is about fun. We know there's some pit parties out there, but I'm sure the competitive riders were in bed early last night. No adult beverages flowing, probably a lot of water and a lot of Gatorade, getting ready for today.
Oh yeah, definitely, and it's definitely one of those things to where there's even guys that we will see in this World Cup event. They're racing other races, so they're here to do other stuff. There is some guys that they're only doing this, but a lot of the other guys we'll see in multiple events today. You have like Giacomo out there in the 30 Pro class. You have Cook out there in the 30 Pro class, even though he is 40. So, but you'll have those guys that's another way you can stay loose and stay riding if you're racing. And then you kind of know where the track's at and how bad it's getting and how much you can push on that first lap and maybe get your team up front.
Mark, I know you're a great historian of this sport, so you could speak to this. I know when I was coming up, you could feel just how important Motocross of Nations, Motocross Day Nations was. I remember one of the last Pro Nationals here at Glen Helen, I think it was Bubba Stewart. He would come out for the final moto, and he would have his Motocross Day Nations livery on to promote the race and let everybody know what was coming. That was so special. I mean, what happened there, and how important is it that you think Glen Helen was able to pick it up here with the World Cup?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's basically the Olympics of motocross. So we don't have a set Olympics. This is the Olympics of motocross. And when you're going with your team members to do the best you can for your country. And, it's easy to get behind. And in the United States, where sometimes we kind of get a little bit jaded by that. But, it's one of those things to where then bringing that into Glen Helen saying, hey, everybody you want to represent your country because there is such a huge worldwide presence for this race that Tom White built with Bud Feldkamp and Jody Weisel and all those guys. So they threw this in a few years back, and even though it is a nightmare to score and everything for them, it's been reception of this event is huge. And it's almost getting to where it's as big as the 30 and 40-plus pro class and 50-plus pro class. So it's kind of cool to see. It's something a little bit different. I know that in a couple weeks they'll have Fast House will have Day in the Dirt here. Well, there's a Grand Prix called, I believe it's called the Bossa Nova Grand Prix, but there's a three-person team that go out into that Grand Prix, and it's the same type of thing. It's bragging rights. It's not, for your country or whatever, but it's bragging rights, and it's one of those things to where it's kind of cool when you go out there, and motocross isn't a team sport. This makes it a team sport.
Yes, it does. It's all about representing your country, and that's what it's going to be about here on the final gate drop for the World Cup, which is coming up in mere moments. Some of the riders getting ready to rock and roll as we thank all the great sponsors who made this possible. You see some of them on the background, some of the logos front and center. They have come from far and wide for the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships. Look at that track. Look at that runway. How intimidating is it heading into that famous Talladega turn?
I'm a little bit jaded with that as well because I get to ride here a lot. Like everybody comes, Glen Helen, and it's a great facility, and I'm lucky enough to have it 20 minutes away from my house. So there's nothing like it. Like you go, I race Grand Prix here, I race motocross here. We get to do all kinds of different stuff, but to go down that straightaway, there's nothing like it in the world.
All of these riders right now, one thing on their mind, grab that whole shot, get that clean air, get out in front, gate drop. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, World Cup into Talladega turn. Who will grab our whole shot? Wow, out in front by a bunch. Mark, can you see who that? Oh, somebody checks out.
Crash.
Big crash, unfortunately. And that's the intimidation factor that I talked about, unfortunately, what we tend to see here sometimes on the starts.
Well, that looks like a Redondi out front in the 30 class, and it looked like Cook was in tow, and that's going to be a good battle because the track not as rough as their moto was yesterday, and these guys are fast.
Yes, they are. That could be bad news for the rest of the field, opening up a lead like that already. That's why the whole shot is so important. Look at this battle, though. Up to second place, pass made. And this rider knows time is of the essence early. You can't let Redondi check out. You can't let him get too far ahead.
Well, and I would say that's Cook right there that we're flying right behind. And he's not pushing it as much as he was yesterday. I wonder if there's some kind of injury that he's got going on because we didn't see him up there in the 30 pro class as high as what we'd see. I know that he was saying yesterday when we were talking before our second moto, this is the first time he's ever been to Glen Helen. So to be able to adapt and conquer the Glen Helen track and be able to go as fast as he did yesterday is pretty impressive, and he might just be tired.
It could be. It speaks to what we were talking about pre-race, about the ibuprofen, and yesterday, hey, there's a reason NFL doesn't play on Sunday and Monday for the same teams back-to-back. You need a week off, and the same could probably be said about motocross with how you can feel after one of these motos, especially if you went down, especially if something was wrong. But we'll see. Sometimes, Mark, I'm sure, as you can attest to, you get out there, get the blood flowing. It takes a couple laps to really get loose, and maybe if you have an injury, for that injury to settle down and get warm.
Yeah, you got to get that adrenaline pumping to get you going. But like you said with football, that guy that went down in the first turn, he's definitely feel like he got hit by some linebacker.
For sure. And you're not going to play consecutive games on consecutive days in college football or in the NFL. You'll do it here in motocross, one of the toughest sports in the world. I go back to that Sports Illustrated article many, many years ago that ranked motocross as one of the most demanding sports in the world. Right up there with soccer, wrestling, some of the other cardiovascular sports that require so much endurance. And a lot of people just don't get it. They just don't understand how tough it is out there. I told you, some people, casual fans of the sport, said, why are you getting tired? You're sitting on that bike. No. You're not sitting on that bike. You're wrestling a 250-pound horsepower machine. And, oh, by the way, you're trying not to crash and sustain a horrific injury on some of these jumps.
Yeah, and you're battling with 39 other guys to do it all. And I think back in the late 80s, maybe early 90s, I remember it was a thing to where they did a study on how physically fit you have to be for certain groups, and they found that the motocross athletes were some of the most physically fit athletes in the world. That was back when Johnny O and Hannah and Ward and Stanton and all those guys were doing it. I'm not sure if they've done that recently, but I remember growing up and then people saying, oh yeah, you're just riding around a motorcycle. And it's like, no, here, look at this study. This shows that they got to be in shape and ready to go. It's just a different kind of in shape.
Absolutely, and some of the nuances that we saw Jeremy McGrath moments ago. I know he was very well conditioned, and late in his career he struggled with arm pump. Just about anybody who's ever ridden a dirt bike can tell you about arm pump. Just trying to hang on is such a challenge. That's why some of the great coaches out there will teach you to hang on with your legs. Mm-hmm. Use your legs as much as you can, but once fatigue sets in, forget about it. I know Travis Pastrana always talks about it. He said he'll be so tired you can't even see out there sometimes, and you're trying to hit a 90-foot triple and land the thing safely. It's so much harder than people could realize.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And with these guys making it look easy, seeing all these drone shots and all these overviews and everything like that, like, these guys make it look easy, and at a professional level, those guys make it look even easier. So, it looks like Giacomo's out front in the 30 class. We'll have to check in to see how some of his teammates are doing, but I can't see who that is in second or who he's riding for, but Giacomo holding it down for Italy, and then Cook in third holding it down for Canada.
Yeah, it looks like Team Brazil, I want to say, second. We'll have to see the top-ranking American rider in this one. But Italy, Canada, Brazil, all having strong showings here in the World Cup. And I know a lot of people, this is the magic of YouTube and this live broadcast, a lot of people watching us from all different time zones right now. Let's see, it's 10:33 here in Southern California, but some people, I'm sure, up late at night, or who knows what time it is, depending on where you're watching from.
Yeah, we just got to try to get a glimpse of what that number is. I believe that could be the 538 Marcelo Lima, and he would be out there for the Brazil team. But yeah, there are a bunch of different people out there for their respective country, and he wants to win. If he has a shot to get past Redondi, he wants to take it.
As we continue to watch this Day 2 blistering whirlwind moto here from historic and legendary Glen Helen. It is the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships. Keyword world, because this is the World Cup right now. And the battle tightening up between first and second here. Team Brazil not letting Team Canada, Team Italy get too far away. It is Redondi. Lima is what we're showing here in second. Cook, and Lima was out there earlier, I do believe. So, talking about some of these guys maybe sore from yesterday. How about sore from Moto number 1 a couple hours ago?
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable. The conditioning you need. Oh, this is tightening up. Pop your popcorn.
Uh-oh. Oh, he waved him by.
He waved them by. What's going on there? Wait a minute. Waved them by, but decided to get back on the gas.
Maybe Redondi having a little bit of that arm pump we were talking about, because we know he's in shape. Maybe he's having a little bit of that arm pump we talked about. Maybe he's already done the math in his head and knows that he doesn't need to win this race for his team. But, Lima coming out of nowhere and making it happen right now. Brazil can be very proud of that guy right now.
Isn't it cool to think that racing is so popular all over the world? I know you've probably had a chance. Hold on. This is what we told you about that Glen Helen ghost. You can't rest on your laurels. Nothing's over here till you take a checkered. So what an interesting situation. Redondi waves him by, but now he's sitting on a pretty nice lead. Will Redondi go for it for bragging rights?
Cook's coming up on him.
Cook's coming up on him as well.
Maybe this was the strategy. Cook taking it easy in the beginning, and then now coming up, seeing that Redondi's slowing down a little bit.
And look at this, coming into lap traffic as well, as these riders are battered, bruised, they're tired. They've given it everything they've got here for multiple days, multiple practices, multiple motos. It all comes down to this. Cook trying to get around on that Yamaha.
Well, and just think, Redondi's got to go out there, and Cook as well. they have to go out there for another race. They got to go out there for the second 30-plus moto. So how much do they want to give?
Let's get the Advil and ibuprofen sponsorships going. Guys, support motocross, but a great battle here. And where is Lima?
Oh, the white flag lap.
Does Lima have an opportunity to climb back up? I don't know if he does. Here comes that Yamaha. What a battle, Redondi. Cook. Is Lima still hanging on to third? We're not sure. We'll have to check this time by. But we've got a full lap to go around this iconic racetrack, and anything can happen.
And those riders that they're lapping are riders from the other age divisions. So, around the outside, can he get by him? Oh, Redondi looking to the inside, and Cook's on the outside.
Carrying big speed, Team Canada. Can Team Canada make the pass on Team Italy? Now, remember, Redondi's already waved somebody by, but showing no signs of quit here. Interesting how this plays out.
It all changes on the last lap. When you get that white flag and you're in front, there is no way you want to let that guy by.
Look at this lap traffic that they have to contend with. Oh, this is really going to slow Redondi down. Can Cook find a way to fish around? We've got just a few more turns to go here.
Oh, that just shows you how rough that track is.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you don't want to make a mistake and go down.
And this is drastic.
Oh, around my goodness, side by side we go. The Yamaha out in front, a pass for the lead with just a few more turns left to go.
And at this point, this is about a little over the halfway of the lap part, there's not a lot of passing opportunities before the checkered flag.
Will it stick? That's the question. Shout out Canada. I know I've had an opportunity to call a few of the Triple Crown Jetworks races up there. They have a big following up north. Very, very proud history and lineage, and they'd be so pumped if their man from Canada could somehow hang on to this victory, but he's still got work to do.
Yeah, that Yamaha team, they're out in force. The people the team that's supporting Cook down here, they got banners up in places, and it looks like Cook has just found a different gear. He got around him, and he smelt the blood in the water and basically said, hey, I'm going for it.
Lima still hanging on to that podium position. We'll see if that sticks. Unpredictability is the theme here at Glen Helen. What did we just see right there?
Yeah,
that wasn't Redondi back around him, was it?
No.
Okay, thank you. The drone footage, or stellar drone footage, I saw red pass blue for a second out of the corner of my eye.
Wow, Lima's pulled up right on Redondi. So Redondi's fallen off.
Well, I think we could tell earlier on, either nursing an injury, either tired, something's going on, potential problem for him to wave around. They did the position math, like you said, and the checkered flag waves. Team Canada, let's hear ya. Wow, congratulations, Cook. That just shows you can never give up.
Exactly.
5 minutes ago looked like a foregone conclusion.
Oh, somebody down there with the Canadian flag ready to celebrate.
They love their motocross up in Canada. And there are I'll tell you, there's some fast folks up there. Wow.
Yeah, no, we saw Lima go from hero to zero and then try to come back and redeem himself. So definitely a cool thing. And like we said, there's three different age divisions out there, 3 riders from each respective country. So definitely the Canadian guys got to be happy.
Great aerial coverage, too, by our live team here. How beautiful is this facility, Glen Helen? I say it every time I come here. Arguably the most famous motocross track in the world. Not all of them look like this, guys. Not all of them are prepped like a golf course with scenic surroundings and high-tech buildings and bathrooms and a museum by Troy Lee. They've got it all here at Glen Helen, and they've got one heck of a show. Still fighting for position out there, all about bragging rights, not just about the top 3. Mark, as you know, these guys will fight for top 10, top 20. Yeah. They won't quit.
All the way down to that last guy off. Nobody wants to be last. I know that for a fact. Nobody wants to be last, and they're going to put everything they can in for their country. And, you know, it's definitely nice with this track. They have stuff going on all the time. Every single weekend there's something going on.
Yes, there is. More than 100 events here a year. There's your unofficial 30-plus World Cup results. Cook, Giacomo, Lima, your top 3 Tough run. Who's the highest-ranking United States rider? Is Huffman out of the U.S.? We'll have to see. But congratulations, Italy, Canada, Brazil, really bringing it here for the World Cup.
You're right. Huffman is the first-ranking U.S. rider. So thanks for holding it down for us, getting us up there in maybe the top 5. I don't remember where he was at, but maybe in the top 5. So we're not looking too bad, but got to hand it to Canada, that's for sure.
Well, we told you would see some great racing, and we're not done yet, guys. Stay with us. The 39th Annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships will continue after this.
What's up, guys? I'm Josh Mosman, and I wanted to tell you about our This Week in MXA video series. Every Wednesday at 5 a.m., we release a new episode, and each episode is totally different. We cover the latest news in the motocross and supercross world, as well as update you on what the Motocross Action Wrecking Crew is racing and testing. We are always riding some exotic and cool bikes. Plus, we talk to different industry insiders in these episodes as well. Every episode is unique. Be sure to check us out on our YouTube channel and website.
My dad wasn't like, oh, you're just going to sit in my office. I was probably 8 years old when I started doing some of those simple tasks and going to work with him. I worked there during high school just to kind of get the feel of accounting.
I think yesterday our second moto went off at like 3.
Especially leaves a little to be desired for the stream. So we just did this. Now there's a track prep, which is like a whole nother race, but 6 race, 12 races. So at 15 minutes apiece, that would be 3 hours at 15 minutes apiece.
That'd be about right.
It might be a little shorter, but
that'd be about right because our second moto went off about 3 o'clock yesterday.
So we'd say
again, race number 1 here, the third set of motos getting started. We're waiting for him to come around and get the transponder leaders, but it looks like everybody's up and running here. And on our way with his third set of motos, race number 1. Race number 2 should be down on the starting area, getting ready. Race number 1 on the track right now. Looks like Jason Wise comes along leading the first lap. A close battle in the top 3. With Jerry Anderson second and Joel Tokarski, who's been up front all weekend, in third. Looks like a possible lead change going up the hill. Perhaps Jerry Anderson looks like he's taken over from Jason Wise. Jason all the way from Pennsylvania today. So enjoying this beautiful weather here at Dubya World Championships. As they come down shoey, the top 4, top 5 still pretty close together here. Good battle for the lead here as they head back towards the canyon. Looks like Jason Wise, Jerry Anderson still up front with Joel Tatarski, Hector Perez, and Gordon Phillips rounding out the top 5 as they head back into the canyon. Again, this is race number 1 on the track. Race number 2, you're up next. Last set of motos starting. This is race number 1 on the track. Still a nice battle in this 50 novice as they head up towards the hip jump and come back to complete lap number 2. 1 and 2 still close with 3 and 4 and 5 right there within distance. So steady top 5 here. Plus 50 novice, race number 1 on the track.
Yeah, I just came back into the tower trying to get some results, getting set up for the third round of competition. And I heard Lori coming in with the information over the intercom system here at Glen Helen that the top 3 overall World Cup teams have been announced by Lori. And apparently, Italy, Team 1, is the champion with a total of 13 score. Canada, Team 1, 2 points back, finished 2nd overall, and Canada Team 2 finished 3rd in the World Cup. So that's the preliminary response that I got from listening in, eavesdropping the intercom system between Lori up here at the tower and the museum information over there. Unofficially again, Italy Team 1 was the champions, the World Cup champions. Canada Team 1 was 2nd, and Canada Team 2 was 3rd overall. Okay, it sounds good, Greg. Tell you what, I can hear you, you can hear me, so we're communicating that way over the PA system. I like it. I like it so much. Anyway, out here on the racetrack, race number 1, these are the riders who are going for their championship. Now, they have, what they did was in those events where in the first round they had 2 divisions. They took the top riders out of each of the divisions and then put them together in gate 1 in the second moto. The results of that second moto is what is determined for the championship. They are tossing out their finishing order out of those qualifying divisions, and only their finishing position in round 2, when they were then combined into one division, that will count towards the championship for the annual 39th annual Dubya World MX Champion. So in this 50 novice class, Joel Tokarski had 1 point coming into this moto. Jerry Anderson was 2nd. Pete Ferraro was third, and fourth place was Jason Baker. Now, Joel Tokarski is leading it with the white flag out. Tokarski would get the overall victory with a 1-1. Jerry Anderson, who is currently in second, would have a 2-2. And Hector Perez, where did Perez finish in the combination? I don't see Perez listed there. Oh, 23rd, so he is going to be out of the hunt for the overall third spot podium position. But Gordon Phillips would have a 13 and a 4. Pete Ferraro would have a 3-5. Yes, 3-5 would be enough for third overall in the championship tally here in the 50-plus novice class for the championship. So Tokarski, Anderson, and Ferraro would be the top three. Unofficially, we got up here in our PA booth, and there's the checker flag making it quasi-official. 5:33. Tokarski takes the win. Number 11 came across the line. That's Ron West. He got up there for apparently second in this one. Anderson dropping back to third. That would give him a 3 and a 2 and a 3 for second overall. Perez out of the hunt. Gordon Phillips out of the hunt. Pete Ferraro with a 3-6 unofficially would get third overall. Whew. Good thing I got that slide rule. Now the riders in Division B were going for the also ran the trophy positions in their class, but they're not going for the championships because they did not qualify in the first round by finishing the top 20 or so. Oh, we'll get it sorted out. Give us a chance to breathe and what. Boy, I was taking a snack, and I thought the presentation would last a little bit longer. That's okay. We got race number 2 out there on the racetrack, and some of these races are going with the 3 moto system to determine the overall win. So in the 65 novice class out there, Michael Jones has a 3-1 coming in. Buford Weber has a 2-2. And Glenn Swecker has a 1-3. So it's a 3-way tie for the overall. This is going to be decided here in race number 2, third moto. For that one, 3 riders going for the championship. Chandler Soto has a 1-1 in the 65 intermediate class. He's trying for a sweep. David Brown, number 33, has a 3-2. And Robert Hansen comes in with a 8-3 towards the overall status for the championship here in the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships. So some of the classes that had divisions in the first round, they combined those 2 divisions and they raced in the second one, and the results of that second moto will be determined to go along with the results here in the third moto to determine those class champions. So right now, race number 2 is on the track, yet to complete this first lap around. So those are the riders, the key riders who are in position right now hoping to get a championship. Let's see how they stack up when they reach the finish line here in race number 2, round 3. At this point, everybody going for a championship, and it's Faut. Randall Faut leading the 65 expert class. Oh, I didn't even have, there's actually a third page on this race number 2. We missed Randall Faut, who had 2 wins so far, so he's going for the sweep. And Tony Cooksley from New Zealand had a 2-2, and he is currently in second. And Bob Rutten came in with a 4-3. He is currently in 6th place. So Faut and Cooksley going for the top 2 spots. That's how they finish in the first and second moto, and duplicating that here in the third round. Chandler Sato, the rider who has the riding gear matching that of Danny Magoo Chandler. And every year at the World Cup, he always has the same jersey, the same pants, everything the same as Danny Magoo Chandler. And his name is Chandler Sato. So I tell you what, he's going for the sweep here in the intermediate class, 65 intermediate. In the 65 expert, again, it's Faut going for the win. How about the 65 novice? Okay, Michael Jones. Michael Jones with a 3-1 and a lead here in the third and final moto is looking at a pretty good chance at taking the overall. Glenn Swecker is running in second place. That would give him a 1-3-2 for possibly second. And Michael Williams at a 6-4-3 at the moment. How about the 70 all class? Gary Jones. Gary Jones with 2 wins coming in. He is leading here in the 70 all third moto going for the sweep. And that one, Tom Jesmer is looking at a 2-2 showing. With a 2-2-2, that would give him second place behind Jones in that one. What about the 80 all class? Did we get Lars Larson out there? Lars did not finish the second moto. He got a win in the first moto, unopposed, so that's it for Lars Larson. He decided he's not going to go for it again, but he's got it locked up. So the 80-year-old class going to the old Swede, Lars Larson. We had Shiloh and Jill Angles, or Angels. Is that Angels? Angles. Okay, like Los Angeles. Okay, Shiloh and Jill Angles celebrating their 11th. That would be the 11th wedding anniversary. They were married in Las Vegas, Nevada, this date 11 years ago, and spent the last few years at the World Vet for our anniversary. And so we thank them for coming out here. They're owners of the Lynette Suspension. Okay, Lynette Suspension, USA. And that's Shiloh and Jill Anglis celebrating their wedding anniversary each year here at the World Vet Championship.
Well, I think this is their first anniversary, right?
No, it's 11th. 11 years ago.
Two number ones in there. Okay.
Okay.
I talked to him when I was on my way down to the podium, and I told him, make a note, and we'd make a big fuss over it, because there's one thing this world needs: more wedding anniversaries.
Okay, I've had a few too.
Congratulations.
Okay, I know. I'm not going to ask you.
I'm on the other side. I've got 2 strikes against me, but I had plenty of good years before that happened. So
yeah.
So that's good.
The memories are still there.
John, let me interrupt you for just a second, because I want to remind everybody, now that we're into the 3rd championship moto, that means championship final results are now going to be posted up here on the results board across from the administration tower. Now, here's how the process works. When they are posted, there's a time that is going to be written on the results page right up in the top center. If for some reason there isn't a time written there, in very tiny numbers, I think up in the upper right-hand corner, there's also a time listed when the race was actually scored. 30 minutes after that timestamp that you see on the results page, that is the period of time that you have to go back to the registration area and ask any questions with any problems that you think there may be with the results. After 30 minutes, those results are not only posted, they are set in stone. And even another earthquake or hurricane even would not change them. So it's pretty important. After your 3rd moto, send somebody down here to the results board. And if you think there's any problems, report that problem right away. Because 30 minutes after the official results are posted, that is when everybody can then go down to the Glen Helen Museum, admire all the great works that Mr. White put together during his career, all the flags of many of our Walk of Fame participants, and that is where the awards will be handed out, and you can actually get up close and get your picture taken with the World Cup if you so desire. But you've got a 30-minute window after the final results are posted.
And no drinking out of the World Cup, right? No drinking out of it.
I don't think you could even touch it, because I was just with the boss, Bud Feldkamp, and he had it in his hands. I said, "Boy, you better not drop that, boss, or you'll never hear the end of it." He said, "I know. I'm getting it back down into the case." So they're putting it down in a case on a table up in the front corner of the room, I think, so that everybody can at least get a good close-up picture of it.
Well, it's amazing because, yesterday with Team Italy 1 taking 2 firsts and a second, it looked like they had it wrapped up, but only won by 2 points.
The tricky thing about how we did it this year is the poor guys in the 50-plus class, they took off from the starting line, and when they took off from the starting line, that was such a long period of time after the young guns in the 30-plus class that the 30-plus class had over a half a lap head start. And so the 50-plus guys were starting to get lapped during the second lap. Not because they're slow, but because they had a half a lap start behind the plus 30 guys. And so that caused a little bit of discussion down there, but by and large, everybody was very understanding, and sportsmanship prevailed, and there were no fistcuffs or slaps or black eyes or anything. But that's something we're going to take a look at for next year's. But it was a very safe race, and that's the reason why we did it the way we did, with the 30-plus in the first wave, 40-plus in the second wave, and 50-plus in the third. And the 50-plus riders, actually, that pretty much ended up being the key.
Yes. I think the Italian rider finished in about 5th or 6th. Had he finished a couple of spots further back, it could have given Canada 1 a chance to move in there and take it away.
And maybe only 1 spot back, because there was only a 2-point difference in between the winning team, Team 1 from Italy, and the second place team, Team 1 from Canada.
Yeah.
So if just 2 of the guys from Team Canada had bumped up 2 positions, it would have been a whole new ball game.
Yeah, but actually this is motocross. It's not a ball game. This is motocross. Uh-oh. Okay, they turned in my my debit card. Okay, I can use my debit card now?
Let's go shopping.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a credit card; it's a debit card. So we'd need the code in order to do anything.
We need the PIN.
But I'll tell you what: if you're listening right now, Jessica Barilla or Banilla or Barilla, Jessica Cano Banilla. Please come up to the announcer's tower with your photo ID, and we will return your debit card to you.
Weren't the Vanilla something involved with a phony records and stuff, or lip syncing and whatever? The Vanilla.
Well, there's a Vanilla who's on the sales staff of High Torque magazine. I'm not sure if John Barilla works for Dirt Bike or MXA or which one, but there's a Barilla in High Torque. I know that
you say Varilla. I thought you were saying vanilla, like the flavor of ice cream.
It is Banilla, Banilla.
Okay.
Jessica.
All they got to do is come up here and tell us your PIN number, and then we'll let you know if that's your card or not.
Oh, you're a bad boy.
It won't work that way? Oh.
But it would be wrong.
Yeah, but so right for us. Okay. Well, let's see. Gary Jones pulls off the overall win in the 70 all class. No surprise there. Michael Jones gets the overall victory in the 65 novice. 65 intermediate overall champion is Chandler Sato. And Randall Fout takes the overall championship in the 65 expert. And surprisingly, every one of those riders won this third moto. Race 3 getting underway. The 40 expert class, Milani Mirko Milani, won the first 2 rounds, so he is in a good position. The Italian rider going for the 40 expert championship. Shane Guthbertson has a 2-2 coming in. Over in the 50 expert, Brian Story out of Greenville, Texas with a 3-1. Mark Turrell with a 1-2. And Glenn Carmody with a 4-3. Those are the top 3 competitors. Actually, Mark Turrell is in a position to get the win with a 1-2, whereas opposed to Brian Story with a 1-3 would have the second place position coming in. But that is race number 3. Race 4 is coming up next. Race 4 is now on the line. Okay, Brian Story with a 3-1-1 is looking at the win right now. Rich Thorwaldsen. And Thorwaldsen had a 2-4. He's currently in second. That gives him 8 points for the 3 motos. If they finish in this order, Story would have a total of 5 points. Thorwaldsen would have 8. How about Glenn Carmody? Carmody would have 7 plus 3, 10. So Thorwaldsen is looking at his second place overall with a second in this moto. And Carmody would have a third. One of the important things to know is that it is about 14 minutes after 11, and we're in the third round in the championship showdowns. So these are the final races, and once they're done with this one, they are done with the program, which means that they can get the transponders off their bike if they're not racing any more races today. Get the transponder off the bike, get it back up here to the tower, then wait for the results to be posted. Then you have to wait another 30 minutes to get the official word on the awards, and then you go down to the museum and collect all your awards.
Right, so it's easier said than done, but the ideal thing is after you're done with your last race, if you've still got, races going, don't take that transponder off. But when you're done with your last race, go back to your rig, take off your boots, take off your helmet, swab down a little Gatorade, towel down a little bit. First order of business, take the transponder off and bring it back up to registration. Because if you take just a little bit of time, then when you bring your transponder up, your official results will have been posted. And then you turn in your transponder, do an about face, walk to the bulletin board, and look for the time that's written on the top of your results page, which will probably be about 15 or 20 minutes after the time you look at it, because that is the time then that you can go down to the museum and collect whatever award it is that you won. But it's always a good idea to get that transponder off as quickly as you can after your race, because it's so easy to forget. We've got probably half a dozen signs on the pit road going back out and on the pit gate itself on the inside. Did you return your transponder? So let me just plant that message in your brains right now. When you're done with your final race, go back to your pit, take your boots off, take your helmet off, drink some Gatorade or Powerade or whatever you're drinking, and immediately get the transponder off and bring it back up to registration, because you want to look at the results of your race before that 30 minutes expires. Because if you think you got second and the official results say you got fifth, well, then you've got an issue, and you've only got 30 minutes to deal with that. So that's why you want to get that transponder back up to registration before that 30 minutes expires.
That's what I meant to say, but I just used the summarized version. Did you write that down? I want you to repeat that again.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, these riders out there on the racetrack never heard you, so I'm going to have you repeat it.
We'll say it again and again and again. This is only race number 3. And as a matter of fact, there are many people out here who run 2 classes. But let's be clear. Just because it's a third moto doesn't mean you have to take your transponder off. Take your transponder off after your last race.
Well, we got a change in second place in the 50 expert class. Story is still in the lead. Mark Turl is now in second. Glenn Carmody is in third. And Rich Thorwaldsen has drifted from second all the way back to fourth. That may have cost him second place overall. Let's do the calculations. Mark Turley would have, let's see, a 1, 2, 2. That would give him 5 moto points. Brian Story would have a 3-1-1, 5 moto points. Tiebreaker would be the best finish, third moto. And Story would get the win. Turl would have second place, even though they're tied after the 3 motos with 5 each. It would be Story who gets the win. Glenn Carmody with a 4-3-3 would get third. And Rich Thorwaldsen, who had second place overall, would have to drop back to fourth.
Sorry about that, Rich.
So he'll have to go back up to the canyon, hit 395, and drive up back to Reno, dejected.
Well, then maybe Rich will be glad to know that we're very close to the opening of the beer gardens today. Because after all, I'm the one who gets to promote the beer gardens around here, right? Friends, 805 has 805 on tap and Modelo on tap for those of you who like that south of the border beverage. And when I was talking with the girls down there last night, they weren't sure exactly what time the beer gardens would be open, but they were reasonably certain that they would be open by noon, which means that we're just a little over 40 minutes away.
40 minutes away.
So right now is a great idea to grab yourself some lunch, whether you grab it over at the California Smash Burger booth, over at Tacos El Encanto, or even if you're not ready for lunch yet, have you had your Belgian Bite yet today? Remember, the Belgian Bites booth is right behind the official T-shirt booth that everybody's got to visit today, because you can't leave the 39th Annual Dubya World Veteran Championships without a 39th Annual Dubya World Veteran Championship T-shirt or coffee mug or jacket.
Yeah. You know, I made a mistake yesterday. I was thinking about it last night. Ron Baumgartner is not the original one. His daddy was Glenn Baumgartner. He's the one who started the T-shirts out here at all the racetracks. Glenn Baumgartner from the 70s, 60s, 70s, in that era. Then Ronnie took over from Dad, and now he's got the third generation, the granddaughters out there now doing it.
Yeah, granddaughter, I think, is right. I think granddaughter is the chief cook and bottle washer behind the booth right now. And she wanted me to remind everybody that there are also women's T-shirts. You know, the men's T-shirts have got the high collars. The women's T-shirts have a little bit more of a V-neck cut.
A little bit more cleavage. That's what you want.
No, they're not that deep.
Oh, okay.
They're not that deep. Just a little bit more of a V-neck cut to them.
Okay. Well, we got a checker flag here in that 50 expert class, and it is Brian Story who'll get the win. Mark Turl will take second. Glenn Carmody would get third overall. And Rich Thorwaldsen, a disappointed rider who went from second overall to fourth overall with a problem here in the final lap, and he will finish fourth. Over in the 40 expert class, Mirko Milani going for the win. Shane Cuthbertson would have second place. John Baroff would have third. I think that's how you pronounce it, Baroff, or something similar. And race number 4 is coming up next. That's the 40 novice and the women and the 40 novice B. Now, the 40 novice B are not scored for the championship. Okay, they are using their results from their race earlier, and that's the one where we had a question. But they take the first round, the first moto in the 2 divisions, and then we put them together in a second round for the top riders in. We'll go into one division. That's Division A. You know, guess what? We'll just go with the points that they haven't listed.
Let me help you out, John Bethea, because you mentioned that the women are going to be out there. Our women,
yes.
Novice, intermediate, and expert classes.
Yeah, they're going to be scored on all 3 motos.
And we've been talking about the women's division, the women having their own V-neck T-shirts down there at Baumgartner's official T-shirt booth. You know who else has got women's T-shirts exclusively? Of7.com. And yes, I do have that knowledge, and I want to share it with everybody.
Oh, my God.
Because C of 7 is a real homeboy type thing. The guy down there, he's right opposite the entrance to the staging area. So all of you have been by his booth 500 million times down there. But Sea of 7, that is where the ladies have got their own complete selection.
We got a couple of riders down in turn 1, so I'm going to have to hold you up on there for a second. We got a couple of riders in turn 1, so the second wave is not going to come off the line until we clear that first turn. Another pile up right here in turn 3 area. So this 40 novice class, a huge turnout of riders going for the championship in that 40 novice, and that is the 40 novice A division. Those are the riders who were combined from the first 2 divisions in round 1, put them all together in one big group here in round number 2, and they then have their results from round 2 added to the results of this one here in round 3 to determine the overall winner in the series. So we'll check the positions when they come around and add them to the points that are listed on our announcer sheet. Confusing as it is, that's the story, and we're sticking to it.
As you should. But the next time you go by our staging area, instead of looking at the staging area, do an about face. Because Sea of 7, which has their own website, which is obviously www.seaof7.com, they've got an exclusive sale rack over there, kind of like the throttle people, the throttle junkies who have got their $10 sale rack. Same true as Sea of 7. They've got one sale rack. They've also got a complete rack of men's and women's T-shirts and tank tops, because we're still going to have some warm days before the end of the year, folks. And Sea of 7 sports the kind of classic look with a sense of humor that just might tickle your fancy. So get on down to Sea of 7, right opposite the staging area. And while you're there, remember, the staging area is next to our Dunlop and our Cobra booth. And right next to there is where we have also got our suspension group from Lanier Suspension. Lanier has great displays of shocks and forks. They're right next to FXR. And if you go down to Lanier Suspension, those are the people that have Shiloh and Jill celebrating their anniversary. Married in Vegas, November 5th, 2012. That means it's the big number 11 for them this year, and congratulations. John Bethea, big number 39 coming by. That's the leader out on the track now.
That's Robbie Irvin. Irvin out of Edmond, Oklahoma. Marcos Essis is running in second. Brandon Kirkendall is in third. Merrick Groom in fourth. And Ramon Sierra running out the top 5 in the 40 novice class. So how will they stack up on the overall? Well, Irvin gets scored with 7 points coming into this moto. So a 7 and a 1. Do the quick math. I got my slide rule out here. That adds up to 8. We got a rider down at the bottom of Mount St. Helens, and we got a group of riders over there helping him out, getting him off the track. Marcos Assis would have a 9 and a 2. Brandon Kirkendall would have a 6 and a 3. Merrick Groom would have, Where's Groom? I'm looking at my list, scanning the list, and way down here, 23 and 4. Ramon Sierra. Oh, my goodness. It's wide open in this one. 14 and a 5. So it is wide open for the winner overall based on the scoring system that Lori has devised here for the championship. And trying to figure out where's Kyle Moose. Moose at the end of the first lap was in 13th position. Clint Dom was in, I don't see him there. So he's out of the hunt. David Howell was in 8th place. So I tell you, it's going to be wide open at this point.
Well, let's talk about some girl power then, because that's a little bit easier to calculate. And if you scroll down, we'll see the women's novice, intermediate, and expert classes.
I know you always want to look at the women. Okay, we'll do that.
Nothing wrong with that, is there?
Steffi Lauer going for the sweep in that one. No surprise there. Steffi Lauer from Denmark, I think it is, running in first place. Alison Bushnell in the women's expert class running in second. And Michelle Horton is back there in third.
And an interesting story about those two. Alison Bushnell is Sean's wife. And Michelle Horton, she, of course, is the owner of Diamond Construction. And last year, at right about this time, it was the end of last year, when the Bushnell family contracted Michelle Horton to build them a new workout studio up in Phelan.
Okay.
Right off Phelan Road there. And they tried to build one themselves, and then a real big windstorm came up and blew away all the framework.
Well, you know, those playing cards are hard to hold together.
It's very windy up there in Phelan almost every single day. And so that's when they turned to a professional, and that's one thing that Michelle truly is a professional in construction. You need to get some remodeling done. Her company, Diamond Construction, can hook you up. And right now, that's a client and the owner of a construction business doing battle for second place in the women's expert class.
In that women's intermediate, I think it's Casey Kolbeck is running in first place, and that would give her a sweep in that one out of Anchorage, Alaska. And second is Nicole Music. I guess that's in relation to Casey Music. I'm not sure. Out of Palmer, Alaska. Casey, Nicole Music is currently running in second. In the women's, white flag is out already. Give me a chance to catch up. Danae Ray Evans first in the women's novice class coming in. And women's novice, where is it back there? Yep. Danae Ray Evans going for the sweep in that one. All right, white flag is out. And scanning up to the top, that's Robbie Irvin still in the lead, but not by much. Merrick Groom was in second place, Ramon Sierra third, Marcos Assis in fourth. I tell you, it's going to be wide open to try to determine who the overall champion is going to be in that 40-plus novice class. We're going to let the official scorers figure that one out because there is such a wide range of positions between what's scored after the second moto and what they're scoring here in the third round to determine the champion. So that's definitely going to be a 30-minute period on the board when everybody takes a look at that.
John, just a quick update. Greg was just talking about the battle in the women's expert class between Michelle Horton and Holly Breck. A little more information on Holly Breck. Yesterday I reported she's on a professional cycling team. A little more research last night. Her cycling team is now on the world stage. So she's an international professional athlete with us on a bicycle out here in our women's expert class today, right in the mix in the women's expert position.
You know, well, they're very accomplished women racers, but you see Steffi Lauer leading that one, and she won the first two motos. And I first saw Steffi Lauer out here about maybe 8 or 10 years ago. And she was such a dynamic force against other women. She just blew everybody away, and she has never lost her talent and her ability to lead, and she's out here showing you right now why she is a world-class women's racer. Steffi Lauer from Denmark, I believe. By the way, race number 5 is coming up next, and according to my list, that is the 45 expert and the 55 expert, and Kevin Foley you, again, are the defending champion in that 55 expert class, but you're not racing. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to hand the microphone over to you in that next race coming up, because you raced against all these guys in the past, and they're envious of your position, and one of them is going to take over your spot as the top rider in the 55 expert. That's coming up next. Right now, we got the checker flag ready to come out here in race number 4. And there it is, checker flag out. And rider number 159 came across the line, getting the win. And, wait a minute. I got Howell, then we got Dom. What happened to Robbie Irvin? He did not come by, did not get scored. So we've had a complete change in the finishing order here in the 40 novice class at the checker flag. David Howell gets unofficially the win. Clint Dom second. Gustavo Sabantos in third. Marcos Assis in fourth. Ward White in fifth. I'll tell you what, again, we're going to leave that in the hands of the official scorers, the folks over there in the tower, to decide who's going to be the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Champion in the 40-plus novice class. In the women's division, we got that one pretty well wrapped up. We got Steffi Lauer topping the women's expert. We got Danae Ray Evans first in the women's novice. And Casey Kolbach first in the women's intermediate. And now with that 55 expert class coming in, 2 moto wins for Brian Sabah and Earl Reimer with 2 second places, and Glenn Carmody with 2 thirds. That is the second wave. That'll be the 55 expert leaders coming in. Jim Fredrickson with a 2-1 leading the 45 experts after 2 motos. Aaron Hunt with a 3-2 would have second. And Shane Cuthbertson would have third overall. Actually, with a 1-4, Sean Bushnell would be in there. Bushnell would have 5 moto points, as would Aaron Hunt. So that's going to be close for the 45 expert championship. They're coming up. Now, 55 expert, you've been competing in that for a few years, Kevin, and prior to that was probably in the 50 expert. You're reminiscing of those classes in the past and some of these individuals. Who did you like to race against? Who did you fear, if anybody, on the track?
Well, it looks like in these classes, I know a handful of these riders, but a lot of the guys I raced with are now in the 60-plus, so they've bumped up. But I can just tell you, generally, coming into the third moto, you're always trying to do your best, and if you've had a couple good motos, you don't want to make a mistake and mess it up or throw it away, but you're always concerned about the third moto, and little jitters on the line right now. These guys, it's a big race for them, and they want to do their best.
Okay, they'll be in the second gate. That's the 55 expert class. The 45 experts are up front in that first wave, and they'll leave you all for that second gate. Is it more difficult coming from the second wave than it is from the first wave?
You know, at this track, it's big enough, and they do such a good job with the 2 gates. It doesn't really bother you, I don't think. I think it's okay. Sometimes your groove's a little bit different off the start, but you usually have time to fix her. You can pick a groove next to where nobody is, and get your start prepped, and then just be ready for the second gate drop.
Well, it looks like we got some heavy equipment moving out there onto the infield area. They are getting on the racetrack now, so apparently there were a couple of locations somewhere around the track that need a little bit of repair. So let's get that taken care of before we drop the gate on race number 5. But race number 5 is coming up next. We've got 16 events here in the third and final round of competition, and we've gone through 4 of them. So that means there's a dozen races left, and we got them underway. So go ahead, Kevin. This is your class. You're the expert in this one.
It looks like the 45 experts off first, of course, and I think the top 3 guys here are from Canada, so we'll see if they can stay towards the front of this moto at the start here. Everybody up and running as we head up the hill. As they come down Shuey, looks like the 55 experts are off the gate.
Okay, the first lap always competitive, and just all the riders are jockeying for position. They get the start. They're all bunched together in that Talladega first turn. Normally, the right-handing first turn is a little bit more difficult than a left-hand turn because of the way the gear shift is on the foot and everything else. Which one do you prefer, left or right turn?
Yeah, the right-hand first turns are tricky because that's where your rear brake is. So you need to manage that into this fast force corner. You still got to use the rear brake. So I kind of prefer the left-hand first corners because you can get to the brake. But at Glen Helen, it's a big, safe first turn. It's nice and wide, so it's not as a sharp a current. It's not a big deal with the rear brake.
Okay. Also, with the embankment,
yes.
You don't have to really. You're more like parallel, upright against the ground. Even though it's on an angle, a 35-degree banking, you're still like on a 90-degree angle facing the ground. So when you're coming through there, you're using that centrifugal force to keep you upright.
Yeah, and the gravity in the hill just works with you in that case, so that always helps slow you down. But it's nice and wide, and you rarely see first-turn pileups in this first corner because it's nice and wide and safe.
Yeah. Once you get about halfway around on lap number one, it starts to filter out a little bit, so you get a little bit more room to maneuver out there. And then is that when you start really concentrating on trying to pick off riders?
It is, and also at this point in the day, there are some significant bumps in the track, so you got to keep your eyes open for lines. You're always looking for smooth lines here because it gets so choppy, and that can make a big difference over your competitors. If you can find a smooth line, save a little energy, a little faster. And this so many bikes on this course, it just gets some pretty steep kicker bumps, some curbs out there, so you got to really pick your lines carefully.
Okay, coming around, it's going to be going on the clock now with the riders here at the end of one. Looks like number 804 is your leader coming by. 804. And let's see, that is Sean Bushnell on the Husky. And he came in with a win in the first round, but he finished fourth in the second, and that's how they are shaping up here with, let's see, Jim Fredrickson in second. Cuthbertson is running in third, Aaron Hunt in fourth, and Jimmy Gibbs running in fifth. Those are the riders in the 45 Expert.
Yeah, and so, John, Greg just let me know that Sean Bushnell's wife just placed third in that women's expert race. So definitely some racing experience in that family, and both doing well today.
Keeping it in the family. And depending on where Sean finishes, which one will be paying for dinner tonight or which one will be doing the dishes?
Always a discussion when you have a racing sibling. Wife, brother, sister, wife, otherwise.
Brian Saba is running first in the 55 expert class. Glenn Carmody in second. Earl Reimer in third. And Takashi Tabuchi is running in fourth.
So we've watched Brian all weekend. I don't know him. I know he's got a Colorado listed from Colorado here. I lived in Colorado for a while, not long ago, a few years ago, and there's a lot of fast riders from there that come here all the time. So not to see someone from Colorado, not surprised to see one like Brian running up front here today.
What part of Colorado were you from?
Well, I was lived in Denver. I was a Yamaha sales rep there, Yamaha district manager for about 5 years in the late 90s. So got to race a lot of that club racing in Colorado. Got to know a lot of those racers there. And it's quite a competitive club, and some good racers have come out of there. And they usually come down here and do well at this race.
Speaking of Tomac, we just mentioned the name of Eli Tomac. He is going to be back racing Supercross Anaheim 1. And I understand Larry Huffman's going to be at Anaheim 1 as well, doing an interview. Oh, going to be fun. We're going to watch that on, we watch it on Peacock every Saturday. Actually, I kind of wait till Sunday and I watch the rerun, the other section, and they cut out all the commercials, so that way I do it that way.
You know, and I'm involved in a club here in Southern California called the Trailblazers. We have an annual banquet and Hall of Fame, and Larry's been to our banquet several times, and just a legend, and just enjoyed his call over the years, and just a great announcer. Always fun, always having a good time.
You know, a lot of people didn't know that Larry actually started announcing when he was in Hawaii. He lived in Hawaii, and John DeSoto was racing in Hawaii, and that's how the two of them met. And when John DeSoto got his Walk of Fame, his plaque here on the Walk of Fame several years ago, he demanded that Larry Huffman show up.
And I did not know that, John, so thanks for that. That's some more information on Larry. He's checking in on these 45 experts. Looks like Sean Bushnell still leading with Jim Frederickson in second and Shane Culberson in third. Californian up front, but two Canadians in second and third. So competitive class, that 45 expert, pretty close together.
Brian Sarbaugh is still the leader in that 55 expert class. Glenn Carmody in second, Earl Reimer in third, and Takashi Tabuchi in fourth.
Now, John, seeing that screen, I did trick my memory to last year. Glenn Carmody and I raced last year for the 55 expert win. So he kind of gave me all I could stand last year. I just remembered his name, seeing he's from Utah. So
you got the win last year. Carmody trying to take over your leading position.
He
this
did.
year.
He was on my bumper for a lot of laps in the motos, and he was a great competitor. But I remember the name now, and he was going very good last year. Looks like he's doing the same this year.
Well, Sarbaugh right now with 2 wins in the first 2 motos, and he's leading the third one. Looks like he is going to be the one who's going to take over your crown as the 55 expert champion. But Glenn Carmody would have a 3, 3, and a 2 at this point, and Earl Reimer is looking at a 2, 2, 3. So overall, it would still be Reimer, even though he's third in this moto. He would still take second overall. I think he was talking about you, Kevin.
And I didn't catch what he said, John. Could you catch me up?
I didn't either.
Okay.
He had that Texas twang.
We're going to...
He said I'm very handsome.
Oh, okay.
He said Greg is very handsome. Okay.
Otherwise, I thought he was giving me a compliment. I was going to take it, but well, I'll agree Greg is very handsome. Okay, coming up on the last lap here. Is it the 45s coming by, I think, John? With Sean Bushnell out front, Jim Frederickson in second, and Shane Culberson in third as they head into the last lap.
And Aaron Hunt back there in fourth place. Over in that 55 expert class, the class that you were defending but not doing too well because you're up here in the booth. But at least you're involved in the 55 expert class this time around. Brian Sarbaugh is going for the sweep in that one. Glenn Carmody with 2 seconds with a second place this round, but not going to be enough to take the overall win. He finished second behind you last year, but he's going to finish apparently third this year, so he's lost a little bit of ground.
Well, it's not over yet. We got another lap. It looks like, if I'm reading this correctly, John, he's a second and a half off of Brian, Glenn Carmody. So maybe he can rally and put a good last lap together. He did last year with me, I can tell you that. He was a tough competitor.
If he can get up there and pass Sarbaugh with the last lap out, if he can get up there and pass Sarbaugh, he could get second place overall. Right now, Earl Reimer with 2 second places and a third would have the runner-up spot. So that's where we stand right now in that battle for the leadership in the 55 expert class. Again, white flag is out, and we've got race number 6 on the line, 25-plus novices.
Yeah, transponder says 1.5. That's pretty close, so we'll have to keep our eye out the last lap and see how this battle develops.
With a 1.5 gap between first and second, take a look at the lap time. Carmody had a 3:15.7. Sarbal had a 3:16.1, so about 0.4 of a second quicker, Carmody, but he's got a 1.5 gap to make up.
As they come down showy, it looks like that 1.5 seconds is probably around 12, 14 bike lengths as they come down. A little different line choice there. But both working their way through this last lap here, the third moto of 55 Expert. Looks like Brian Sabah is going pretty well here. I think he's got things well in hand. Probably knows where he is from his mechanic in the pit board, but looks like he's riding a smart race, smart last lap, and we'll probably do everything he can to bring this race home.
When you come by and you look at a clipboard and somebody's giving you some messages, is it hard to read that sometimes?
It depends on where they are on the track, but it sure is a big help when you can get it, especially if it's a tight race. A +3 or a -2 can be a big difference, and it's a big mental help, right, too. Just know somebody's out there with you. They're on your team. They're supporting you, so it's nice to have that motivation.
So if they're yelling at you, it doesn't make any difference what they're yelling, as long as they're yelling at you, you like it.
That's the way I like it, John. As long as somebody's enthusiastic, if I'm in 5th or I'm in 1st, I'm just happy for the extra help there, and it kind of fires you up a little bit, sure.
Yeah, if they're out there waving a towel or something like that, as opposed to waving a machete.
Right. Or throwing something, yeah, that's a different conversation. Right. But I've had so many good runs here myself with friends out with towels and things on the side of the track and urging you on, and then you go put your bike up and you get out there for their mode and urge them on. That's really a big part of this race. So that's why I'm happy to be up here with you guys today. A little bit different perspective from me up here, but it's all good, and this is all great people racing and fun time for us vet racers.
Well, it's the World Vet Championship. It's a get-together time, and after the checker flag comes out, it's time to bench race. And everybody enjoys bench racing. Well, the checker flag has come out, and Sean Bushnell records the victory. Jim Fredrickson finishes 2nd. Shane Cuthbertson takes 3rd in that 45 expert class. And let's see, Bushnell would have a 1-4-1. That is 6 points. Fredrickson would have a 2-1-2. 5 points would have the win.
And it looks like Brian did hold on, John, in that 55 expert. And I believe Glenn was 2nd. And maybe Earl Reimer, it looks like, in 3rd. So good ride by Glenn, but just tough to make that last 1.5 up the last lap.
Okay, so it's going to take about another 5 to 10 minutes. They'll do all the calculations up there in the tower, get the results printed up, put on the board, and once they're up on the board, they'll have the time listed on there, and then you got 30 minutes to protest any position in that race before that race becomes finalized. And then once it's finalized, you can go on down there to the museum and pick up your awards if you are a champion or runner-up or whatever. They'll have different positions getting different awards down at the museum. Race number 6, here we go. This is another tight one. White knuckle time.
You know, with the 6th race going out on the track, now we're starting to see some pounding taking place as far as the lines go and the brake ruts. It's no longer the smooth highway that we had first thing this morning. And that gives me a chance to remind everybody about the Hoosier tire team out there. Rusty Holland is head of the Purple Hoosier tire team, and he does have the trailer out there. And Rusty's a firm believer that as long as it's within your budget, it's a good idea to have a couple of sets of tires handy, because the difference in the track surface between the first moto and the second moto, and certainly the third moto, can be huge out here. And one of the people that Rusty Holland has been helping out a great deal is Johnny Chavez, who, number 10, I'm not sure if he was in the last race or if he's in this one right now. But Rusty, if you're listening, Johnny Chavez, number 10, really wants to thank you for all the help that you've given him, Rusty. And Rusty, we want to thank you for all the help that you've given us. You've been one of the prime sponsors and motivators behind Pasha's team. Pasha's bikes have been running Hoosier tires ever since he started doing the two-stroke challenge about 2.5 years ago. And Hoosier Tires is out here to service you. Now, they're right across the way from Dunlop, and I know Dunlop, they've got their own thing going. And don't forget, we've also got Gibraldi Tires, and they're having a big sale down here right behind the bleachers, where Gibraldi Tires has got $55 for a brand new front tire and $70 for a brand new rear tire. But whether it's Gibraldi, Dunlop, or Hoosier Tires, you've got great choices out here at the 39th Annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships at Glen Helen. Isn't that right, John?
If you said it, it must be right. You know, speaking of tires, I was, watching the 3 rounds of the Super Motocross Championships that was just run, the 3 ones, the showdown that concluded at the LA Coliseum. And they were talking about the suspension and also the tires. And, I mean, it was so minute, just a little bit of difference in each track, how they had to really adjust just to get the difference, the balance between suspension and the tires and everything else, because each round was so different, and on TV it looks like the same.
Well, it takes such a huge amount of dirt that you've got to literally truck into stadiums for Supercross races, that some of the cities on the tour, Feld Motorsports, actually keeps the dirt from year to year and stores it in a local construction yard because it truly is a major undertaking. It's been a long time since I announced Supercross. I used to be able to tell you how many trucks, how many hours, how many tons of dirt it is, but there truly is a wide variance between the dirt that you have at, say, the Daytona Supercross, which is much more of a sand course, than you would have at, say, the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, which is a race that more than likely they contract with a local construction company that's doing a big job somewhere in the vicinity of the LA Memorial Coliseum. And the construction yard where they're doing the dirt and they're taking the dirt away, instead of taking it to wherever they're taking it to, Feld says, well, hey, bring it to the Coliseum and we'll go ahead and pay to actually get rid of the dirt. So that's part of the reason why the dirt surfaces can really vary from city to city, because there's just so many different options on where to obtain the dirt from for any specific location.
Yeah, I heard people say that you could talk dirt. I guess you can now. All right, well, we got Douglas DeSantos leading the 25-plus novice class here in race number 6. DeSantos is your leader. Jordan Dent in second. Roberto Del Pino Tovar running in fourth. Jesse Colbeck in fourth. And Randy Ramirez in fifth. Now, how do they stack up? Well, DeSantos would have a 1-1 coming in. That would give him a sweep. Got a rider down at the bottom of Mount St. Helens, but he's picking the bike back up and apparently okay. Jordan Dent is looking at a complete sweep of the runner-up spot behind DeSantos, and Del Pino Tovar is looking at a 1-3. So the riders carry over points from the first moto to the second, and totaling them out, and that 1-3 for Tovar as opposed to a 1-1 for DeSantos gives DeSantos the clear advantage for the overall at this point.
You were just talking about World Supercross. I forgot to mention this morning they actually had a rerun of the Abu Dhabi World Supercross. That's the FIM race that was run yesterday. They had it on television on Fox Sports 1 this morning, and I believe that there's going to be a replay this evening at 7 o'clock our time. I may be wrong about the time, but if you're really a World Supercross fan, go to Fox Sports 1 and go to MAV TV, and you'll find out when, because since they just ran the race yesterday, there's going to be a couple of replays. And even if it's early in the morning or late at night, most people have some kind of DVR, and you can record it and watch it at a more convenient time. And that's also a situation like you described, John. If you wait until the next day to watch a Supercross race, you can literally watch the events, and then when the features come in and the commercials, just hit that fast forward button.
Well, sometimes the features when they have Jeremy McGrath out there, doing his little deal.
Oh, I
you
don't
want to
mean,
stick around for that,
Yeah, I don't mean to downplay the features at all, because some of them are very interesting. But unfortunately, especially to experienced people like most of us here at the Vets World Championships, some of them are really too basic or more angled toward the casual viewer as opposed to somebody who's been involved in the sports themselves. What we want to watch is the racing.
That's
right. What we want to see.
We want to see the last lap fight out, final turn, take out of somebody else. They get a lot of those. This is race 6.
I just wanted to remind George Andrews out there that this is race number 6 on the track. And if you're in race number 7, you should be picking your gate on the starting line right now. And if you're in race number 8 right now, you should be down in the staging lanes. So once again, race 6 is on the track, race 7 is on the starting line, and if you're in race 8, you should be on your way to the staging lanes right about now.
And you know what race 8 is? The halfway point in the third and final moto.
Hey. We're getting there step by step.
And it's only 12 noon.
Not doing bad. Well, if we can do 4 races an hour, we're in good shape.
That's 2 hours then. That's 2.5 hours.
That's kind of a rule of thumb.
Yeah. I don't know. I never ruled my thumb.
I was just noticing a bunch of FXR gear out on the track right now, and I spoke to everybody about the FXR tent down there in our vendors area, and I double-checked with them this morning, and they still have some of their brand-new 2024 catalogs available. They're on their table, along with a big mountain of double bubble bubblegum. So if you're a double bubble bubblegum fan, get on down to FXR Racing.
I go way back to baseball card bubble gum.
Yeah, well, Double Bubble. They're the company that had the little cartoons in there. They didn't have baseball cards, but I've still got my baseball card collection and my 1954 Willie Mays All-Star card and my Milwaukee Brave Hank Aaron rookie card.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's my... That's my retirement plan there. We'll keep those cards, and someday I'll sell them, and that'll have me set for a month.
A while back when I was a little bit short of cash, I took my 1968 complete set, and I bought myself a van with it.
Yo, I've got a lot of cards from 1968 because that's when I was in my heyday. I was in junior high, I think, and that was prime time for collecting, and when my friends were taking their baseball cards and attaching them to their Stingray bicycle with a clothespin.
Making that sound, that motorcycle sound.
Clickety-clack sound. I was very meticulously putting them in plastic and filing them away in a shoebox because I knew someday I'd be old and gray and I'd need extra money, and those baseball cards would be there for me.
You don't have far to go.
I don't have far to go. But
Douglas DeSantos is leading at... Roberto Del Pino Tovar in second, Jordan Dent in third, David Ciccarelli in fourth, and Diego Atencio running in fifth place. And Douglas DeSantos will get the overall victory, it looks like, with a sweep here in the 25-plus novice class. Race 7 on the line. They are on the final lap.
All day long we talk about motocross gossip and things that happen that the casual person might not be aware of. Well, there's a brand new website on Instagram, Moto Bola Virus, that is doing just that right now. If you're on Instagram, they're at Moto MOTO Bola BOLA Virus VIRUS, because they believe once it's in your blood, it's in your life. And so, if you've ever kicked dirt up with your foot and said "brap," or if you've ever crashed your bike and while lying there, the first words out of your mouth were, "How's my bike?" then you got to join up with the Moto Bola Virus. especially because they've got this great deal. As soon as they hit 10,000 followers on Instagram, they're going to give away a Honda CR85 dirt bike. So it's well within your means to check them out on Instagram. Check out how many followers they are, because when they get to 10,000, one of you is going to win a Honda CR85 dirt bike. And Instagram followers, again, that's Moto Bola, B-O-L-A, virus, V-I-R-U-S, on Instagram. Hashtag Moto Bola virus. And if you want to check out or ask them more about that mini bike giveaway, they're down at the very far southern end of the pits, next to Kurt Nichols' Champions MX. They're underneath the flag of Motocross Vacations that Dave has got down there. And so just head on down and shout out Moto Bola virus, and you'll see somebody come running towards you. Go, where'd you hear that? Where'd you hear that?
I heard it from Greg up there in the tower. That's where I heard it from. Right now, you're going to hear the sound of a champion. That is Douglas DeSantos. He has gotten the checker flag. He is heading into the pit area now. He is going to be the champion here in the 25 novice class, the 39th annual version of the 25-plus novice class. And Roberto Del Pino Tovar would have a 1-3-2. He would get second overall in the final tally. Jordan Dent, the Canadian, would have a 2-2-3, and he'd have to settle for third in the points tabulation. Okay, as we clear the racetrack, we get set for race number 7 coming up next.
So we're getting close to the second half of the third and final moto of this 2-day marathon. Actually, a 3-day marathon if you include Friday's practice session that John Bethea hosted.
Well, it was not a marathon. It was just a lot of fun.
Well, 3 days can be a marathon if you talk as much as we do. But there's one vendor that I haven't mentioned yet, and that's the boys down at Money Moto Music. And I'm sorry about that, because they have got some excellent custom silk screen printing services and embroidery services. And so like for instance, if your team won, like Team Canada, maybe you should head down to Money Moto Music and get some t-shirts or some hats embroidered. Or if you want to commemorate a very significant victory, you can order their custom designs for silk screen printing right there at their booth. They also are specialists at taking artwork and making up super decals. So all you got to do is go down to the Moto Money Music booth, and they're way down on the south side of our vendors row. They've got one of those photo scan jobbies. I forget what the official name for that stuff is, but you know, the little black and white squares. And if you scan that with your cell phone, you're automatically enrolled to their monthly newsletter, and every month they give away a different goodie. So that's Money Moto Music. If you had a great weekend, or perhaps if you won a championship, you can go on down there and get your own customized t-shirt embroidered, or if you bring them a hat, you could have embroidered on there plus 25 champion or whatever class it is that you have, and have it embroidered or have t-shirts printed. That's Money Moto Music, where you can get that done.
Okay, this is race number 7, and again, we were looking at this sheet here. They didn't have a race 7, but we do have the 60 intermediate and the 60 expert listed as race 6. So this has actually become race 7 here in this one. Yeah, that's probably going to be a 6B. And, and then it goes right to race 8 next. So we finally figured it out. We were scratching our head and saying, we didn't have that second gate. Didn't need a second gate. We got a second event here in race 6. So this is race 7, but there is no listing of race 7. Okay.
Yeah, you can see the brake ruts really forming on the downhill side of Glen Helen. The forks are rocking, the shocks are shocking. And if you need a little bit of help with your bike and fork and shock service, or you just need your bike cleaned, EMT Racing is right on the main vendor row. They're experts at engine settings and that complicated computer EFI mapping, which is becoming the norm for new motorcycles. So if you want a little education on EFI mapping, or if you just want your bike prepped and clean because you're too busy making money during the week, you need somebody else to do it, stop by and visit the guys and girls down at EMT Racing. But they can also check out your forks and your shocks and tell you what's working and what isn't. That's EMT Racing, right in the middle of our vendors row.
In that 60 expert class, Doug Dubach going for the sweep, and that one had 2 wins in his first 2 rounds. Pete DeGraff and Nicholas Sereno are tied for second place, each with a second and a third. And with 2 fourth places, that is Ed Fodish coming in 4th place in the points. Now over in the 60 intermediate class, let's see, Johnny Breck out of San Ynez. That's another member of the Breck family. That's probably the father, yeah, Johnny Breck with a 12-1. He has a shot at the eventual, perhaps, championship, but this is a wide-open class at 60 intermediate. Alan Bott has a 7-2. Ian Knight has a 8-3. Robot Rogers with a 4-4. David Myris has a 1-7. Roger Van Meter has a 2-6. So there's a lot of riders in contention for the overall win in that 60 intermediate. That is the second wave here out there on the racetrack as they come around. And leading that one is Doug Dubach. He is going for the sweep again. Pete DeGraff is in second. Nicholas Serrano in third. Robert Reisiger is in fourth. Ed Fodish is running in fifth.
Well, one of the members of the Over the Hill gang is out there running in the 60-plus expert class, Chris Kumbo, number 3G. And remember I was talking how next weekend, specifically on Saturday, November 11th, the Over the Hill gang is going to have their season finale right here at Glen Helen, brought to you by Factory Effects and Temecula Motorsports and Shock Therapy. The Over the Hill gang, the only requirement to be a member of the Over the Hill gang is you got to be 30 years old or older. And if you'd like to join up with the gang, well, Chris Kumbo, he's parked down there back behind that Canadian flag booth that you see along the starting line, or just show up next weekend right here on the vet track. That's the Arroyo track, the official name. But the season finale for the Over the Hill gang, and they run races once, sometimes twice a month. Their final event, their season finale, and a raffle for free gear Saturday, November 11th, right here at Glen Helen.
Okay, I had on my calendar next weekend, I thought there was a discrepancy there. The Saturday MX at the Glen was going to be next Saturday. It's not. I'm going to be here in 2 weeks from yesterday on the 18th, Saturday MX at the Glen. That'll be round number 3 of the Winter Series. So good thing you pointed that out. I would have driven all the way up here thinking that I got the Saturday MX at the Glen next Saturday, but it's 2 weeks from yesterday.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much.
But I still know what you were doing 40 years ago. And you know what? I know what Ty Davis was doing 30 years ago. I thought I had it written down somewhere when we talked about Ty Davis out on the track. 30 years ago, Zip Ty Davis was the top American finisher at the International 6 Days.
Yes.
Top American. That year it was in Holland. That was a year Team Poland won, which doesn't happen that often. Though there were no Polak jokes that year.
That was 30 years ago.
That was 30 years ago when Polak jokes were still pretty popular and people could send them on email. You know, that they'd spend half of their day at the office collecting jokes and emailing Polak jokes to their friends because that was socially acceptable back then. Not so much today.
No.
The American team, not so fast, not so good. 13th. But Team Poland won 30 years ago, and Ty Davis was the top American finisher. Zip tie. I'm sure if you were up here, we could talk to you about that, and you'd have some great memories, because the international 6-day trials, I don't even know if they do that anymore.
But what was he doing 40 years ago? Now, come on, tell me that.
Yeah, okay. Well, he might have been at the Diet Coke Transcal.
Oh, okay. No, they did race back then, yeah. Diet Coke Transcal. All right.
You know, our name sponsor, Dubya, we've been talking about all the other vendors. Dubya has got tons or I should say oodles and oodles of free stickers down here. And, of course, any of you who've got any issues with your rims, with your hubs, with your spokes, Dubya is the place to go. You pass by them every time you walk down to check the official results board. And remember our lecture a little bit earlier, this being the championship moto, you want to check the official results for your third moto as soon as possible, because 30 minutes after the official results are posted, they're set in stone. They can't be changed even by an act of Lori Wilson. 30 minutes after they're posted, because then after 30 minutes, you can go down to the Glen Helen Museum and pick up the awards according to what's posted on the official results board.
3 weeks from today, are you going to be out here for the Day in the Dirt?
I'm going to be out here for 3 days and 2 nights of Day in the Dirt.
Are you going to be sleeping in your van then again? Huh?
Negative.
Oh,
negative. It gets too loud here. It's not just a race, it's a party. And it's not just a Day in the Dirt. Friday is practice alone, similar today. Saturday, and we usually have one race, like there may be a Pasha 2-stroke challenge that day, for instance. Saturday, we have about 8 Grand Prix on the big track. And one of the most important, one of the most fun aspects of Day in the Dirt, as it's evolved over the 25 years that we've already run, this is our 26th year, Hell on Wheels is a rather infamous Southern California racing organization headed up by a very colorful character named Meatball. And Meatball is everything that you can imagine someone named Meatball to be. Loves motocross, would do anything for it. Couple of rough edges to his personality. Doesn't always do things that are politically correct, but he does get things done. And they run, after the races are done on the big track Saturday, they run a run what you brung kind of race on a small track that goes behind the Arroyo track, you know, down by where the old starting line was, and back around by the shack that's over here in the pits. It's a small track where you can't get up top speed, and so very rarely do you have any injuries there. Some guys will slide out, but that's all. But you get people dressed up in 70s tuxedos, in superhero costumes. Here's how fun the event is. They actually have a full class for pull-start engines. And you remember those old Briggs & Stratton models where the rear brake was just a simple metal flap that rubbed against your back tire? They have a whole class for bikes like that, and it's just part of a huge 3-day weekend every year during Thanksgiving. And yes, I've been the voice of that for all 25 years. This will be my 26th year, and it's a wonderful way to spend Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Did I answer that?
Yes, you'll be here.
I'll be here.
All right. That's all I asked was, will you be here? Yeah.
We always start that event with dueling banjos in the morning, and then we go to Good Morning America, which is Bud Feldkamp's favorite song, which is why we do it here at Glen Helen. But Day in the Dirt had its own call to iron, and dueling banjos I always love because, you know, our job first thing in the morning, John, is to gently let everybody know that stuff is starting to happen. And Dueling Banjos is one song that starts off with just a single note. And then slowly gets into that bluegrass jam and lets everybody know that, okay, no more snooze switch. time to get up and start walking around, moving around. And that'll be in 3 weeks, as you said, right here at Glen Helen, the 26th annual Red Bull Day in the Dirt, brought to you by the Fast House. Meanwhile, white flag is out, but the checkered flag's coming out quick, John.
Yeah, and Doug Dubach is going for the sweep in that 60 expert class. Dubach number 15, Pete DeGraff in second, Nicholas Serrano third, Ed Fodish in fourth. That's how they will finish in that order. Over in the 60 intermediate class, Roger Van Meter first and Robert Rogers in second. Chandler Sato in third, Alan Bott in fourth, and Joaquin Sanul running in fifth. So series championships, actually not series, but the weekend championships, the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Championship awards are not official until 30 minutes after the sheets are posted. Then you can find out exactly who did what in all the classes. Go on down there to the museum and watch the riders collect their awards for their 2 days of actual competition, 3 days of participation out here at Glen Helen for the 39th time. They've been not here, but they've been in this event. And a rider who has won 26 times as a pro and another time now as a expert, Doug Dubach will probably be picking up some awards over there as well.
You know, I feel kind of bad because this isn't a race typically that we go down and do an interview for, but especially since Doug Dubach is such a major, major part of the history of this W World Vet Motocross Championship. I should have broken the rules and gone down and spent some time interviewing him. That would have been nice.
Shame on you.
Hindsight is always 20/20. And Doug, if you're off your bike already, I apologize. I wish I would have come down there and given you a chance to let your voice be heard, because you have certainly been a major part in the development. If you go down the Walk of Fame, you see the name Doug Dubach on about half of the metal plates that are on rocks now alongside the Glen Helen Walk of Fame down here.
Okay, we're going to have a short break right now. We're going to do a little bit of cosmetic surgery to the racetrack in some critical locations around the track, probably primarily on the downhill slope of Mount St. Helens. But we're taking 10 minutes right now to do a little bit of work on the racetrack, smooth out some sections that were probably a little bit out of control for some of the riders, and getting that, make it safe and sane. We got plenty of time. It's only 20 minutes after 12, which means that is perfect time to go down and visit some of those vendors down there serving up the hot food.
Oh, I thought we were going to take a 10-minute karaoke break here or something.
I'm not. If you're going to sing, I'm getting out of here.
Well, you know, as the day gets longer, the track gets rougher, and that's why Lori, in all of her infinite wisdom, after decades of experience here at Glen Helen, decided to take a little break there. For all you guys who have not yet run your final moto, maybe this is a good time for you to go to one of our suspension vendors, because whether it's RD Suspension or the guys at Pro Circuit or Lanier Suspension or any of our suspension booths out there, remember, almost all of them are offering a free self-examination of your bike. And they'll check for sag, they'll check the clickers, and see whether or not you're up to par. Because if you reset them yourself for a smooth track like we had this morning, well, that's not a good idea, because the track has gotten a lot rougher since then. Although if you're in the race coming up next, as you heard us say, we're going to take a quick short break and smooth out some of those ruts. So maybe you want to adjust your suspension back the other way. At any rate, almost every one of our suspension experts out here on Vendors Row can help you out, and we invite you to visit any or all of them. You've got TBT, which is located right next to the Bike Wash, just off Vendors Row here, and they've offer all the suspension and engine services you could ask for. They're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, and they're on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. And they do offer complimentary sag and clicker setups. And they're just one of the groups. Like I said, Lanier Suspension has got a great display of the nuts and bolts of your basic fork and shock systems there. And that's a great way to explain to guys who may know a lot about bikes but don't know a lot about suspension. And they're located right next to FXR. RD Suspension out there as well. And as I said, lots of guys are offering free inspections. And so this is a wonderful time to go ahead and take a stroll down there, because we are getting into the second half of the final day of this 39th annual Dubya World Vet Championship race. And it's a good time to do things like that. Kevin, you were racing just last year and for the last couple of years. Let's tell the truth now. I'm not going to ask you what kind of bike knowledge you have, although I know you do get paid by Suzuki to share bike knowledge. How often did you tinker with your suspension?
You know, when I first get my bike, I've been fortunate many years to get some help by the people at Pro Circuit. So they would set my bike up initially, and I wouldn't make many changes. But even on a new RMZ, you'd be surprised how little changes you have to make. I think we would change the shock spring and the fork spring and the link, and then it was just a matter of adjusting it for each track. But it doesn't take much. Sometimes a little bit can go a long way. So I would do some minor tweaks on my bike and be ready to go.
Have you got any advice for novices out there who aren't very good and know it, but know enough to know that it ain't working quite right? I think some of the factories, I'm not sure if Pro Circuit is one of them or not, some of them on their websites you can actually go to, and they have advisory settings, I believe.
There is. A lot of the owner's manuals even have that stuff in them these days. Greg, the owner's manuals have some good information.
Reading an owner's manual? We're guys. We don't read owner's manuals. We throw them in the glove box or the bottom drawer of the toolbox and never see them again.
Well, if you don't want to do that, I would recommend taking your advice of seeing one of these vendors, because a lot of time a guy can see your bike and see you sit on the bike and go up and down with the suspension and see what you need, or at least get you in the ballpark. And sometimes it's just a couple clicks to make it better. Sometimes it's just a couple turns of the spring, but it makes a big difference, especially on a day like today when it's really rough and all these bikes have been on the course. It's a big deal, and you need to pay attention to it.
Well, and it can make a difference. If you're one of the first races in the morning, that's great because you've got a nice, fairly smooth track. But then when you get to your second moto, there's been a whole moto's worth of races that have been run, and suddenly those smooth spots ain't quite so smooth anymore.
And also, you know, I'm so happy that they're taking the time to groom our track for us, but when they groom the track like this, they put some dirt over it, but sometimes those holes come back fairly quickly because the dirt's softer. But it is a good break, and it is a good change. But this place gets so beat up by all the bikes. That's what makes this race difficult in my view, because there's so many bikes on it. It gets really rough. It's late in the day, and it's difficult no matter how you slice it.
Well, you're old enough, and John and I are certainly old enough to remember the days when we would have motocross races, and the water truck came out maybe twice a day. If we had a 3-moto day, the water truck might come out at the end of the first moto and the end of the second moto, and that's it. And re-prepping the track just wasn't the case. No, they had it prepped the night before, but many motocross tracks back in the 70s and even into the 80s rented their heavy equipment, and the rental was only through Saturday and didn't even have any heavy equipment on out to take advantage of to do things like that. One of my favorite old tracks back in the day was a place that's actually about halfway in between Paris Raceway and the current Lake Elsinore Raceway on that, what is it, Highway 74, I think it is, an old motocross track called Rawhide Park that I don't think they ever even had a PA system there, but I was always a scorekeeper there when I worked. What are some of your favorite old tracks that aren't around anymore?
Yeah, I'm a recent Southern California transplant, Greg. I've only been here about 20 years, so I grew up a lot racing in Florida. I'm a native of Florida, and I was fortunate to ride a lot of national amateur events as in the 30s and 40s.
So you were big at the Mini-O's?
I've raced the Mini-O's many times, and specifically Loretta Lynn's. I've raced there many times. But raced the Mini-O's when it was in 72 in Jacksonville, Florida, and Jeff Ward was on the first XR75 in the country. I was there that day and watched him ride that XR. But all my tracks, I've been fortunate to ride all over the U.S., and I got to say Glen Helen's one of my favorite tracks because of the elevation change. And I was sharing this with John earlier. I stayed over here last night, camped out, and they were on the dozer till 11 o'clock last night working on this track.
I heard them at 10 o'clock. I know that much. But 11 o'clock, I wasn't sure, but I know I heard them going until 10. You mentioned the old Honda XR75s, the polished silver tank and frame and the red Honda letters along the side. That's what I remember about those bikes.
1973 K1 XR75, that's the bike you're describing. I had started in 72 on a JT1, Yamaha 60cc. Then we got an SL70, and then graduated to the XR75, and that was just a game changer, and just started off then.
Jeff Ward on an XR75 and Brian Myerscough on a Yamaha back in those days.
He was, and there were some other fellas that rode out of Mission Honda, that Brad Do To It, and a few of those fellas rode too. And that was back when many of us were in Jacksonville. They've moved to Gainesville now, but that was a neat event, and that's where they had short track, motocross, hair scrambles, all over 3 or 4 days, and it was a big event.
Now you mentioned Florida tracks. When I think of Florida, I think of sand, and I don't think of much elevation change like we have here. In Southern California, it's very unique. We got you can go skiing in the mountains in the morning and surfing at the ocean in the afternoon. In Florida, do the tracks have much change in elevation?
Years ago, there was a national in Gainesville, Florida, at Gatorback Raceway, and that is similar to this, actually. It does have some hill changes, not as many, but there's a big mining pit there, and they have running in and out of that pit, so you do get some change, and that's the most elevated track there is in Florida. And back in the early days, when you guys had your Golden State Series, we had our Florida Winter Series, and those were all pure sand tracks. When Bob Hanna would come down there and guys from California, I think they were surprised at how sandy it is, and those were all sand tracks. And now there's not many left. Gatorback's pretty much hard-packed track. Dade City's about half and half. But Gatorback's got some good elevation. Not quite this much, but it's got some hills.
Joel Tokarski. Hey, Mighty Mouse. You need to go down to the museum. The ladies inside there want to talk to you. Joel Tokarski, to the museum, please. And congratulations, Joel, again on a great comeback ride today. And John Bethea, there's somebody else they're looking for.
Yeah, the 86-year-old Chuck Kowalski, or whatever, I think that's how you pronounce it. Chuck, we also need you to go back to the museum for something about some awards. I'll tell you what, trying to do a little reminiscing back in the early 70s, when we did have the Golden State. The AMA came out with the AMA Winter Series down in Florida. So they were in competition against each other, and you had the CRC events going on here in Southern California as well. There weren't that many wintertime events going on, so we were able to pull a lot of riders from other parts of the country that were usually under snow, couldn't compete, whatever. So we had a lot of competition, especially here in California, because the manufacturers were all located right here at the same time. And a lot of these riders were getting exposure with the manufacturers, and that led to them getting a lot of national championship rides on the national championship trail. So in the early stages, most of the top riders came from either Southern California, Texas, or Florida. And you didn't see that many riders out of Illinois or places like that, but they ventured down to the location so they could race in the wintertime. That gave them the exposure with the manufacturers, and that led to their getting involved in the national championship trail.
Well, there are a couple of reasons why there weren't many winter series, and the one that you were referring to with me was what we called the California Gold Cup. And what that was a combination of a CRC, my family's club, and Ron Hendrickson from NMA. My dad and Ron got together, and we put that together. It's hard to do that now because Supercross starts in January. Back in those days, that wasn't the case. There weren't many Supercross races back then because, number one, that was still football season, and football teams, were taking precedence. Supercross wasn't established enough to have the relationships with stadiums like Anaheim to, take those weekends. The stadiums were football that time of year. And the other thing is the problem with winter series in California is the unpredictability of weather. Because, yes, this is gorgeous California. Here we are the first weekend in November, and we got 75-degree temperatures, and you can wear tank tops and T-shirts and be very comfortable. January, not always the case. For instance, with the California Gold Cup, I was talking about every year we went to, what's the name of the track that was built on the horse paddock just south of here in Riverside? Milestone.
Yeah, Milestone. I lived about a mile from Milestone. Ron Turner helped develop that racetrack and got involved in it. But Milestone is right there, and that is like the riverbed. And so when it rained, the water did not flow away. It congregated there.
Well, not only that, and yes, part of it was a riverbed, but part of it was an old horse racing paddock.
Yes.
And that was another thing that the rain would bring up.
The smell.
The smell and the little chunks of things that horses would leave behind. And every year during the California Gold Cup, it seemed like it rained the weekend that we were at Milestone. And talk about announcers' booths. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, and that walk to get to the top.
The circular walk. Yeah, and it was literally a bird's nest. There was room for one person and a little foot heater that you could plug into the inside. That's what I would always
You had the heater? I didn't.
I learned, and I brought my own. Well, it looks like our break is over. We've got enough reminiscing because we're going back to the action now. And who we got out there, John?
Well, I did want to make mention Chuck Koistra. We need you back there at the museum if you haven't already done so. 86-year-old Chuck Koistra. Okay.
And Joel Tokarski, the original Mighty Mouse. Please go talk to the girls inside the Glen Helen Museum. They want to have a chat with you, something about race number 1.
Okay, these are the riders in race number 8, the 55 novice class, and a lot of DNFs on the sheets there. So we just whittled it down to just one sheet on this one, and we had 38 riders being scored after the first 2 rounds. So this is it. This is the battle for the championship. And Adrian Clark comes in with 1 point after his second moto. Wayne Roden has 2 points. Jeff Case has 3. Guido Lima has 4 out of Rio de Janeiro. Anyway, those are the top competitors here in race number 8. They are on the racetrack, the 55-plus novice, which means race number 9 should be in staging. Race number 9, the 40 intermediate and 50 intermediate. That is your final moto coming up. I just mentioned number 8, and the guy comes in the window. What race number is this? Hey, is this a test? I have to answer it. I should have done my studying. Actually, this is race number 8 again. Race number 9 is on the line, getting set to go. We are rapidly approaching the final few races of the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Championships.
And as he's waiting for these 55 novices to come around, John, they've got some clear track right ahead of us here. This jump has been prepped so they can rip through this new area and launch off this jump on the start of their second lap. Sometimes surprising as a rider because you don't see what part of the course has been prepped. But when you come around for the first time, you can kind of play it by ear, and this guy's gassing pretty hard up the face of the jump. So no bumps.
Well, that's
surprise.
Adrian Clark, by the way. Adrian Clark, the leader in points coming into this moto, is your leader out there on the racetrack as well. So that is Clark up front, Wayne Roden in second, Jeff Case in third, and Guido Lima running in fourth. Rosario Schmidt running in fifth, and that is exactly how they are ranked coming into this moto in the points. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like they were coming up to the line. They are leading it in those positions here on lap number 2. Clark first, Roden second, Case third, Lima fourth, and Schmidt in fifth.
And John, help me out with where Clark Adrian is from here. I can't recognize that state or country. I believe it looks like...
well, Adrian Clark looks like spelling it either Canada or someplace in England, probably a UK part.
Sure. Looks like
Alcester. Sounds like a British name.
Okay.
That's what I would guess. But he's on the Kawasaki.
And some international company with a Hawaii rider behind him. And then Jeff Case from Texas. And then Lima Guido from Rio de Janeiro. So big international field here as usual.
Yeah. And Rosario Schmidt. It's kind of like a redundant. It sounds like one last name is German and the first name is Italian or something like that. So who knows?
We're working it out as we go here.
But we have that international flavor with a lot of European and Spanish origin names, and we have the Japanese, the Asian names as well. We got riders from Tahiti. We don't have anybody from Antarctica. I'm disappointed.
Maybe next year.
Maybe next year, yeah. Limited population down there. They don't have many racetracks down in Antarctica.
And probably a limited time of year you could ride them if they did, right?
And all the African nations that might have sent riders over here have decided to send them to Dubai for the latest round of the FIM World Championships.
Got it. Just watching the track crew, John, continue to put water down, even though we just had that recent break. They're still out with the hoses, getting the dust down, keeping it nice and moist as we progress through these third round of motos.
We've got 8 races left on the program after this one. And the white flag has come out for the front runner, Adrian Clark. Wayne Roden in second. Case on that KTM in third. Lima in fourth. Oh, no, we got to change in that fourth-place spot as they came across the line. Looks like a number 49. That is Schmidt, the Spaniard, I believe, or the Italian, not sure, has taken over fourth place. Lima dropping to fifth.
Again,
Pete Ferrero has moved up into 6th. Darren Terry is now in 7th. Michael Brown is in 8th. Mark Nave running in 9th. And Jay Rouse rounds out the top 10.
And again, for everybody, this is race number 8 on the track. Number 9 will be on the gate. If you're after 9, you need to start thinking about getting ready and getting down there. Race number 8 on the track. About a half lap to go in this one, John. Looks like Adrian Clark still out front. Just coming through a section, of course. They just watered coming out of the canyon, but looks like he's got about a 5-second lead still on it as we finish up this race.
In the top 5, top 4 position, actually the top 3 pretty well established in that one. Rogerio Schmidt having taken over 4th place from Lima Guto, or Guto Lima. Guto Lima now in 5th, and that would put Schmidt in that number 4 position in the overall final tally for determining the championships. Again, 30 minutes after your final moto results are posted, that's when the results become finalized, and then the awards are available down at the museum. And as we do want to remind all the participants, as soon as you're done with your final race of the day, final race of the weekend, get the transponder taken off your bike and delivered back up here to the tower. If it's your own transponder, of course, you got to keep that yourself, and you can charge it up for the next race. But for those that you borrowed from the racetrack, get them turned back in. Checkered is out a change in 3rd spot at the finish line. Schmidt picking up yet another position. He went from about 5th place overall to 3rd in this moto. Will Schmidt be able to get 3rd place in the standings? Let's see. Lima would have a 4, a 5. Case would have a 3 and a 4. Schmidt would have a 5 and a 3. So Case would still get 3rd overall, even though Schmidt got in around him here on the final lap. And we are getting prepped on the line for event number 9. Let's take a look at the results of that one. We got the 2 divisions out there in the 40 intermediate class. Veda Doom, the Tahitian rider, is the leader coming in. He has a 7 and a 1. However, Chad Williams, much more consistent. Williams with a 1-2 is your leader going into this 3rd and final moto with a pretty good shot at taking the victory overall. That's Chad Williams out of a Tuscadero, number 616. Vita Doom would have a 7 and a 1. Joseph Bennett would have a 6 and a 3. And those apparently are the top 3 competitors on an overall basis after 2 motos, with this being the showdown in the 40 intermediate class. Over in the 50 intermediate, Simone Giovanni with a sweep so far, trying to make it a clean sweep. if he could pull off the victory here in the third moto for the 50 intermediate. Gino Prida is looking at a 3-2, and Aaron Athenas with a 2-3. So it is a dead even tie for second overall in the 50 intermediate class after 2 motos, the third race being the tiebreaker. And we are underway with event number 9, the first gate, the 40 intermediates at the top of the mountain. Down the hill they come.
You know, John, since we are in our third and final championship moto here, the results are taking a little bit longer than usual because we want to make sure we got everything right, because obviously the championships get awarded on the basis of the third moto. But I was just down at the official results board. We've got official results posted through race number 4. So if you are in the first 4 races, the races have been posted. Remember, 2-stage thing. First thing, get your transponder off, bring it back up to registration, then turn around, go to the official results board, look at your results, and check the timestamp. If you check the timestamp within 30 minutes of the results being posted, then you can ask questions and see if everything is accurate. If you wait 30 minutes, you can't do that. Anytime that you drop your bike on a hill, whether it's an uphill or downhill, first thing, of course, obviously, is get the hell out of the way. Get over to the side of the track. Leave the bike there, but you can replace a bike, but you can't replace a body. So, number 1, get off the bike and get to the side of the track. Then as soon as the pack goes by, then get back to the bike, check down the hill, jump on the bike, and bump start it down the hill. Trust that the flaggers will protect you, because as you look up at Mount St. Helen, you can see way up there by the American flag, we got a flagger way up there on top, because as you're coming to the downhill, you can't see what's going on down the hill. For the downhill on Mount St. Helen, you can see the gentleman in the aqua blue shirt up there who was in position when the rider you were describing went down, and he had the yellow flag out, so people were warned. Trust that we've got our safety flaggers in position. But number 1, if you possibly can at all, just get the heck out of the way, because we can always replace a bike, but we can't always replace your right arm or your left leg.
Well, the leaders in that 40 intermediate coming around to complete lap number 1, and it is the Venetian rider, Veda Doom, running in first place. However, that 7th spot in the first moto looms as a spoiler for him. Adrian Spiker is currently running in second. Now, Adrian Spiker has had some difficulties in this one. He finished 4th in the first moto, but 16th in the second round, so that has just about crushed his chances at an overall win. However, the rider back there in third at the moment at the end of lap 1 was Chad Williams, and he had a 1-2 first 2 moto performances. He is the leader at this point on an overall basis with a third this round. And so if he can hold on to third place or improve, he will get the championship.
Hey, George Andrews, we got race number 9 on the track right now. Race number 10, I think we've got a change going today. That was a 2-gate start, and it's going to be all in 1 gate. And race number 11 should be in the staging area. So once again, right now, we're just at the end of the first lap of race number 9 out on the track, over 40 intermediate and over 50 intermediate. If you're in race 10, right now you're picking your spots on the starting gate. And if you're in race 11, you should be in the staging area now.
Damian Bauer is leading the 50 intermediate class. Came in with a 4th and a 5th tally. Simone Girolami, who had 2 wins, was second place at the end of the first lap here in the 50 intermediate class. So whether he takes first or second, possibly even third, he can still get the championship, having won the first 2 motos of this 3-moto showdown here in the 50 intermediate class.
Well, our amateur photographer excellent that I was talking about earlier today, Wayne Ashby. Remember, if you're on YouTube at all, look up Wayne Ashby. He has got literally dozens of photo essays from various events out here at Glen Helen over the years. He's out on the track right now. He got a 12th in the first moto, an 8th in the second moto, and a good example of being consistent. A 12th and an 8th. Put them together, and as of right now, coming into the 3rd and final moto, he is in 8th overall. So never say die, folks. One of the nice things about 3 motos, if you screw up once, come back the 2nd and 3rd time, and frequently you can make up for it. With 2 motos, can't always do it. If you screw up once, yeah, you do get another chance, but one screw up can really spoil your whole day. But with 3 motos, you got a better chance to make up for a poor showing.
Doom is running in first. Williams is now in second. Spiker has dropped to third. Richard Albeck in fourth. And Caleb Rice rounding out the top 5 in the 40 intermediate class. That is the first wave of competitors. Lap times, let's take a look at that. A 3:11 for the rider in second place. That is Chad Williams. He had close to within 4 seconds of the front runner, Veda Doom, in that battle for the leadership at the end of 2 laps in the 40 intermediate class. And he had a 4 seconds quicker than Veda Doom on lap number 2. So there is a distinct possibility that we may see Chad Williams, who has a 1-2 performance so far in the books, come around possibly battling with Doom for first place overall in this moto. In that intermediate class, as they have completed their second lap, Girolami still leads it. Damian Bauer is second, Gino Prida third, and Aaron Athenis running in fourth. Alex Warrens rounds out the top 5, and there's your Wayne Ashby currently running in 6th, so he's trying to get into the top 5. Race number 10 is on the line. Race number 10 and race 11 in staging. So race number 10, that'll be the Division A and Division B. Division A, all the top riders from the first round of competition combined together for the second round of competition. And they are going to face it off here in the third round of competition. Reminiscing up here in the tower, and I just just popped in my mind. Haven't seen in a long time, and kind of miss the old Gravel Rash calendars. Remember that from Pabaco, Hodaka Super Rat? They had a calendar back in the early 70s, the Gravel Rash annual calendar.
Well, I remember Super Rat very well from Cycle News.
No, that's Super Rat, but no, Gravel Rash Tobacco, Pacific Basin Company that manufactured the Hodaka from the 60s and 70s, early 70s. They had their own calendar, and we looked forward to that calendar every year because it was hilarious. A lot of neat stuff in that, the Gravel Rash calendar. And I wonder if there's anybody who has any one of those left. So I know somebody's got some in probably a box somewhere. I'd love to see one.
Filed away with their income taxes from that year.
Well,
something
yes,
like that.
Whatever. But the old Gravel Rash calendar. A lot of the old-timers would remember that one. That's when Hodaka was a 125 that was often seen out here in the racetracks.
The Combat Wombat and the Super Rat.
Okay, there you go. That's, and the Combat Wombat kit. You had to go along with it.
Silver frame, black and red insignia with little triangle.
See, you remember too.
I vaguely recall.
Yeah.
That was really a working man's bike. There wasn't anything smooth about it. It looked like it had been put together in a garage, but they screamed.
The front end suspension that it had there was unique, and I loved it. Okay, let's take a look at the standings as they come around for looks like it's going to be for a checkered. Yes, a checker flag coming out. And there is the checker flag coming out for Chad Williams, who came through. He won one moto, finished second in the next one, and came back with a win here in the third. So Chad Williams with a 1-2-1, claiming the overall. And Veda Doom, the Tahitian rider who won the second moto, has to settle for a second this time out. That gives him a total of 10 moto points, and I think that's going to be enough. It will be enough for Veda Doom to take second overall in the final tabulation. Adrian Spiker, let's see, Spiker had a 4 and a 16. He's out of the hunt for a top 3 or 4 spot, but Blake Beckman also up there. He would have a 12 and a 6. He finished 4th this moto. Joseph Bennett in 5th place this moto. Bennett would have a 6, a 3, and a 5. And he has a fair shot at trying to get that number 3 position overall. But the win going to Chad Williams, and Vito Doom taking second in that 40 intermediate. Over in the 50 intermediate class, Simone Girolami with a sweep, a picket fence, 3 ones in a row, takes the overall. Gino Prida would have a 3, a 2, and a 2. That would stack up for second place overall. And Athenas would take third, and he would have a 2, 3, 3 for third overall. Gosh, those are easy to figure out.
You've been doing this a long time, John. You're very good on your feet. You
Well,
did that easily.
I have a slide rule here and a notepad, and I sometimes have to take off my shoes to count up past 10, but I can get it done.
Well, whatever you did, it worked at that time.
So again, race number 10 is the 30 Novice A and B. Now, the Division A is going for the championships. Those are the riders who qualified for the A division. B division is for the others in this competition. So I think the one that will determine the championship. However, Douglas Santos is there, and we got Francisco Pasquale there. You know, I am not going to venture a guess. I'm just going to tell you who wins each of the classes and let them decide who's going to be the champion in the Dubya World Vet Championship. Because there is a bit of confusion. So I don't want to say one rider is the champion when another one could actually get it. So I'm going to refrain from that, let the officials figure that one out. But these are two divisions, Division A and B of the 30 novice class. This is race number 10 underway. Okay, since we have a second wave, a second gate in this one, they are going to have to call for a red flag because there was a rider or maybe two or three riders down in turn one that prevented the second race from getting underway. So wait a minute now. Let's see. Maybe they decided not to. Well, let's see. Will the red flag come out? It is going to be a red flag. So we have definitely made the decision. There is going to be a red flag. We'll get all these riders back over to the starting line and get them lined back up again. But there was a rider down or perhaps two or three riders down. We can't see because it's out of our line of sight. But there is a obstruction on the track over there in the Talladega turn, which prevented the second gate from coming down and starting that second wave. So they have given the red flag for this one. They'll line back up and start the Division A again. And if they make it through Talladega, then we will be able to get Division B underway as well, and that will make it an official race. But we were unable to start the second wave here in race number 10, and that necessitated the red flag so that we can get back on schedule. So all these riders getting the red flag will have to transport their bike and body back over to the starting line, get them lined up again for a restart. And the 30 novice A and B can then get underway, as it should be, two divisions on the racetrack at the same time. But with a long track like this, it gave the officials a chance to discuss it back and forth, making the decision whether to go with a red flag or not. And they finally came up with a decision saying, hey, we have to give a red flag because the second gate is also paramount in the competition. And so we have to make sure that they are allowed to get out there on the racetrack at the same time. So they called for the red flag.
Well, I got good news and bad news, John.
I want the good news. I don't want to hear any bad news. No bad news. Don't tell me.
The good news is the beer gardens are open.
See, there is no bad news now.
No, thanks to 805. We've got 805 and Modelo on tap, and they've got a couple of dozen cases of 805 and the 805 with the taste of lime as well on the Spanish side. The bad news is, you know, the beer gardens are located right next to our Belgian Bites. And the Belgian Bites, now that morning has broken, all the world has spoken, whatever Cat Stevens said during that song, the Belgian Bites are packing it in for the day. So no more Belgian Bites, but plenty of ice-cold 805 beer. 805, one of our sponsors here at the W.
Oh, okay. Well, I was thinking of something really bad news, but that's not. I can live with that.
Well, I don't know if you even had one of the Belgian Bites, and they literally did melt in your mouth. But it's kind of more of a breakfast early in the day nibble and munch thing.
That's what I'm saying. You got to make room for the brew a little bit later on.
Got to make room for the brew crew later on, and indeed we are.
So race number 10 going to have a complete restart. Both divisions will be out on the racetrack. Okay, the restart. Headed towards Talladega. Hopefully they all make it through without incident. Second wave coming through Talladega.
All right, we welcome you back to the 39th Annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships. I'm Jack Corpella. Mark Tilley, no, this isn't Mark Tilley. This is a true legend, Mr. Bud Feldkamp. Not that Mark isn't a legend, but, sir, we have you to thank for this amazing facility. You said you first came here in the 60s. You've owned it since the 80s, and now your dream, your vision has come to pass. How special is this weekend for you?
Oh, this is our biggest weekend of the year, you know, and it is a dream. You know, I came here in '67 as a dental student and rode the Royal Cycle Park. It was windy that day, I remember, and then the opportunity came about to lease this land, 260 acres in Southern California, from the county of San Bernardino, and I went ahead and did that and got a lease, and the rest is history. So I know when I first got involved out here, my friend Malcolm Smith, who I raced a lot in Baja with, Malcolm said, "Bud, what are you doing? What are you doing out there? You know, all that dirt and all those motorcycles, all those, you know, you're going to lose your shirt out there." And I said, "Well, I think we can build something." He says, "Well, I don't know, Malcolm." And anyway, 15 years later, we go to a party or something, and Malcolm always introduces me as Bud Feldkamp. He owns Glen Helen, so he's changed his mind too.
Well, I'll tell you, it is such an iconic and legendary track. We've been talking about it all weekend long. I know you mentioned in the comments, there's people not just watching from all different states, but people watching worldwide. And I think what this broadcast does is this makes people want to come here even more. It adds it as a bucket list destination. What's that mean to you to see the comments from Brazil, from Canada, from Australia, people saying, "I want to race Glen Helen"?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, just the fact that you guys are broadcasting from here, I thought it would never happen in my lifetime. You know, 5 years ago, I never even thought about streaming, or never knew what that was. But now I realize how powerful this is. And I look at the, your chat board there, and people from Germany and all over the world watching this. So it is a world vet motocross. It is a world phenomenon.
It's a phenomenon. It's the largest in the world, guys. Over 1,000 riders, 20 countries represented. And by the way, if you're looking for some racing, we do have the next moto coming up in just a little bit. But right now, we got this legend, and we're happy to have him here because we got a couple topics we got to cover. Like, we got a few legends we got to pay homage to. How about Mr. Troy Lee? Last night, being honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award, the Edison Dye Award, certainly deserving of that. Talk a little bit about the selection process and how you decided to give it to Troy this year.
Well, yeah, I mean, Troy is a fantastic nominee this year, and it wasn't even a close. You know, Troy was the obvious one, and we've had 30 plus nominees in over 30 years, and started with Edison Dye. I don't know if people know who Edison Dye was, but Edison Dye was the first one to bring motocross over to the U.S. He got a deal with Husqvarna, and he thought he could maybe sell some dirt bikes in the U.S. And so, what better way to start sell dirt bikes and start some racing? And so Edison Dye went over here and got a couple guys and organized some races, and the rest is history. But the Europeans were very strong, and it took us a while to compete with them. But the question now is, who's faster, Europeans or the Americans? Who knows?
Well, I think there's a way we could settle that, right? We have a beautiful racetrack right outside. We need to make it happen. Do you know any high-ranking track owners that could possibly use their clout to make that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I've been toying with having a event here that would, competition between Europe and U.S., because I think the jury is really out there. Who's faster? I've had friends in Europe tell me, they're faster than the top guy in the U.S. team. I said, what do you mean? He says, well, I am faster. He said, well, you can't say that. And he said, well, they won't race me. That's why I can say that. So I want to have a race. I want to have a real race between the Europeans in America and decide on that day who is the fastest.
Oh, you heard it here first. Let's hear it in the comments. Anybody watching from Europe, could that vision come to pass? They've done it here before at Glen Helen. You know, this is the home of the two-stroke nationals. Speaking of the two-stroke nationals, another legend I want to pay homage to and shout out is the entire White family. and how important they have been to this facility, this race. What's it been like working with them? Because I know, just like you, they live for motocross.
Yeah, Tom White has been an integral part of he started the World Vet, obviously. He started the Edison Die, and we have a monument here in our Walk of Fame to Tom White, nonstop. Tom White was nonstop. He was motocross true and true, and he's been an instrumental part in everything that goes on here at Glen Helen, and we hope we're continuing that legacy and honoring his memory. But it's important. Tom White was a very, very big factor in my motocross life.
Yeah, great family. It's so wonderful to see Dubya out there and everything they do, all the great sponsors here. The Midway is packed. We've mentioned that. The industry is firmly behind you here. They love what you're doing. That's got to be a fulfilling feeling.
Right. I've got to thank Lori and Chad Tucker and Lori's team, everybody that works so hard, so long, and day after day. In fact, it's amazing. You don't know what amount of work it takes until you actually put one of these things on. I mean, I know it's tough riding, 2 days in a row, but last weekend we had a 24-hour race here at Glen Helen, and Lori ran that, and Lori's team. And a week later, we're putting on the World Vet, so it's awesome. Thank you, Lori and Chad and all the team.
Amen. Let's get that going in the comments, guys. I say it all the time, no matter where I go. Thank your local promoter, because racing is awesome. We appreciate what your racers do, but nobody can appreciate the behind-the-scenes work it takes to pull one of these races off. It is tireless. And you guys do so much here. A lot of people think it's just a few times a year at Glen Helen. Oh, no. There's dozens and dozens of events that go on, whether it's out on the motocross track or the short course track or the mini bike track. You guys do a ton here.
Yep. Yeah, it's a 52-week-a-year event center, but what's beautiful about it is it's in the LA basin. It's accessible to people. People can ride their motorcycles here, and I'm a fan. Ultimately, I'm a fan. So I want to keep this going and hopefully pass it on to somebody that will keep it going long after I'm gone.
Well, you have done a fantastic job, and we look forward to many, many years to come. Before I let you go, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's the fastest rider you've ever seen in person throughout your illustrious career?
Well, there are 2 or 3 of them here. One of them is McGrath has got to be one of them. He's here. Mike Brown, he's the Iron Man. Dubach, he has the record here, I think. So, and also some of the, I always remember going up Glen Helen. What's the guy from Florida? Called the GOAT? Ricky Carmichael.
Yeah. Just watching last night on YouTube, Ricky Carmichael was leading this race, and I think 06-05 had a nasty crash, suffered a DNF, and that speaks to just how tough Glen Helen can be, even for the GOAT.
Yeah, even for the GOAT up here in Glen Helen, he had a hay bale. I remember that. So, there's been a lot of great riders come through Glen Helen. So hopefully many more.
And a lot of great owners, too. Thank you so much for what you do. Appreciate it. Many more to come. Anybody you'd like to thank before we wrap up here?
Just everybody that's come from all over the world, thank you for coming and supporting Glen Helen, and we'll keep it going. We'll keep on rolling.
How about it, guys? In the comments, please thank this fine gentleman, this legend, Mr. Bud Feldkamp, everything that he has done here at Glen Helen. It is awesome. The 2-stroke race, all of them, and the World Vet Motocross Championship that we're watching right now. That is awesome. Thank you very much, Bud. We appreciate it. But before we go any further, why don't we hear a little bit more about FXR?
All right, guys, I'm here with Andy White from FXR Racing. From what I understand, this guy's basically one of the main reasons why FXR is such a well-known brand in such a short amount of time. FXR, you guys have grown incredibly over the last 10, 15 years, and you guys...
7, 8 years.
Are you serious? Yeah. 7, 8 years. Okay, so very brand new, but already seems like a household name. Strong roots in snow racing, snowcross, snowmobiles, and now jumping into motocross. Seamless transition. I'm wearing the gear today. I look bright, and I match my orange helmet for the Motocross Action Wrecking Crew. Andy, you're in charge of bringing out lots of top-level riders to these races, including Mike Brown, who is a fierce competitor on the track. It's fun to watch him race. So, Andy, what is it like for you being here supporting Mike Brown and then just seeing such an awesome turnout for the World Vet Championships?
Well, it's not just to support Mike Brown, it's to support all our vet riders that attend this race. They come from all over many states, Canada and other countries, and I don't really get to see them on a regular basis. So here I get to meet and greet. We serve them lunch, give them some goggles, gloves, whatever they need, and we let them know we're here, and it works out really well. So we build a nice relationship face-to-face, and it goes really far.
Awesome.
And we welcome you back to the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship. What a great day it is. A lot of legends stepping in here, and that includes Jody Weisel. Thank you so much for coming up. We appreciate it. You're track designer, a man who's been riding motorcycles since the 60s, a man who does a lot for motocross action, so thank you so much for that. Talking about this track, I know every time I come to Glen Helen, it seems like it's different. How'd you come up with this layout?
This is based on some previous layouts that go back to the 1996-97 season. And then we were limited by the AMA as how long the track could be. We wanted to run it like 3 minutes or more so that the riders got a real test of how fast they could go. But the AMA said, no, the track had to be 2 minutes, but we can't be 2 minutes because we have all these hills and we have one flat spot. So the point is to beat 2 minutes, we'd have to take out either the hills or the flat spot, so it wouldn't work. So we kept building what we wanted, and they kept complaining, but we kept building what we wanted. And then we don't do the national anymore, so now we can do what we wanted without anybody interfering.
Well, I can tell you this, walking throughout the pits and out there in the staging lanes and on the starting gate, everybody loves the track. They think it's really, really cool. You being a great historian, you just referenced something about how you went back to a layout in the mid-90s. Is that something you just have in your memory bank? Did you go back to old film? Is there something on paper? Are there documents? How do you reference what the track looked like in the mid-90s?
Well, it didn't look very good in the mid-90s. That's what the easy part was. It was basically on the flat, and they didn't use the hills. So when I came here, Bud asked me about the track, and I said, well, it could be so much better. You're in a valley. We could go up the hills. We could go down the hills. We could go across. And so he said, well, I have a race coming up. Why don't you design a track? So I said, okay, I've built tracks for a couple other, layouts. So we built the track, and it's not hard to build a track. The world's made of dirt. I just point and push it there. It's not like I have to think about it. I have to think about it as a rider. So.
Well, what I think is really cool, too, is there's a lot of racers here from Southern California that have spent a lot of time here at Glen Helen. But do you feel like when you add these different twists and turns and change it up, kind of put everything on an even playing ground for some of the guys coming from out of town?
Oh, yeah. It's difficult for someone from Florida or Canada or Austria or Brazil to come here because they don't have tracks that are so hilly, and they don't force the issue of you have to climb it, you have to descend. So that hill is 22 stories tall, and when you come down it, the slowest you're going is when you start coming down it. Everything else after that is faster and faster and faster, so that it is a shock to them. So we try to build something new, and we don't let them ride. They don't let them ride the whole thing until Friday, when they have a practice to try out the whole track. So everybody gets to try the whole layout at the same time. Not just the Southern California guys who are really good at the normal layout, but they don't get to see the extra stuff until the last minute.
Do you yourself get to get out there and try out some of your work and make corrections and decisions based on that?
Yeah, I've raced all the world vets since 1985, but, recently I had some health issues and vertigo mainly, and vertigo means no hills, so...
Well... wish you all the best on that. I feel vertigo just racing motocross because I'm out of shape sometimes when I'm out of there. But hey, it's amazing what you do, and thank you for loaning us that Tilly guy. He's pretty fast out there, huh?
Yeah, no, he's fast. He's a lot faster now that his kids race because now he has to race every week to keep up with his kids.
Well, thank you so much. Before we wrap this up, anything you'd like to add, anybody you'd like to thank? We certainly appreciate you and everything you've done because it's been an absolute pleasure watching the 1,000-plus riders that are here rip around this race course.
Yeah, no, I want to build a racetrack that's a real motocross track, not just a flat field full of jumps and not something that's dangerous for people. Obviously, the World Vet has riders as old as 80 and, nobody much younger than 25. So I want to build stuff that when they ride it, they get a sensation that they're covering ground and they're going someplace, that it is what riding off-road motorcycles should be like. And so I try to build a track that I would want to ride on and a track that I think they would all enjoy.
Well, I would say mission accomplished. Great job, my friend. And we can't wait. We got a couple more big motos coming up here. Any predictions before we go or anything? You think is McGrath going to be able to catch Brown, or is Brownie just unstoppable?
No, I think it's going to be a great race between those two guys.
Yes, it will be. That'll be coming up later on. Thank you very much for stopping by. We certainly appreciate it. And, folks, we are getting closer and closer to our next moto. We're so glad that you're watching us here for this first ever live broadcast of the World Vet Motocross Championship. It has been awesome. As we said, 1,000 riders, 20 countries represented, everybody talking about it, everybody talking about it online. It really has been something special here, hasn't it?
No, the turnout and the growth of the World Vet is amazing. We started in 1985 at Paris Raceway, a little tiny raceway, and we built it over the years to be important, and it is the oldest existing vet motocross in the world.
Love it, guys. That's what it's so awesome. Well, I do believe before we send it to our next moto, which we appreciate all of you watching, we have a very special feature for you to watch from one of the many supporters, I believe Kurt Nicole. We caught up with him earlier on. Let's take you to that.
What's up, guys? We got Kurt Nickel here out at Glen Helen Raceway for the 39th annual World Vet Glen Helen. Kurt's been a long-time racer, rider, raced all around the world, world championships. I believe he's won 9 times here at the World Vet. What's this event like to you, and what's it resemble to other vet races that you've done around the world?
Yeah, this is probably the biggest vet race in the world, to be honest. I mean, I've done vet races in England, I've done vet races in New Zealand, I've been all over the world racing, and this is the biggest one. I mean, the turnout is huge, and it's the one that everybody wants to win. That's why it's called World Vet. I come here every year. I've been coming here every year since 2009, and I wouldn't miss it.
So what do you have going on here, right? We see a row of KTMs behind you. You're racing, and obviously you're serious and you want to win, but you're also running a business, and you have people from all around the world around your campsite. What do you got going here?
Yeah, I run a company called Champion MX. I've been running since 2016. We do bike rentals, and this is our biggest event of the year because we basically rent to people that come from overseas, and everybody wants to come from overseas and race World Vet. So I have 25 bikes this weekend, believe it or not, and so it's hard work, and but it's super enjoyable, and a great bunch of guys I've got, and everyone's having fun.
And we welcome you back to the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships. Moto number 2 coming up in the 30-plus category. Jack Corpella and Mark Tilley here with you. And, Mark, we continue to thank all the great sponsors out there, as you're seeing on your screen right now. Could not do this event without them.
Yeah, no, and there's a lot of them here on Vendor Row. There's a lot of them like Nihilo Concepts that's on your screen right now. But there are a bunch of them down there on Vendor Row. And, like we always say, you got to make sure you support who's supporting you and check those guys out.
It's been a great day. Since you've been gone, Mark, we had Mr. Bud Feldkamp, total legend, in here telling us about this great event and what it means to him and some motocross history. And he's really looking forward to the end of the day. I know you are too. He loved how many people were watching worldwide. And I told him that's just going to add to the cachet and prestige of this event and have people add it to their bucket list.
Yeah, no, it sounds like you've been talking to all kinds of people. You had Jody Weisel in here. You had Bud in here. It's one of those things to where all of these people that are a big part of this thing behind the scenes, and it's awesome to watch. It's definitely, you don't get to hear from Jody on a social media aspect or on a platform like YouTube. It's kind of he's kind of a little bit more of a recluse and likes to do stuff behind the scenes and do the magazine. So it's definitely a cool thing.
Well, we appreciate everybody watching out there worldwide. This is the first ever live stream for the World Vet Motocross Championship, the biggest worldwide vet championship out there. More than 1,000 riders here on the property representing more than 20 countries, everybody from ages 25 to 80 plus. Yes, there are racers here in their 80s. I give them a big shout out. And what did a wise man once tell me? He said, growing up is not required. Just optional. You could stay on these motorcycles and stay young for a lot of these guys.
You're going to grow older, but you don't have to grow up. So, and it looks like they're getting ready for this second moto. And we got the top finishers of the first moto, and it's going to be pretty epic between the top 4 guys because they're going to be all over each other.
Yeah, we got some breaking news, too, that after that first 30-plus moto, Ryan was up here. He thought that he took second. Remember, we had that drag racing finish. Gunther took the win, and then between Giacomo and Ryan, it was drag races. We're off once again. Speaking of drag race, I'll update you more on that here in just a second, but they were able to correct the results. Who's going to get the whole shot here in the final 30-plus moto of the day? Out in front, is it Gunther once again? We'll keep a close watch on
somebody
it.
went underneath.
Big battle. The 1, 2, 3 shapes up nicely here. We saw a great battle in Moto number 1. Will we be treated to more of the same here at Glen Helen?
That drone footage, it's like you're in the action. It's like you're riding the bikes.
Gotta love the technology, the broadcast, and it was like I was speaking with Bud moments ago, though.
That looks like Blaine Thompson out front.
Whoa, flying to the outside. Here comes the 110.
I think that was Marias on the outside.
116, yeah, excuse me, Marias.
So that's Blaine Thompson, who just turned 30 and was telling me earlier that he just wants to go out and have fun. Blaine, an off-road rider, really, really comfortable riding at Glen Helen. So that's a great start for him. But it looks like we got Ryan Marias and Gunther going at it for second right now. So we got to look to see where Redondi is, and then I think right after that it was Marcelo Lima and then Mitch Cook. So we were talking about Lima in the World Cup moto. He was went from hero to zero in the World Cup moto. So Blaine not in overall contention for the overall win, but he could be a little bit of a spoiler.
That's right. Even if you can't win the overall, you can win ultimate bragging rights if you can somehow win this second moto. But, boy, he's got a long way to go because he's got Marias hot on his tail. Take me inside the mind of Marias right now, who passes for the lead. Can he make it stick? Yes, he does.
Got it.
Now, Marias, he had a tough time contending with Gunther in moto number 1. What's going through his mind right now in terms of he knows Gunther's going to be coming with a head of steam? How do you prepare yourself? What are you saying to yourself to calm yourself down, to not push it too hard?
Well, when we look at this, Blaine, if he can stay in the top couple or top 5 for the first part of the moto, he's happy. Now Marias, he knows he's got to win. No matter what, Marias has to win to do an overall. Gunther, where he's at right now, won't get him that overall, but if he can get into second and stay in second, it will give him the overall, because Marias actually finished third in the first moto.
And right now I can tell you Marias' favorite rider on track has got to be Thompson, because the longer Thompson holds up Gunther, the tougher it's going to be. We talked to Gunther earlier on, the KTM test rider from Austria. He was dialed in, the bike was dialed in, and he's looking to go 1-1 on the day. But right now, Ryan definitely in control.
Yeah, Ryan's going to need a little bit of help in this moto, because it did come out that he finished third. So he's got to have somebody in between him and Gunther to make sure that he can get that overall.
And we'll try to see where Giacomo is on the gas.
I think Giacomo's in fourth right now, right behind Gunther. So Giacomo can get up there too. He's got to win the moto too.
Yeah, remember how the 2-moto format works, ladies and gentlemen. The second moto is weighted higher, so a 2-1 would go to the rider who finishes first in the second moto.
And the rider that we were talking about in the first moto, I was wondering where he's at. Mitch Cook, rider out of Canada on the Yamaha. I believe he's in fifth, but definitely closer to the front. Said he rode. I talked to his mechanic in between motos, and he said he rode a little bit tight because he didn't have practice this morning.
You're watching Moto number 2 here, 30 plus in the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships from Glen Helen, as Ryan continues to lead the way around. Blaine Thompson running second, holding off the man who finished first in Moto number 1, Gunther on the KTM. It looks like Gunther running out of patience, though. Inside, outside. Thompson doing a great job holding him off.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job. For a guy that I know doesn't ride very much, I think he works for a boat company. He spends a lot of time in Havasu.
And yeah, that's a great place to be, especially to ride a boat. But to my point earlier, look at Ryan disappearing from our screen. He is checking out. The longer Thompson holds up Gunther. Gunther running out of patience now, outside, inside. Thompson shuts the door once again. He's got him this time on the inside. Now the race is on. Let's take a look at that gap. Wow, where did Ryan go? Ryan has checked out.
Woo. Yeah, and that's that. You want to make it boring for everybody behind you. That's for sure. But now the big race right now, if Ryan can stay out front and keep that gap, the big race and the overall is between basically him and Giacomo Redondi, and Mitch Cook on his Yamaha getting up there with Giacomo. Well, those guys can be huge help to Ryan Marias out front.
And I can tell you this, Marias, he cannot rest at all. He knows that. He's got to continue to push the pace, because I don't think Gunther's done. You give him a few laps, and I think that gap's going to continue to close up. Thompson's still putting together a really nice ride, though. Good job for him as he gets some big air out there.
Yeah, Blaine's doing a really good job hanging with the fastest 30-year-olds in the division right now.
Well, this is what it's all about. You've been training for this all year. You come here, you go through all the practices, all the motos. This is it. Final moto. Leave everything you got out there on the track. And clearly that's what Blaine is doing right now.
Yeah, great aerial footage of that. Those guys, it's Marias coming up the hill, getting ready to come up the last little bit to the top of Mount St. Helens and crest the top and wide open down that hill. Look at those. Look at that. That is amazing.
Wow, that's a heck of a lead right now. The 116, your leader in control out there on the KTM, Ryan Marias, man with a heck of a pedigree. Gosh, we all remember the nasty crash with Trey Kennard way back in the day. Nice to see him back out here once again.
Yeah, and we got, not only is there bragging rights for the win and the cash and all that kind of stuff, but like you were saying in their interviews earlier, Gunther is the Ryan Marias overseas in Europe doing all the testing for KTM, and Ryan's doing it all over here. So it's definitely, there's more on the line than just the cash, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Ryan with a vigorous pace. This looks to be some of his best laps of the day. Not slowing down at all as we bring you some of that great aerial coverage. The 116 is cruising. Can we see yet? In our screen, there's the gap. There's how far back Gunther is. He's got work to do on the 49, but we know Gunther. We know how competitive this young man is.
Well, and really right now, with the way that stuff sits, again, unofficial, because we're not the official scores or anything like that, but unofficial, Gunther would be able to take the overall with a 1-2 finish.
Ooh, and you know, the scorecard won't show just how close that 2-3 was. Hopefully you watched it earlier on. It was just a few inches. It was a drag race. In fact, that's why Ryan thought that he was second place until the very astute timing and scoring staff went back here at Glen Helen and found out that Giacomo's transponder, there was actually a problem with it, and that's why I didn't pick up.
Yeah.
But we were able to see, they were able to slow it down, and the video crew here to see that Giacomo edged out Ryan for the number 2, but we've still got a long way to go here. As I talked about, we were going down memory lane with Bud Feldkamp moments ago, and he was talking about the GOAT Ricky Carmichael, and we were talking about that race where Ricky was way out in front, and a hay bale got him up on top of the hill. One of Ricky's rare DNFs throughout his illustrious career. That's the kind of stuff that can happen here at Glen Helen, especially late in the day as it gets chopped up, rutted. The watering truck has been out there, and that can change the complexion of this course as well.
Well, and not only are they dealing with the roughness of the course and what's going on, but they're also dealing with shadows. You're dealing with shadows. You're dealing with the sun, especially coming over from the other side of where the Arroyo track is and coming back in. You're dealing with the sun hitting you in the face. So there's a lot of shadows, like those shadows going across there. So a lot of that stuff, having your eyes adjust back and forth. But you know, there's definitely challenges to this track that have nothing to do with dirt. So, and it looks like once Gunther got around Thompson, he kind of pulled out a little bit, and then it looks like Mitch Cook got around Giacomo Redondi, and he's making a run for that second place position. I know Mitch was a little bit disappointed with his first moto finish, so he's going to go after it. And Mitch could be Ryan Marias' best friend right now, because if he can catch Gunther and make the pass, that changes the whole scene of the overall finish.
Still a lot to sort out here. Hope you're loving the live coverage. We appreciate Glen Helen. We appreciate Dubya, the production staff here on site. Everybody bringing this live to your device for the first time ever from the World Vet Motocross Championship. Guess what? We still got the 125 Pasha Showdown coming up next. Jeremy McGrath, Mike Brown and company will treat us to a very thrilling conclusion here at Glen Helen.
Yeah, if there's not enough fast guys, then we come out with the legends.
Yes, indeed. It was cool back there moments ago, too. I was watching the Kawasaki guys make a jetting change. I said, boy, you don't have to get fuel on your hands much anymore. Just back in the day, you had to. They put a new main jet in that carburetor and liked the way that it sounded. So we'll see who nails those adjustments just right. We were talking about how important those suspension adjustments are. To Mark's point, even goggle choice going to be important here late in the day.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of different changes that people can make to their bike, make to their whole program. I mean, it's staying hydrated all day long and trying to get on top of that, making sure what you eat doesn't affect you. But, yeah, just on the bike. We got, X-Brand Goggles is here, and they have a bunch of different lens options that you could do and kind of go from there. And you just hope you kind of pick it right. And if you're somebody like Mitch Cook who has never been to Glen Helen, riding Glen Helen at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon is a whole lot different than riding Glen Helen at 11 o'clock in the morning.
You can say that again, as there is the man of the hour, the man of the power, Ryan Marias, 116 on the KTM, appearing to be his day so far. If he can keep it together, great performance. Keep an eye on Gunther. We'll see if we can sneak a peek. There he is right there. I mean, it seems like that gap is narrowing just a bit, but also seems like Ryan is holding a pretty hefty lead over him.
Yeah, well, and like I said, Mitch Cook can be his best friend if he can come up and bridge that gap and try to make a pass for that second place. But Ryan's going to need a little bit of help from somebody to be able to kind of take this overall. And if he is able to take this overall, he's had a pretty good weekend because he's doing really well on the 125. He won the 40-plus Pro, and if he can do the 30-plus Pro, kind of a perfect weekend when you got overalls going on.
You're later, 116 KTM fans. Let's hear you. The battle between the manufacturers is here. The the manufacturer's definitely interested in what's going on at Glen Helen here this weekend. How could you not be with over 1,000 riders? Beautiful aerial coverage. Again, big shout out to Ross Fitz and his entire production staff bringing this coverage to you live. Everybody doing a fantastic job. Guys, a sign of great things to come. This is our third live broadcast from Glen Helen this year, and we're so happy to bring it to you. People from all over the world watching this, enjoying it, loving every single minute of it. Ryan feeling good. He's loving every single minute out on a Sunday drive on that KTM.
Yeah, and with this drone footage, you can see how it changes and where the shadows are, and just think that your eyes are adjusting to that, the rider's eyes have to adjust to that, and then hit a bunch of holes while they're doing stuff. But that drone footage gives you an amazing view inside what the riders are seeing.
Yes, it does. And don't look now, guys, but we told you Gunther was coming. Look at that gap. It's starting to shrink. We're starting to capture them in the same camera shot. And you know what that means. It's tightening up just a little bit. Gunther certainly not giving up.
Now, coming into that section, it's kind of a trip because that tabletop isn't as long as what you think it is, and you got all that momentum coming down the hill, and you're hitting that first tabletop. There's a lot of times yesterday I just flat landed it because I forgot where I was at. But then you kind of come back over the other way, and that's when that sun hits you, especially in that second moto. You kind of come over that tabletop coming back in, and that sun hits you, and you gotta, for a split second, you can't see anything.
Yeah, big shout out to Jody Weisel, your track designer. Said went back to the mid-90s. He said a layout that was similar to what they used to run here in the Pro National in the mid-90s, and people were really digging it.
Yeah, so that,
white flag is out, Mark. 1 to go.
All Gunther has to do is hold on, and he's got this. But Mitch Cook is on the gas. That Yamaha is working overtime right now.
We'll see if Ryan can go home with the 1 here in moto number 2. Won't give him the overall for now, but it's got to make you feel good as a competitor, especially the fact that he missed by just mere inches from taking second there in moto number 1.
And Mitch, Gunther's holding on, just kind of like in the first moto where he said he looked back and he was, I can't lose this on the last lap. So this is for all of it right now. If Mitch can get up to him and make that pass, which is going to be pretty hard to do, but if he can get up there and make that pass, Ryan might need to give him some of his money.
This is gut check time. This is where the training and conditioning comes into play. This is where these riders are sweating, dizzy, hanging on with everything they got, probably experiencing a little bit of arm pump right now, but Ryan, it looks smooth. Clean air, clean vision, nobody in front of him. Hasn't had to contend with any lap traffic, and I know that's a big advantage as well.
Yeah, and that's in the especially on this track and with everything changing, lap riders come into play all the time. So yeah, Ryan out front just looking like he's got the flow. He knows he's got the moto win in the books, but will he be able to get the overall?
And what a big day it's shaping up to be for KTM so far. They've got to be happy. Right down the road, their brand new multi-million-dollar facility in Temecula. I know all the boys down there are keeping a close watch. Many of them here with us. Many of the factories here on site, and that's what you got to love about Southern California. Really the heart of the industry, the pulse of the industry right here in SoCal.
Yeah, you can, even late in the moto, he's going around bumps, looking for smooth lines. See the shadows coming down that hill, but just looking for anything he can smooth. And he's on his last little leg of this last lap, and hopefully he'll be taking that checkered flag here soon.
A few more turns to go. Ryan looking to take the win here in moto number 2 after a third in moto number 1. It would be a 3-1 on the day for him. Man, this place is rough. Just look at the back wheel, the front wheel. I can't imagine the suspension adjustments they made heading into this second moto. Whatever they did, they nailed it.
Yeah, he looked really good all moto.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a few more turns to go. Trying to hang on, trying to bring it home here in the 30-plus category as the track continues to deteriorate, continues to get rougher. Heading up on that tabletop, the checkered flag will fly as he points over the 116. Going to take the win and unofficially Your man in position to take the overall, Gunther, right there. Congratulations. He brings home what looks to be a second, which would put him 1-2 on the day, first overall.
And it looks like Mitch Cook crossed the line in third, but then Giacomo Rodani looked like he was in fourth. So I believe that'll give him third overall. So unofficially, it looks like it's Gunther got it with Ryan in second, and then Giacomo in third.
And officially, the man with the sombrero, but we were going to get him some SPF because he looked like he was burning up red. Our friends from Canada and beyond, wear your sunscreen down here in SoCal. You will pay for it. Some of them don't care that they're going back to winter. They said, I'll take this sunshine with me. Great racing, great weather. Would you expect anything less, guys? It has been a day here at Glen Helen, and we're not done yet because we've got the 125cc 50-plus Pasha race coming up. This has been so awesome. And to your point, Mark, the sun continues to set here. Vision's going to be an issue.
Yeah, and it's kind of odd, but the later it gets, the easier it is to negotiate those shadows because then everything's in the shadow, and you don't have to worry about the sun coming out and hitting you in the eyes and all that kind of stuff. But it's definitely it's an interesting place to race late in the day. Like if you haven't done it, it's a difficult adjustment, but it's definitely an interesting place to race later on in the day.
Yes, it is, and a big congratulations to that man, Ryan, on the 116 Team KTM. Great performance. I know what he's thinking too, because he's such a competitive guy. He's thinking, man, just a couple more inches in Moto number 1, and he would have had a 2-1 on the day and had the overall.
Yeah, and like what he's saying before you guys interviewed him, he was saying something about, I kind of held back a little bit too much. And then I knew when the white flag came out, I just had to give it my all and try to make that pass. And at the time, we thought he had made the pass and got the second place, but we found out that he didn't. But, it's fun that we get to watch this kind of racing, and then really in another couple minutes, we're going to be watching the Legends race at 50-plus and go from there. So it's definitely a cool thing.
I cannot wait. As we give you a look over this legendary facility, there's your unofficial results for 30-plus Pro. What a day it has been here at Glen Helen. Hope everybody's enjoying the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship. There's those iconic letters up there on the hill. Like I said, we don't need to go see the Hollywood sign when we can see the Glen Helen sign. That is the mecca of speed here in Southern California. I absolutely love this place. I can tell you this, though, one thing I've learned, don't go too far off the beaten path. One time I was here, I think it was about 5 years ago with Brian Deegan, where his youngest son found about a 5-foot snake. And he had to tell him, leave that thing alone. Don't play with it.
Yeah, no, there's definitely what people don't realize is the variety of races and events that we are able to put on at Glen Helen. We go all over these hills for the endurance race series, the 6, the 10, and the 24-hour. There's Grand Prix that are held here. There's SRA Grand Prix that are here every month. I think it's on Sundays every month. There's a Grand Prix here, and they get to go on the truck track. You get to kind of go through the parking lots. You get to do all kinds of different stuff. So there's more riding here than what just the moto track. But, yeah, there's lots of critters that live around here that wouldn't mind eating you for dinner, too.
That is for sure. What do we have out on the track right now as we get set for 125 Pasha 50-plus? What do we have out there, Mark? Do you know right now?
I don't know what is out there right now, but
they had some catching up to do here. It doesn't appear to be. Is it the parade lap?
No, I think it's just there's a couple races in between the two, but
all right, well, while we sort this out, we're going to step away for 1 second because Johnny Jump has a very, very important message. Let's go down and see what we were able to capture earlier on with Mr. Johnny Jump.
All right, guys, I'm here, World Vet Championships, with Johnny Jump of ODI Grips. Handlebars and grips. You guys don't just do grips, though.
Handlebars and grips.
And we run them all the time on the Motocross Action Wrecking Crew. Packed turnout here at the World Vet Championships. You're local here to Southern California. What's the atmosphere like right now at Glen Helen?
There's actually a ton of people here. I came in last night to drop our trailer and literally felt like I was missing the event already just coming in yesterday at 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The house is packed here. There's a ton of people watching the racing. We have Jeremy McGrath racing, Mike Brown racing. The pro classes are super good. Mark Tilley ran up front this afternoon in the 40-plus class, which was super cool. So it's a lot of energy here at the track, and it's just cool to be involved, as always.
Awesome. And ODI is local to Southern California. You guys manufacture things here, so how cool is it just to have this in your backyard and be here at the event, right?
Yeah. Glen Helen's been a proving place in all the 10 years for my businesses. ODI I've been with for 6.5 years now. Like you said, we're in Riverside, California. We do all of our manufacturing in Riverside, California, so it's a local track for us. If we want to come up and do a shoot, if we want to come up and work with a rider, if we want to come out and be at an event and show some race support, then it's right here. So it's a great place. I mean, it's world renowned, right?
That's awesome. That's awesome. And then lock-on grips. A couple years ago, they were new to the market. People took some time to get used to them, but now it seems like everybody's running lock-ons. Just explain like the benefits of that over a glue-on grip.
So the main benefit from a lock-on from a slip-on grip is just the ease of installation, right? You don't need to use grip glue anymore. You don't need to use safety wire anymore. You get a brand new throttle tube with each purchase. It used to think that a lot of consumers used to think that the lock-on grip was a little bit harder. It didn't have as much rubber, but we have multiple different grip designs. We're coming out with new stuff all the time. We have new stuff coming out for minis, and we also offer slip-on grips as well. So our materials, we've been proven since the mid to late 80s, and we keep gaining momentum with them. The lock-on grips, for if you're not familiar with that, the clutch side uses a clutch tube, if you will, similar to a throttle tube, but it has a lock-on clamp built into it. And so you use a 3mm Allen wrench to lock that clamp to the handlebar, so you have absolute security on the handlebar. And then on the throttle side, every set of grips comes with a new universal throttle tube. So we have 18 different throttle cams. Each kit comes with 6 different throttle cams that fit the majority of the newer motocross and off-road bikes that are available today, large full-size motocross bikes. And so you snap the cam on that's appropriate for your model, and you have a brand new set of grips and new throttle tube ready to go.
Awesome, awesome. Well, super easy. We use it here at MXA because we have so many different bikes. It's easy to have fresh grips across the board with ODI and their lock-on grips. Thank you guys for tuning in. World Vet Championships. It's packed down here on Vendors Row. Good to have ODI here.
Thanks for having us.
Well, thank you very much, Johnny Jump. As we continue on here at Glen Helen, let's give you a look at what we can say now, official results. This is your 30-plus overall. Gunther coming home with the win, going to make those boys in Austria very, very happy.
Yeah, they definitely have bragging rights over the U.S. for the next year, that's for sure.
Well, a lot of action going on the racetrack right now. We're getting you set for the big one, the main event. It'll be McGrath versus Brown, Ty Davis, a whole bunch of other superstars ready to come up for the 125 50-plus moto. I can't wait for that one. But we got action right now on the track, hot and heavy. I think the 45-plus intermediates are out there right now, Mark.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely, you're only seeing a very small portion of the program. You're seeing some of the premier stuff that we kind of wanted to let people see it. The 50-plus pro 125 Pasha race coming up. And like you said, absolute legends in this. I mean, you got Mike Brown, Jeremy McGrath, Kurt Nicole, Doug Dubach, Ty Davis. I mean, come on. What more can you ask for? And then in between, there's been racing going on all day long. So this is if you're a moto head and you're not here, you're in the wrong place.
Amen. That's for sure. Now, I do believe, let me check with my production staff here. I think we're going to step away to track announcers in just a second. So let's send it to guys that are working very, very hard. We want to give them a big shout out. Greg and John in the booth. We'll be right back, but let's send it over to Greg and John.
Okay, in the 13th race, this is the 45 intermediate and the 55 intermediate, second gate. Justin McCoy looked like he is on his way to an overall victory in that 45-plus intermediate class. However, Boyer has now moved back into the lead, so McCoy led it at the first lap completion. However, Boyer, who was back in fifth, came back strong in that second lap and took over the lead, and that pass right there would give him a slight advantage in this moto. However, McCoy with 3 second places, 6 moto points, would have the overall win if they finish in their current order. Adrian Spiker is looking at a 1, a 4, and a 3. That gives him 8 points, but it's a 2-2-2 for McCoy, who would get the overall. Damian Bauer would have a disappointing 9th place in the first moto, even though he won the second and is leading here in the third. It will not be enough to get the win. So Justin McCoy, without winning a single race, solid seconds, gives him an unofficial overall win right now if they finish in their current order. Now over in the race 13, the 55 intermediate class, let me scroll down and take a look at the results in that one. Alex Warrens with a 6, a 2, and a 1 at the moment. David Alexander, a 1, a 1, and a 2. So that's easy to figure out. Alexander, with 2 moto wins and a second at this point, would get the overall win, the championship, in the 55-plus intermediate class if the checker flag came out right now. However, Jack Lambert is back there in third. He is looking at a 4-3-3. And we got a white flag now out for the leader, Damian Bauer, in this 45 intermediate. 1 lap to go. But it is the rider in second, Justin McCoy, who is in a position to take the win in that 45 intermediate. Similar story for the rider in second place in the 55 intermediate class, David Alexander. He could pull it off overall as well. That second place position is so very, very critical, and you can't get better example than what happened in the first round of the 30-plus pro event. When they came down to the finish line, and it was almost a dead heat for second place. Moraes, I'll tell you from the angle we had here in the tower, but it's not a direct line on that finish line. It looked like Moraes might have got him for second place, but the transponder said it was Redondi who got second place. That spelled the difference on an overall, because Moraes came back and won the second moto. If he had finished second in that first race, he would have gotten the overall victory. However, he finished third in that first moto, and it cost him the overall. So a critical question that we had about that finish for second and third place in the first moto for the 30 Pro really, really does come up to make a very important part of the outcome of the 30 Pro race. And as you heard it over the PA system, he showed a little bit of disappointment, a little bit of upset with the results. He thought he got second at the finish line, but it was the question that they had to resort to the transponder, and the transponder is what gave the second place to Redondi, and it cost Moraes the overall. It came down to inches in that one. So the riders who finished in second place in each of these divisions out there, in Division A and Division B, the 45 intermediate, second place finisher Justin McCoy gets the overall win. And in the 55 intermediate class, the rider who finished unofficially in second place, David Alexander, gets the overall win. Had Marias finished second in that first moto, he would have gotten the overall win, but it didn't happen. I know. So there's going to be controversy about that. He says, I want to see the video. I want to see how it looks on the video. Well, there's a lot of bucks up for grabs, too, because of it. So, hey, if you think you got it, you use that, Hey. Yeah. It's got a name on that jacket,
If there is Carpio Duarte, we have got a POC jacket for you. Orange and black. I think you left it up here
hanging on
at the far end of the bleachers. If you know Carpio Duarte, please send him up here to the tower, and we'll get this jacket back to him.
Okay, this is race number 14A. This is the 45-plus novice combined together in one wave, a single gate here in race 14A. 14B, the Pasha 125 50-plus Pro is coming up next.
That means that right now you are making your gate selections for the final Pasha 125 50-plus Pro class that is going to award cash to the top 10 finishers. So I think most of you guys are in the staging lanes right now still. You can probably hear me. We would like to have all of the top 10 overall finishers at the podium at the end of this race so that you can collect your Pasha cash, because we do it right here, cash on the barrelhead. Pasha had his big silver case stuffed with Benjamin Franklin's early yesterday. He's down to the last couple now, but we're giving them away, not only to first, second, and third, or fourth, or fifth, but to the entire top 10 overall. So if you think you are part of the top 10, stick around down there by the podium at the end of your race, because the Pasha 125 two-stroke challenge will come to a grand finale with this 50-plus Pro class paying back the top 10 overall positions.
Is that the final cash-paying race today?
The final cash-paying race of the day today. That is correct, sir.
Well, that's the one I waited for. That's the one I wanted to see.
Your name still isn't on the list.
Oh, okay. Pasha, my hand's out. This is very light. Nothing in there. Got to have some weight. Colin Yates in first. Christopher Anderson running in second. Ricky Solenki in third, and Paul Binquist in fourth. Ron West rounding out the top 5 here in race number 14, 14A. White flag coming out here in race number 14. Colin Yates going for the victory. Christopher Anderson running second. West was third in the first round. He was fifth at the end of the previous lap. Will he improve? Will he stay the same? We'll find out when they cross the line with a lap to go.
Real curious to see how Joel Tokarski, Mighty Mouse, is going to end up. Remember, that's the kid who came back on pure adrenaline after an injury and smoked the 50-plus novice class. Here in the first moto of the 45-plus novice, he got a fourth in the first moto.
Well, Anderson has taken the lead from Yates, and that pass would give Anderson the overall victory. He would have a 2-1 for the win, and Yates would have a 1-2 for the runner-up spot. Ricky Solenki is looking at a third this moto, but he did not fare very well in the second moto when they were heads up in that one, and he finished 11th in that, so he is out of the hunt for the overall. Benquist is looking at a 7-4. Gordon Phillips is a 5-5 performer right now, and West is back there in 6th, so he lost ground. He didn't stay in 5th. He dropped back one spot to 6th. So that might have cost him, well, he may still hold on to 3rd overall. Again, that is up in the air. We're not going to make a final tally until they actually come across the line for the checkered. That's when it counts.
Well, when this race is done, we're only going to have 3 more events before we can call it a day, and John and I can shut up and give some peace and quiet around here. And 2. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, John Bethea has just said something he's never said before.
Let me stand
You're right.
Up. Let me stand up. Okay, I stand corrected. Now I'll sit down again.
You're right, Tim. Those are the only 2 words I needed to hear. Thank you very much, John. But that also means that the vast majority of you are done with your transponders. So if you're done with your transponders, please, let's make the walk up here, our Walk of Fame. Turn in your transponders, and when you do that, do an about face and go to the official results board. Check your results and check the timestamp. The time that those results were posted are handwritten in ink up at the top center of the page, because the reason why that time is important, you have 30 minutes after that time to protest or question any results. After 30 minutes, they're set in stone, and an act of God couldn't change them. So let's get those transponders back, check your results, and after you check the results at the appropriate time, head on back down to the museum, grab yourself a nice cold one from the beer garden, because 805 beer and Modelo are on tap and on sale, because if you're done racing, it's got to be 5 o'clock somewhere. You know what that means.
Yeah, we lost him just a couple months ago. All right.
And that was a really big surprise.
It was.
A lot of people didn't even know he was ill.
Not sure how old he was, but it was a surprise.
I think he was only mid-70s.
And we welcome you back to the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships. It has been an awesome day. Jack Rapella, Mark Tilley here with you. Mark, we're getting set for the big one, our main event. It will be the 50-plus 125 Pasha two-stroke showdown. But first, we want to pay a little homage and pay a little respect to all the great companies who make this happen, like the great company you're seeing on your screen right now.
Yeah, Nihilo Concepts promoting this portion of the broadcast, and all the guys down there, what you're seeing behind the starting gate, some of them have gotten to get packed up, but we're looking at the Pasha 50-plus 125 Pro Moto number 2. This is where all the money is made or lost, and we got some legends like Mike Brown, Jerry McGrath, Kurt Nicole, Doug Dubach, Ty Davis, and that's only the top 5 that we got going on. So here we go.
Here we go, guys. McGrath pulled the whole shot in the first moto. Can he do it again? Does he have anything for Mike Brown? Spoke with McGrath moments ago, and he confirmed. He says Mike Brown is the best vet racer. Does he have anything for him? Here we go. Whole shot, whole shot, whole shot into Talladega Turn here at Glen Helen. Somebody nailed it. Is it Mike Brown?
That looks like Mike Brown. The FXR gear out front just flowing.
That could be bad news for the rest of the field. We'll keep an eye on it as the shadows starting to get long. Keep an eye on McGrath, the 2004 KX125 with a Pro Circuit engine. But Mike Brown, we believe, pulled the whole shot and maybe on his way to checking out. How about McGrath even giving him the nod, saying he is the best vet rider of all time?
What's that old saying? Game recognizing game. But yeah, Mike Brown out front. He's on that Pasha bike. You know that thing's fast. MXA has done a couple stories on that particular motorcycle, but it looks like we got Mike Brown and then the immortal Doug Dubach on his YZ125. I think he's borrowing his son Carter Dubach's YZ125 for the weekend, and then Jerry McGrath right behind him.
Dubach came home with a 4th in moto number 1. MC was 2nd. We'll see what can happen here. MC would be in position to win this thing if he could somehow make a pass. And as we've said all day long, doesn't matter who's checked out, doesn't matter who has the lead. Anything can happen here on a rough and tumble Glen Helen course. That's why we're so glad you're watching with us. And you'll be here for about the next 20 minutes as we see how this thing plays out. Speaking of that, Mark, we had a photo finish earlier today. We had to clear things up. It came down to mere inches.
A little controversy in the 30-plus pro, and Ryan Morais making a last-minute or a last-lap charge onto Giacomo Redondi, and it was literally a photo finish. We had to go back and look at the tape, and it came out to where it looks like Giacomo just edged him out by half of a tire length, maybe a couple knobby length going on in there. So it was definitely one of those things to where, there's always stuff going on, always stuff happening, and you gotta see it that we have the technology that we have, and we can just go back on YouTube and kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, big shout out to the young lady here working in timing and scoring too, because she said, I've been doing this since I was 14. I saw it. She saw it with her live eye, and she knew. She made the right call. So big congratulations. Who will make the right call in this one? I got to update you too. It was cool. I got to go down to the Kawasaki tent and talk to Jeremy McGrath in between motos, and he told me a little bit about this bike, and he said, look, I'm 195 pounds, and it's still 125 pulling me up and down these hills. It's tough out there. He said the biggest performance upgrade, though, is no doubt about it, the Mitch Payton Pro Circuit engine on that bike. They've got all updated suspension as well for the King of Supercross, and he said it's really flowing and it feels nice for 2004. Remember, last year, McGrath was on an 03, so he switched bikes this year and likes the feel of this one.
Yeah, and Mitch knows how to make KX125s go fast.
Oh, yes, he does.
He's done a couple of those cylinders before, so
I think Ricky Carmichael could attest to that, right?
Exactly.
I think they did a thing or two. They did make one adjustment. They went to a bigger main jet. They wanted to float more fuel, and the mechanics down there under the Team Green tent, they were getting fuel on their hands. I was joking with them. I said, boy, you don't have to get fuel on your hands on these new bikes. You just break out the laptop to make your tuning adjustments on the fuel-injected bikes. But MC going with a bigger jet. We'll see if it pays off. Not sure if Mike Brown made any adjustments. Probably didn't have to. Probably just sat back, drank some Gatorade.
Yeah, Mike's actually pitted with us. He made a sandwich and kind of hung out. And he would go back and adjust air pressure every once in a while. So that's how he kind of cares about how the bike's going to work and everything like that, and some nervous tendencies. But right there we got Doug Dubach on his probably stock YZ125, because Doug doesn't really modify stuff very much. So, and he's trying to stay in front of Kurt Nicole on that probably KTM 150.
Well, we'll see if Showtime has any magic here. We were reliving some of the memories, some of the glory days. I think he said it was 1996. He went 1-1 here. He was recalling some really good performances way back in the day. Does he have anything for Mike Brown? We're going to find out. Battles all around this racetrack. Keep an eye on Dubach as well. So much riding talent. They have come from far and wide. They've come from 20 different countries to be a part of the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championship. And this is the vision that Mark Tilley was talking about earlier. You can see it's getting harder and harder to see. We'll take a look at the battle for third right now. Doug Dubach, Kurt Nicole in there. Tight battle.
And there's that aerial footage that you got to where you can see, and even that doesn't do it justice, of Mike Brown out front, McGrath in second, and then the battle for third that we just mentioned. But look at all of the elevation changes. You just don't get that at very many tracks in the world, and this is the great part about, I'm lucky to live right down the street. It's in my backyard basically, so we get to come here sometimes more often than I'd want to do some testing, because it's not an easy track to ride, but it's definitely the nice footage that we're getting, and it's really cool. Now, you're only seeing a portion of the overall event here. We're going back and forth between these classes and then the 30 classes. There was classes for just about every age, like you said earlier, starting from 25 all the way up to 80 in every different classification, from beginner to what you're watching the pros right now. So I know that we've had some negative comments on YouTube saying, hey, you guys aren't following the races, and there is going to be some teething stuff with this, and we got to figure out exactly how we're going to do it. If we're going to do it long like this before we've only done a couple motos and gone from there. But stay tuned, because we'll get this all figured out, and we'll be able to come back with a full day of racing for you.
Yeah, sky's the limit, guys. Keep it positive. Again, let's go back 25, 30 years ago where we had to wait a couple months to read about what happened in a magazine. That's not what's happening here. Unprecedented live coverage, and yes, hopefully we do get to a point where we could show everything.
Exactly. Like we show the stuff like what we're showing right now. Who would have thought 15 years ago we'd have drone footage riding along with Mike Brown?
Well, I can tell you even 3, 4, 5 years ago, having been in some conversations with Lucas Oil, it just wasn't possible. I mean, some of those old school shoots, 17, 18, 19 cameras it takes to shoot motocross. So what they're able to do here with the drones and the great team that we have on staff, great job by everybody here. It's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, and then look, that with those shadows coming down, trying to your eyes to adjust, and getting the real footage of what it's like to be. Naturally, we can't all go as fast as Mike Brown, but hey, we can fake it for a while.
And it's just truly amazing talking about Mike and his pedigree. You know, when you talk about the greatest riders of all time, it's funny because Mike, not typically in that discussion, at least the top 5, but now the consensus is the greatest vet rider of all time. Isn't it funny how that works out? A lot of riders have retired or maybe are not as active. I spoke with him earlier and I said, how humbling is this and how did this come to be? And he just said, I never stopped. I never stopped from my pro days. I never stopped riding. I never stopped training. He does a lot of cardio, does a lot of biking, does a lot of riding, a lot of running. Said he even started swimming lately. He loves doing that because it's easy on his body.
Well, and the athletic thing goes in his pedigree, because from what I hear, his son is a really good basketball player. So coming up through the high school and college ranks, his son is really good at basketball, which is definitely not something that I would think if your dad's racing motocross all the time, you're probably going to race motocross, but he's really good at basketball apparently. So, you know, but it like bringing this stuff to the guys. I mean, we have the king of Supercross, and then we have Doug Dubach running in, I believe, 3rd or 4th right now, and he is the winningest Dubya Vet World Championship rider, and being able to have somebody like Jeremy and then have somebody like Brownie, who is basically that next guy who's winning all these championships as a vet, and giving the old guy something to root about. And then you have somebody like Kurt Nicole who's in there as well.
Yeah, I think this is so cool. Guys, if you are of our age group, it's bringing a tear to your eye right now watching the number 2, the legend, one of the greatest of all time, the king of Supercross, a 7-time champion, a 72-time 250cc winner on the Supercross track. Don't know if anyone will ever match that. He makes his home right here in Southern California. He is the one and only Jeremy McGrath, continuing to just look very, very fast out there. Very, very impressive. And talking to Jeremy in between, he's so busy. Didn't get to put in the training he would have liked to for this race. Still trained a little bit, but you got to believe if he could ever get back to a point where he could enter that boot camp mentality and try to keep up with, I mean, it's got to be so hard to contend with the cardio of a Mike Brown when he shows up like that. Doug Dubach knows it as well. I'm sure he puts in a lot of hardcore hours to keep his body in shape for this.
Yeah, and trying to ride against somebody like Mike Brown, like what we said earlier, he's training kids. He's doing lots of stuff with Alden Baker, but he's training the next generation of kids to ride at that elite level. So I know that he does, like we said earlier, he has a lot of exciting news coming here pretty soon. So stay up to all your, you could stay up to Motocross Action's website for that breaking news here in the next couple weeks. And but I think you hit it on the head with the guys that are training and doing stuff. The other part that's got to be hard is the motivation. They've done so much in their career, and so much that when they were racing, how do you get motivated at 50 plus years old to drop some weight and go a little bit faster?
Who was the great boxer who said it's hard to wake up from satin sheets? And it is so true. Once you find success, once you achieve your dreams, once you capture that money that you were after, to train like an absolute dog day in, day out. It is not easy. And then especially if you have children, if you have commitments, if you have a career, if you have a business, it's hard to be out there, and I don't think a lot of the people understand with it what your typical Supercross, motocross racer under contract, what their training day looks like, and how far the conditioning element has come with the trainers, the coaches, the heart rate monitors, the dietitians, things that were just unheard of back in McGrath's day when he was coming up. And we are getting closer to our white flag here. Will Mike Brown keep his near-perfect day going? He continues to lead. The king of Supercross, Jeremy McGrath, Dubach in third, behind Nicole and Story giving chase. We'll see how this one shakes out. Again, big thanks to Pasha for putting up the pro purse here. He loves two strokes just as much as we do. He said he's going to throw the money up out of his own pocket for some of these legends and old-timers to come out here and compete at Glen Helen.
Well, and this is just one of the races. There was a 30 class that was yesterday, and then this 50 class today. So, and this is just one of the events that he's done to that. He's done this at multiple events all year long. So it's definitely one of those things to where, like you said, shout out to Pasha for doing this and keeping these 125s going. And he needs to get a piston sponsor or somebody behind this program, because after these races they're selling some pistons.
It would be great to see as we follow closely your leader, the 2001 AMA Motocross 125cc champion. That is Mike Brown, the Tennessee native who now lives in Florida. Tells me he will soon move to Georgia. He is one hardcore dude, and I'll tell you what, he has really just continuing to build that legacy as perhaps the greatest vet rider of all time. Will this entice some of the other greats to come out? I'm challenging them. Where you at, Bubba Stewart? Where you at, Carmichael? Come on. You got to challenge this guy, Mike Brown, laying claim to perhaps the greatest vet rider of all time.
Yeah, I don't know if just that's going to get him out, because I would look at Brown and go, yeah, no, I'll let him have that. But, I mean, when you're riding this good, you're in this good a shape, life is good for Mike Brown as of right now, and he's definitely going to look forward to a day off, because he's ridden probably more laps than anybody else around this track this weekend.
So cool to see these 125 two-strokes out here still doing their thing, still ripping these riders up and down these hills. I mean, you would know better than me, Mark. You're talking a modern 450, what we're upwards of 60 horsepower, right? I mean, so incredibly fast. These things more like 30. What a difference in riding. So important is momentum. So important is that clutch hand. So important is line choice. Every mistake is not going to be forgiven by horsepower on this. You pay for every single mistake on a 125.
Yeah, you definitely do. You have to work twice as hard on a 125. It's lucky that the bike is nowhere close to as heavy as what a big four-stroke is, but yeah, you're working it. Those guys are standing up more than they're sitting down, and you got to be in shape to ride these things wide open.
Great performance by Brownie. He's a few turns away from turning in a 1-1 here. 50-plus, 125, two-stroke, moto number 2. As the sun just starts to set here in beautiful Southern California, iconic Glen Helen. I hope everybody has an opportunity to come visit this great facility and support the largest vet championship in the world.
Well, and Brownie having a really good weekend too, because in the 50 class, he is definitely the fastest guy here, because in the regular 50 class, he went 1-1, beating McGrath, and then now in the 125 50 class, it looks like he's going to be able to pull off a 1-1, so not a bad weekend.
Yeah, we just need these guys to hopefully get involved with the international battle as Mike Brown, ladies and gentlemen, they call him the greatest vet rider of all time, and he's victorious with a 1-1 here at Glen Helen. Congratulations to him. And did we miss McGrath, or did McGrath give up a spot to Dubach? We'll have to see who finished second. I see Brownie in. And there's the number 2 of Showtime. Big round of applause to him as well. Great performance by Jeremy McGrath to dust off a 0-4 125 and come out here and put in a 2-2. What a race between these guys.
Yeah, it looks like Dubach edged out Kurt Nicole for that third spot. So it'll be interesting to see what the podium looks like.
A great assembly of talent. Like we said, when we come back here next year, I want to see even more of you great veterans. I know you're watching out there. Some of the best ever. We got a lot of them here in the Southern California region as well. Come on out, have some fun. Look at Showtime out there. He's got quite the sunburn going.
Yeah,
we need to get everybody some aloe vera after this one.
Yeah, those guys look tired, but that doesn't look like something I want to be doing at 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. Those guys are, and it actually is a lot warmer today than it was yesterday.
Well, they look tired except Brown, who looks like he's ready to lace up his running shoes and go for a 20-mile run up and down these hills. This guy is an animal, huh? How about showing love to MC? You got to believe, too, that light stature, that light body weight is going to be a tremendous advantage on a 125cc.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Brown's got the advantage in just about every category when it comes to those guys. And then, like I said, his day job is training kids. So, and not just training kids, training the elite kids coming up in the 250 and 450 classes.
What an amazing show. What an amazing performance. So cool to see these legends back on the bike, reliving the glory days. So great to see these 125cc machines. I hope, who knows which way we're going with the manufacturers. Everything 4-stroke now. We still do see some 2-strokes and off-road and GNCC, but maybe someday we will see the return of the 2-stroke. But, hey, we talked about it, the way things are going now. Shout out to Trey Kennard, what he was able to do on an electric bike. Don't look now, but here come the electric bikes.
Yeah, and I think that's just we were talking about it earlier today. I think that's just another outlet for our industry and for our sport that, I don't think it will ever replace the gas-powered bikes, but, hey, it opens up a bunch of new opportunities. You can ride in the backyard. You can ride in places to where you wouldn't be able to get a gas-powered motorcycle. So it's definitely a good thing. And, progress in our sport and progress with the new kids coming up and stuff like that, it's definitely something we look forward to see. We were able to ride the Stark Varg. It's an impressive motorcycle. You have if you want to go do an off-road race and do a Grand Prix or something like that, it doesn't have enough battery life for it. But, hey, just technology.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's mind-boggling to think where we may be heading, because I know there was probably a day when the 4-strokes came out and we said, they'll never replace 2-strokes, but we're seeing 90% 4-strokes. Exactly. Are we going to see 90% EVs someday? Who knows?
You never know. I don't think that it's going to replace anything, but, man, it's a great opportunity to be able to stay on a bike during the week, and maybe you're in a area where you can't do that and making lots of noise, it's not something that we can do. So I think it's great for the kids. My kids love the electric bikes that they have, and they're able to test for the magazine. So, it's definitely their stuff coming. We'll see how far it goes.
That's true. It has been such a great day here. What's your big takeaway, Mark?
Just the amount of people. Like the amount of people here and the amount of vendors on Vendor Row and the people buying product and stuff like that. It's great. The racing is always great. Like, you come to a track like this, you're going to have great racing. It's going to be a rough track. But the amount of people that are here and riding motorcycles is awesome to me.
Yeah, it has been just a tremendous event. Looking at our production staff here, guys, do we have anything to go to? Or have we reached our go-home point here in the broadcast?
Nope, they yelled at us, just say, keep talking.
Oh, okay. Hey, if we got, that's the beauty of this not being on television. I will keep going. If you want us to sit here and call motocross till next week, I have no problem with that whatsoever. But I do know, speaking of that, a real issue that they have here at Glen Helen. We know there's no lights. Daylight savings just occurred, or what do you call that? No, yeah, it's daylight savings here. It's probably a challenge to get this thing in.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, they started way earlier today. They made it to where it's a thing to where there is shorter, maybe a little bit shorter races, but they didn't do practice this morning. They did kind of a parade lap type thing to get stuff moving on a little bit faster this morning. And they even had enough time, to their testament, they had enough time to actually do a little bit track maintenance.
Well, Mark, now, sadly, they are giving me to go home. This has been just such a joy, though. You saw the overall results. Congratulations to Mike Brown and all of our winners, guys. It's been an awesome day. I want to thank Bud Feldkamp. I want to thank Dubya. I want to thank all the great sponsors, Ross Fitz, Scotty, Kelly, Aaron, everybody out here on the production staff. I want to thank you guys. He's Mark Tilley. Make sure you check out all his work. Dirt Bike Magazine, Motocross Action. My name's Jack Corpella. Please check me out on the Cycle Drag YouTube channel if you can. And Mark, it has been an awesome day. Any closing thoughts here before we go?
No, just having fun, and thanks for the opportunity to be on this broadcast, and hopefully we can do it a lot more.
Thank you guys so much for watching the 39th annual Dubya World Vet Motocross Championships. Has been awesome. We'll see you next year for the 40th. Make your plans now. So long from Glen Helen, everybody.